kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Musim baru, lineup baru, jersey baru, Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun je. Saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG.
Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
King Empire. 500.
500 apa?
500 font size.
Zubenogo ditelan oleh Sepat, cuba untuk mendapatkan lagi tentelan ada tapi Cibi mampu untuk mendapatkan tentu melepaskan Homeboy. Zubenogo hilang di tangan Cibi, cuba untuk mencari mangsa seterusnya tapi tak mengenai Ripon, kemudian match cukup besar. Saken ini tapi yang cukup rendah, masih cuba untuk melarikan tapi Ripon hilang di tangan Cibi. Kali ini cuba untuk mencari mangsa seterusnya, triple kill untuk Cibi. Menang cukup besar dah tak. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke Minggu Diraja MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan for everyone's information, hari ini adalah hari terakhir Minggu Diraja. Kita sudah nampak pasukan-pasukannya tak putus asa nak dapat kemenangan dorang yang dorang perlukan untuk masuk ke playoff. Semalam kita dapat tengok a heartwarming win daripada pasukan Niners because they are not gonna give up until week 6. Alright guys, kita pun nampak that the standings untuk regular season sudah berubah dan dapat berubah yang sangat-sangat drastic. Tapi sebelum kita masuk pasal perlawanan hari ini, mari kita tengok jadual untuk hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan kita akan saksikan Team Hak yang akan menentang RSGMY. Kedua-dua pasukan masih lagi tengah fight for their slot in the playoffs. Also another reunion. Match kedua, Homeboys menentang Todak. Perlawanan di antara Sang Buruh Hantu melawan Sang Raja Lautan. Untuk match penutup Minggu Diraja kita, Monster Vicious menentang Selangor Red Giants. Perlawanan di antara dua gergasi di MPL Malaysia. Alright, so sebelum kita ajak pasukan ke atas pentas, I nak tahu, Stadium MBSJ, are you ready for today? Tengok, baru first match dah ramai orang datang. So for those of you guys who are still at home, jom join kita untuk hari terakhir Minggu Diraja. Alright, tanpa membuang masa, mari kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Team Hak dan juga RSGMY.
Team Hak. Showing signs of revival following last season's lackluster performance. This season, they demonstrate a fresh mindset and energy that is unparalleled. Strong teamwork and confidence make this formidable opponent. It's time to Shaiba Bay Team Hak!
RSGMY!
Unacquainted with defeat, aiming for supremacy. They're here today to rise and bounce back with a victory in pursuit of 3 crucial points. Will Coach Zora's strategy lead them to success? Let's hear it for RSGMY!
Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, so sebelum Rose nak pass ke caster, I nak share satu benda yang agak menarik untuk fans-fans MPL MY. So, korang boleh undi kapten pasukan kegemaran korang untuk bertanding di kejohanan pertama Hotlink X MPL MY Jago All-Star. So guys, macam ni, 4 kapten akan terpilih untuk buat pasukan sendiri All-Star dan dorang boleh berlawan di Stadium MBSJ pada 18 Mei nanti. So, macam mana nak vote kapten kegemaran anda? Senang je, korang pergi ke website www.hotlink.com.my. Lepas tu, cari bahagian Jago 5G untuk gaming MLBB. Undian dibuka sampai 2 Mei sahaja, so don't forget to vote for your favorite captain now. Alright, tanpa membuang masa, mari let's start the first match hari terakhir Minggu Diraja kita. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 13. You guys are currently watching the English stream here. It is last day of week 4. And of course, it is the last day of Minggu Diraja, also known as the King Making Week. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Gideon, as we are going to be your commentators for today. And today's match is going to be a little bit interesting factor here, because to start things off, we did see a little bit of a hope in RSGMY, especially after their performance, bringing back Ripple and alongside Loleal's surprise parking pick. Were you surprised by the Moskov pick?
Not really. He's pulled it off before. The time that RSG was looking to be some of the top contenders in previous seasons, Moskov has shown up during the regular season and even in the playoffs. So to me, this pocket pick is well known and is something to keep in mind. However, I will say the draft has been looking kind of interesting now that the new patch has come in. I think a lot of teams have been struggling and really deciding on which side that they want to actually be on, whether first pick or second.
Agreed. And of course, hitting those shots, especially from Loleal's and the Spear of Destruction, is going to be very, very difficult here. And in this case, in order to hit those skill shots, you need lightning fast 5G connection for your MLBB games. And of course, with Heartlink, you can enjoy that superior 5G network to hit those smoother gameplays. And of course, you can also play some amazing ranked games with it itself. Because why? While you're playing ranked games, the biggest flex that I like to do is to show off my skins. And in order to do that, you gotta get some in-game items. You gotta get some diamonds as well, because you can score some of it with Heartlink.
I don't know. I was gonna go with the line of, hey, maybe you can take advantage of the 50% backswing on a lot of these things with a low ping, a low MS for some of you who aren't entirely sure what the terminology is going to be. But make sure your latency is low to be playing in professional settings, or maybe even for your ranked games. Speaking of which, we need to come back down to business here, because Team Hawk, we haven't seen them for a little bit. And I think overall, compared to how explosive RSG was yesterday, I think a lot of people are kind of wondering where Team Hawk actually stands in the totem pole.
Agreed, right? Like when it comes to Team Hawk, they were previously defending champions, and then just for one season, they got relegated last season. And now they're back again, and as of yet, they are in a situation where, are they champion worthy? Or in this case, are they kings themselves? Because as of yet, we haven't seen that life that we usually see in teams such as Homeboys or even SRG, and even Todak as well, which was a big question mark when they came in. Hey, is this team's the strongest team? But yes, I think Friday we did see a little bit of life coming in for it, but again, like I said, anything can happen coming in regular season. But of course, for today's topic, let's talk on RSGMY. The new rainless era for RSG. Is it a ray of sunshine or is it a drought? Because right now, RSG's remaining opponents are going to be Team Hawk, Todak, and Best. And even yesterday's performance, we did see a little bit of improvements coming in, but they still took an L.
Yeah, they still took an L. I think it's tough to say whether they're going to make it off the playoffs, right? And especially when we're talking about the fact that, somebody with a lot of integrity, Coach Rain, is, as of right now, on his hiatus. I think overall, Sorapayong has a lot of work ahead of him, right? Because again, it kind of depends on what the roles between these two coaches actually had. Was one focused on the draft and actually preparing the players, or individually on their mechanics, or were they talking about the overall macro? It's a little bit tough to say, but Sorapayong now has to actually tank the entire responsibility. And I mean, Coach Rain has taken enough responsibility over the past couple of weeks, so hopefully Sorapayong can actually help RSG take that next leg up.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel bad for Sorapayong, because would you hold up an umbrella when there's no rain?
That's a little sad.
You get what I mean, right? Would you bring an umbrella? Okay, technically I would use an umbrella for when it's pretty hot as well, but still, it's gonna be tough. But of course, now their opponents here, we haven't talked too much about it here. He did bring it up just now. Let's introduce the boys, the previous champions. And of course, now we have Team Hawk up on screen here. We are going to be starting off with Lexia, Iris, Saken, Janice, as well as Noir, with Saken as the in-game leader. What are your thoughts on his role?
Interesting. Saken going to be the IGL this time around. I think, because usually Lexia is kind of keeping everybody aware of the situation and trying to make sure that nobody really tunnel visions on certain areas of the match. I think Iris, he's got his job cut out for him. But when we look at the team stats, right, I think this is where we're going to see a little bit of a flip and flop, right? Obviously, we're going to take the best stats possible. Lexia doing a great job. Average KP is looking great. Average DPM, I was hoping that it would actually break into the 3,000 mark, but that's fine. Overall, the scariest part about this team is when they are relaxed, comfortable, and most importantly, aware of what is going on in the map, right? Once Noir gets a little bit of direction, he can really get those big, profitable, big impact plays going for the team. And with Saken as a solid rock, it helps so much.
Of course, their opponents here, their former teammates previously, we have RSGMY. We saw them yesterday, but they are going to be back here again today. And they are going to be starting off with Izanami, Loleal, Repo, Storm as well as Vinogo, with Storm taking the leadership role.
Now, Storm has done a very good job as the IGL. He's keeping the calls. He is the main engager for the team. Don't get me wrong here. I think as of right now, RSG-MY is in a period where they're trying to figure out what is their best strategy. And so far, based on what we've seen, if we look at the stats here, they need to play comfortable heroes. They need to have heroes that they can close their eyes, hand tied behind their backs, and they can still play it intuitively. Izanami, 77.8 overall average KP, breaks the 3,000 mark, and honestly almost breaks even 4,000. That's why he's in the rankings for average DPM, one of the top as well. Number 1, Rippo, on the other hand, hasn't had too many games. That's why we're seeing that he's average damage taken per minute for 4,500.4, average KP of 56.5, only has shown CC and Yuzong thus far.
Now, I'm a little bit worried about this as well, especially when you brought up Rippo in particular, because ever since he has made a comeback into this season, he hasn't exactly won a single game. And even yesterday's game, we finally saw a little bit of hope from RSG-MY, but they still technically dropped a game against Homeboys. But of course, again, we're talking about Homeboys, right? They have been seasoned throughout the entire season themselves. Now, they finally found their footing. But again, they have to fight for their lives to get out of the 7th and 8th position, or maybe even 9 and 10 as well, if things don't really go well from today's games onwards for RSG-MY.
But of course, I was hoping, I mentioned this yesterday, where I was really hoping that RSG were looking like this against the Homeboys at the beginning of the season. Now that they've come to it, I feel like it's a little late already, but hopefully they can activate their players.
Well, it is going to be a little bit of a desperation. However, here's a little bit of tidbits here, because there is some talks between both Team Hawk as well as RSG.
Used to be a part of RSG-MY. Adakah ini ada satu macam benefit you guys tahu playstyle mereka, ataupun dia akan jadi susah dengan sengit juga?
Bagi saya perlawanan akan sengit lah, sebabkan diorang ada player baru. Cuma kita orang tahu gameplay Izanami, Loleal dan Rippo. Tapi yang lagi dua tu kita orang sih tak tahu.
Adakah korang dua sangat-sangat close dekat RSG-MY untuk you bawa dia ke tim baru, ataupun what is really behind the scenes?
Okay, sebenarnya saya dengan dia kan camat season 11. So lepas saya masuk Team Hawk, saya dapat tempat. Nanti saya macam kesian lah kat dia. So saya chat dia, Ki, join aku, jom Ki. Kita reunion balik, kita bantai semua. So pun dia accept balik lah. Adakah
transition ni dekat Team Hawk masuk main lineup jadi satu macam benefit you guys sebab ada chemistry dan ada you guys dah close?
Sebab saya kesian kat Iris.
Kenapa pula kesian kat dia?
Sebab dia tak ada pengalaman. Jadi,
tu yang dia cakap, main tak ada otak?
Sebab itulah macam saya fikirkan dulu, saya tengok line up dulu. Kalau semua okey, baru saya masuk.
So dia cari tim yang tak ada otak, dia masuk jadi otak. Faham? Alright.
Well, Lexia, also known as Kiki, as these fans do call him that, it's going to be a little bit interesting in fact here, because we didn't really touch much about this, because both of these players were previously from RSG. Lexia, however, was a former champion with RSG-MY, while Iris didn't exactly got the shine that he did. And of course, I think he did get a lot of hit with Repo in the previous season with those tons of MVP with Iris though.
Well, it happens, right? Especially when you're in the EXP lane where your whole goal is to dominate that lane and control it. There's a certain level of ego that you need to have as an EXP laner, as we've seen from some of the best of the best here at MPL MY. I think Lexi, on the other hand, he's right. He has a lot of experience, and that was something that Team Hawk would have been missing, especially learning how to play the game together as a team.
And of course, now speaking of teams here, I am extremely excited to see how RSG-MY is going to be able to pull this off, because again, they both know each other's playstyle. Iris in particular has seen Repo and shadowed over Repo over the entire years. But of course, I want to talk about the highlights here. Even in the description on YouTube channel as well, is Loleal going to be able to outshine his opponent? Because as of yet, Loleal's, he did struggle a little bit throughout the early stage week, but yesterday's Moskov was a force to be reckoned with. And now, here's a little bit insider for the WhatsApp message, and this is going to be the RSG's WhatsApp message. How long do you guys see see yourself in RSG? Probably another more year. I hope so. Maybe 1 or 2 more seasons. Maybe in MY. Maybe and I will play until I can't play anymore. So it seems like they will just give their all until they're just worn out and burned out.
Apparently, they messaged in the group chat, not personally this time. This is between our producers as well as Loleal's as well as Izanami. So at least for the both of them, they can definitely see where their futures are going to be. They've been with RSG for quite some time now. So it'd be interesting to see them actually, well, switch teams. They've got a lot of talents, right? And especially if they want an international title, some of them have C medals on them. So it's like, man, it feels really bad to be in this type of position.
Hey, they gotta eat, live, and die with RSG, man. That's pretty much their motto coming for Izanami. However, now with 3 seconds left here, we are gonna be kicking things off with the draft, and this is gonna be the draft picks for the first game here between Hak versus RSGMY. With Hak now currently on the blue side, we have Angela, Arlott being banned, and Harif coming from RSGMY. Now, what do you think is going to be the priority here? Because we do see a little bit of difference of priority in yesterday's games and in this particular game now.
Well, I wouldn't put it past Team Hawk to play around both their EXP and as well as their gold, right? We've seen two different styles of compositions from Team Hawk in the previous games that they played, and generally, it's Lexia who's kind of pulling them together, right? Have control over the mid lane, use Noir as well as Janice to affect the side lanes, and then once the macro is done and they get past Turtle Phase, that's when they can start reliably getting into these fights. But that's on the assumption they got the snowball, right? So I think RSG, smart of them, they get rid of the Harif. They've seen how Saken has performed so far. Roger is still available, but they ban out the chip instead, trying to make sure that Team Hawk doesn't have that level of map presence.
Yeah, when it comes to broken heroes, obviously Chips has gotta go, right? But my biggest question here is that how will Lexia actually fare well against the Prince of Mage? Because think about this, right? Lexia was a former champion, he was playing the jungle role, he tried transitioning into the mage role, tried transitioning to the roam role, didn't exactly do too well, and now he's back again, facing off his former teammate that won MPL together. So this is where things that are going to get a little bit interesting, because I'm pretty sure Lexia has been watching Izanami from start to end. But the question is, does Izanami know what Lexia is weak at?
Well, I think they've played together before. They've definitely played together. Lexia was playing a different role at that time, but eventually once they started clashing roles into the mid lane, it depends on who was feeling it that day and scrim results, right? I think if Team Hawk really wanted to crunch down on Izanami to give Lexia a decent matchup, they probably wouldn't have banned out that Angela. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Izanami's performance on the Angela didn't feel as good because that's not the style of player. He's not looking to be a support. He's looking to be a playmaker, the big damage dealer. That's why he's got the highest average DPM.
It's funny, right? Considering the fact that during our Season 8, when Lexia was kind of put in the sub role, whenever he makes an appearance with RSGMY, they tentatively lean on Lexia playing on Angela role, which is kind of weird.
Sometimes Grok.
But, yeah, sometimes even Grok as well. But in this particular matchup, it seems like they do still lean on that Angela a little bit more. But again, now, priority picks, are they going to go for those Roger? Because as of yet, the two marksman players in this game, Loleal and Saken. Saken by far has had very, very good consistency throughout all the weeks here. Loleal's a little bit shaky. I saw live in yesterday's performance, but again, they only won one game because of Loleal's.
Yep, I mean, Loleal's on that Moskov is dangerous, but I think Team Hawk, they want to make sure they get the power picks down, right? We still have 100% total win rate on this Matilda that slipped through the draft, and now RSG have to respond to this. Yes, there have been nerfs to this Matilda, but unfortunately, it doesn't really change her standings overall. It's just, well, a little bit difficult to back away with your ult.
Now, here's a little bit of fun fact as well to add the cherry on top. RSG has the third lowest KDA ratio while having the third highest team damage per minute. So, based off this stats as well, it's safe to concur that they do a lot of AoE damage control in teamfights, but they just can't get those finish or kills, correct? So it feels like they are in a situation where they just need to kind of wrap out and finish up the games. And I like this Barat's pickup from RSGMY is kind of like a denial to the Matilda, just because of the fact that Matilda and Barat's is very, very difficult to go up against.
I agree, but also they expect Team Hawk to actually pick up a Fredrin here. They also have the Valentina set up just because nobody banned out the farmers as well, so they're keeping their options open, and they know Lexia also plays artillery mages, which recently got buffed. Now, we do see the Fredrin locked in no matter what. It's going to be a little bit rough for Team Hawk in the earlier stages of the game, so hopefully Matilda is able to sandbag RSG enough to get them over the line so that they can actually start scaling. The question is, are they going to go for their mage pick here, or are they going to go blind with one of the side laners? And it looks like, instead, they're going to go straight with a dominant laner. Roger here for Saken. This is interesting because when we've seen Saken in the gold lane, usually he's the recipient of the Roger, right? He's really nasty playing that Harith into the Roger matchup. Now he's going to be on the opposite side of that coin. His objective is to beat down Loleal.
Yeah, I think this is still, technically if you're talking about head-to-head between Saken playing the Roger, right? Like, I feel like Team Hawk is in a situation they can still kind of flex this into the jungle. Even though, quote-unquote, I don't think they would. but it is still a possibility that may happen for them. But my question here is going to be whether or not what is the win-loss ratio for Lexia in terms of majors, right? So far, the biggest success I've seen him play on the major has been his Farsa. In this case, against Valentina, is the Farsa pickup good against the Rafa Barat combo right now?
There's a good possibility. I think there's a good possibility, but I also think that is it worth giving a feathered airstrike to Valentina? I am on the fence about this one. I think it kind of depends on what the EXP lane is going to be, and since Team Hawk is going to be on blue side, they have to reveal their composition first. I think that RSG, on the other hand, they need to start getting rid of high priority sandbagging heroes on the EXP side. Loleal, okay, sure, fine. They want to make sure that they get some kind of a valuable ult, but I do think they need to get rid of the Benedetta specifically.
This is a pretty interesting telegram from RGMY, considering that we've seen a little bit of popularity in terms of global presence, or in this case, a rival-worthy hero such as like Loleal, such as the Moskov in general. It feels like RGMY is trying to set up in a way where if they try to out-rotate your opponents, they want to have this Moscow have an upper edge over Team Hawk. So taking away this Loleal is going to put them in an advantage to join fights, like how they did Homeboys dirty in yesterday's game. So I think this is a pretty clear tell for Team Hawk. Should they just ban off the Moscow? Yeah, they are going to take it out.
I like this a lot. I like this a lot because that is Loleal's comfort pick. And honestly, yesterday against the Homeboys, he wanted to play it. He wanted to play into the Roger. Unfortunately, that's not exactly how the matchup lined up. RSG, on the other hand, let's see what this ban is going to be, right? They could get a decent matchup for Ripple. I don't know whether his hero pool has increased so that he can pick up the Benedetta for himself to deny Team Hawk, but I think it's something that is that needs to be addressed, right? Benedetta into Paquito isn't exactly the best matchups. We still have CC still available for Ripple, so I think that's where he's leaning more towards too. He doesn't really want to kind of leave that lane as early as possible. He just needs to keep Iris in it. So they get rid of Odette instead. Interesting.
This is a little bit weird here. It seems like, you know, RGMY, they just want to get in close and personal, and then after it, just commit to the fight. In this case, you know, Benedetta up on Repo isn't too bad, but knowing his past history, he does lean on Yujong a little bit more. Unfortunately for him, it is going to be banned. But what is open on the table is going to be CC for Repo. And again, Team Hawk might not be that afraid of it if you think about the possibilities that Team Hawk can do, because whenever CC is in your face, now with the Matilda, you can get out to a safety. So Team Hawk does have a lot of mobility right now, but I feel like from RGMY, they are in a very, very difficult spot. But personally, based on the drafts I've seen from Team Hawk, I feel like a Melissa pick for Loleal isn't too bad, considering the fact that Team Hawk needs to get in your face time to time, and Melissa just pops one spell and everybody's just gotta watch Melissa go crazy.
Yeah, but then she's gonna die to Roger, so it really doesn't matter, right? It's not like Melissa's ult can actually get prevent you from getting knocked up by Matilda. It doesn't prevent the Lycan Pounce damage. It really just keeps Fredrin specifically away, and even then, you have to be very careful not to get hit by the middle of that Appraiser's Wrath so you don't get 100-0, right? Obviously, you have Rafaela to help you kind of reposition, so I think you can take advantage of that right now. RSG, this should be their EXP pick or their more... there we go. Brody gets locked in. Traditional matchup into the Roger. It's not if both players play it well, nothing should happen in that lane. It should pretty much just go even.
I think RG is in a situation they're just, you know, playing it as a safety net, right? Like, they want to ensure that Loleal doesn't get picked off too often. And in this case, having this Brody means that, oh, if Roger dives in with Lycan Pounce, it's okay. I'm just gonna boop. I'm gonna zip out of there and just get out of safety. So that's something that they are thinking about, but I'm more concerned of the damage output coming from RGMI, because think about this. Barat isn't exactly the strongest damage dealer in terms of dealing with 5 players, right? He's great early presence. Valentina isn't the greatest in late game. Brody isn't the greatest late game as well. So it seems like RG, they need to win their early to mid game so hard and just snowball from there.
Ooh, interesting. Nana and as well as Terizla. So they don't want to give over an artillery mage, but they are willing to give over the penalty zone as well as the Molina Blitz. That might be... it's scary to think about because right now, I think that in RSG's mind, they're going to be playing for gold lane all the time, right? The fact that they have the Rafaela on their side to be able to kind of help out with the laning phase, the Barat to actually control the early game, the Valentina once more, just to make sure that this mid lane is going to be not exactly the easiest matchup for the side of Team Hawk. Because again, it's double range versus double range. Rafaela has a little bit, has an easier way to actually sustain the lane with the help of the Valentina, but they have to target the same people, whether it be the Matilda or the Nana. Ideally, the Nana to break her passive early, but that's only if given the opportunity. RSG, they lock in the Paquito, they're ready to go to town.
Yeah, I like this, you know, because of the fact that I was expecting if they want to put the Barats in the XP lane. But considering they did double down with the Rafaela, they have no choice but to go around with the jungle. But again, with the Molina pick coming from Team Hawk, it is going to be able to disrupt the overall tempo. But personally, I feel like both these drafts have their individual win conditions, but I'm leaning more on Team Hawk just because of the fact that it's easier to execute compared to RSG and MY's composition.
Yeah, it is much easier to actually execute this composition, especially if they play with 4, this including Saken. They've got a lot of wombo combos to actually work out with, and Saken's going to be the big finisher at the end. The only thing that's really going to affect it is going to affect that plan is if the side lanes don't have a good time. So any mistake, all the supports that are going to be pushed in towards that gold side from RSG, it needs to count, whether to sandbag or to generate a kill.
Well, we're going to be starting things off for game 1 for today, the final day of week 4. It is going to be Team Hawk versus RSGMY.
Let's get into it. Back into the Land of Dawn once again. A high-stakes match here for RSG. A little less for Team Hawk, but at the very least, for them, if they get a 2-0, this is going to push them even higher up the bracket for playoffs.
Yeah, in this case, they do really want to hang on for their lives, right? Like we're talking about previous seasons, it's all about 8 stars, but this time it's 6. So making it a 6th place here is going to be very, very important, especially for RSGMY. But as we get starting things off, we do see middle lane, Noir and Lixia getting some serious damage from Storm. This is some serious harassment. They might actually get first blood. No, they popped the first passive from Lixia. What a very, very aggressive start from RSGMY, and it's actually paid off on them.
It's predictable, right? I already said it right at the draft. That's what they're trying to do. They want to make sure that this matchup is going to be a little tough, force them to recall, get an early push, and now Rafaela is unlocked from this lane while they're walking back to that mid lane to make sure that Loleal is going to take all the advantages. See, look, River Crab, all his. Don't have to worry about it. And Saken, he's just looking for an opportunity for Loleal's to make a mistake and maybe get a kill here. But ooh, even Loleal's going for the Master Assassin up against Saken with Weakness Finder. Nicely played by Saken, able to jump backwards before the stun. Okay, so this is a skill matchup now.
Yeah, this is pretty apparent where the fact that, you know, RGMY, they just want to let Loleal do his own thing, right? So having the Master Assassin is pretty good, but middle lane right now, Lixia, half HP again, getting a lot of pressure here. They're calling it with no-go. They force a flicker out of Noir. If Hit did not flicker there, but no-go might have gotten a solo kill. Meanwhile, Loleal is going to try to make a play like this as well. He's doing some serious damage. Saken's still debating if he wants to go in for the die, but it seems like both sides will respect this and recall and reset for this next turtle. 5 seconds left. Bottom lane, Repo still very far off from that 4, and Iris is almost a creep wave ahead of Repo right now. And this is going to be huge because once he gets his penalty zone, RGMY going to be in a little bit of a tough spot to actually contest this.
Let's not forget about the mid laners, right? Mid laners are able to walk out of that lane first, and Lexia, he ain't 4 just yet.
Yep, as of yet, Turtle coming in. Izanami going to be trying to zone them out. Repo going to get caught out of penalty zone as well. Iris starting to make work on the XP laners. Turtle gets resetted. Izanami going to be taking a little bit of damage, and is still holding on. He's going to try to catch and set up for the team, but Lexia doesn't have the ultimate yet. He's still waiting for the right moment to strike. He's going for a little bit off angle. They're all clumped up. Here comes the Daytonas. Welcome to catch Janus, but a big blitz coming from Lexia, dropping down low, but they need a finisher. Vinogo secures the turtle, but they can't seem to kill him off. Iris forced the flicker forward. He gets a double. Noir as well. Gonna try and drag them out, and they find Repo as well. Oh my goodness, Team Hawk. They may have lost the turtle, but it was Lexia that opened up the opportunity for Iris to clean the house.
Yep, nicely done, nicely done. They kind of forgot about Iris there after his ultimate, the penalty zone, right? They forget that his passive is so relevant in the earlier stages of the game. Izanami, he didn't land both of his Shadow Strikes, making it really difficult to take out Iris. But here we go, Lexia once again just receiving so much punishment, right? Izanami is making sure that this lane is so unplayable for him that he has to use the Molina Blitz, and now he's going to get a freeze towards his side of the, towards his tower. Lexia is going to lose out, what, 2-3 minions at this point? No, he has to stick around, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, Lexia, he's been punished so much by Izanami, and just one maneuver, it was just able to just turn the tides, and this is something that RSGMY technically shouldn't be losing out after securing the turtle, right?
Oh, he's going to lose the entire wave. He's going to lose the entire wave. Okay, he's already lost 2 minions. I'm seeing if he's going to be able to pick up the third. Okay, he manages to pick up the third, but he's still a full level down.
Oh, Izanami now going to be taunted out as well. Janus has to back out, but great Molina coming from Lexia, dropping Izanami half HP, but Izanami steals a Nana ultimate for himself. He's still, again, like you said, one level ahead. This is going to putting Lexia in a very awkward spot because RGMY, they're trying to rotate with Vinogo now.
They're trying to make sure that Vinogo is going to be very dominant for these neutral objectives, right? And that's good because Baratz, he's good in the earlier stages of the game. But look at him, he's barely taking any damage, and with the help of Storm, he basically has a brute force breastplate without having to actually purchase one.
Yeah, in this case, Izanami going to be trying to gauge the situation once again. Team Hawk still mirroring RSG MY, and they don't seem to be wanting to fight as well. Both sides still want to respectively, make sure that their late cores are going to be up in the level. But in this case, both Saken and Loleal. Loleal again in the driver's seat. RGMY, they're still a level ahead, and Team Hawk doesn't really want to jeopardize this right now. Iris getting zoned out. Repo going to go for the punch. They force the Matilda out as well. Turtle contest. Who gets it? It's going to be it's going to be Janus that takes it now with the turtle bomb. They turn the tides. They kill Vinogo, and they need to back out. Repo is zoning off Iris, but he needs to get out. He's dropping it out so low. But with a little bit of assistance, RSGMY, they don't seem to have the focus fire available.
I mean, considering everything that has happened here, I'm surprised that Saken wasn't able to get a little bit more. But RSGMY, they play it well, and I think Storm is starting to become a bit of a problem for the side of Team Hawk. The extra movement speed is really making the difference here. And let's not forget about the Holy Baptism to ensure that any kind of attempt to create a play is snuffed out very quickly.
Oh, Matilda with circling Eagle. They're going for the Loleal, but nope, the Holy Baptism stops the tempo. But do they overextend? Janus trying to go for the taunt. He catches only Izanami. Could not follow up. RSGMY, they get to disengage, but as of yet, Team Hawk, they're looking pretty strong right now.
Hey, man, what am I telling you? RCMY, they're just looking to snuff them out. They're trying to just play it as slow as possible, play towards their win conditions for as long as possible. And I think even though Team Hawk does have a bit of an edge here and there, they are the ones who need to proactively make these plays instead of RSGMY. And that's the big problem here, because for RSGMY, playing defensively is it's pretty simple, right? We just have to identify the engagements from Team Hawk.
Oh, no, Saken.
Oh, no!
Oh, wait, what? He went for like a power circling who comes in, but no, he made a mistake. It's gonna get punished for this. Oh my goodness. You can see instantly the taunts coming from Loleal. This is huge for RSGMY as they are gonna take a tier 1 up top for Loleals.
Yeah, this is rough for Saken. It looks like Roger doesn't really suit his overall playstyle. He likes scaling heroes. He likes heroes that are very focused upon their positioning. In a sense where you're not as forward, right? You're standing around mid to long range, and Saken, he has to transition between mid to close range, and that's really, really difficult. So the timing can be a little awkward here. Let's see. RSGMY now have unlocked Loleals out of this lane. I'm expecting RSG to start targeting tier 1s all across the map. Ideally mid-tier 1, but I think they're going to be starting on the bottom side.
Well, speaking of bottom side, Turtle going to be the objective right now. Janus, again, with the control, gets resetted once again. Repo looking for a flank. He is going to try and flank the back lines, but Iris now, he's going to get caught out. Penalty zone still available. Iris still holding it on, but the heals from Storm will force RSGMY to disengage. Iris going to be topping up his health, waiting for the moment to strike. Turtle, half HP again. Do they get the reset? Izanami trying to go for the poke. Yeah. And it is going to be the reset once again. But again, middle turret, some heavy fires. They're calling in Loleals. They are going to potentially take it away. But here comes the Circling Eagle from Noir. Trying to stall them away. But the turtle also going to be split off as well as they go in for the scuffle. Janus secures the turtle. But it's dropped down pretty low. RGMY also very low. But at the same time, where's Saken? Why didn't he commit? Everyone was so low. But with the heals coming from Rafaela, he says it's just not worth it.
I think because there's also a lot of peel, right? Keep in mind, Rippo is really annoying. Oh, wait.
Hold on. Going for the flank. He's looking for Lexia, but the turret still stands. Nope, he will not. Loleal is going to go down. Noir looking for the Circling Eagle. He is going to try and flicker away. Does he survive? No, he will not. Izanami catches him. And again, Lexia tried to make a play. Izanami dodges the last tick with the Purify.
Unfortunately, the Lethal Ignition wasn't enough to kill Izanami off. Very low on his HP, but I think Saken, as of right now, he needs to get his first 2 items before he really starts being relevant. Rippo going for the Brute Force Breastplate, second item here. Again, RCMY just playing for these turrets. Let's have a look at the full item list so far. Ah, interesting. He didn't want to go for Blade of Heptases. Instead, went straight into the Brute Force Breastplate so that maybe he can actually maneuver a little bit better. I think that's what this game is kind of all about, right? Being able to maneuver around your opponents, playing the footsies.
I was expecting maybe Reaper would have gotten the Fury Hammer and then transition to the War Axe Brute Force Breastplate just for that, like you said, the movement speed, right? But in this case, double down on damage. He just wants to go in one punch and get out. In this case, Team Hak, they are playing also very, very safe. And this is something that I'm not used to this composition, considering how RGMY should be having this barrage just going crazy. But Team Hak is dealing surprisingly well against Vinogo right now.
That's why it always boils down to the draft, right? They're playing around Loleals, they're playing around how good he is at taking down structures, and Vinogo is supposed to be the line in the sand that Team Hak cannot cross, right? And Team Hak, as of right now, all the plays that they've been made, it's not just Vinogo who's an issue, it's mainly Storm with that Holy Baptism, and Ripple. Both of them do a really good job at peeling the key dive members from Team Hak.
Well, Saken now tries to replicate what Loleal is doing. This tier 1 will still stand. RGMI denies them the goal and the space that Team Hak needs to actually rotate between maps. Lord is going to be on the bottom side with Nogo already in position. But again, Storm, getting topped up pretty low. Izanami trying to trade off Saken, but they can't seem to find a catch. No, no, he caught Linksa, he needs to get out now. They're going to go try and flicker a way out of this fight here. But fortunately for them, the RSGMY not in position to connect this, as they are going to try and reset this fight. They're pretty low, but they don't really want to give up Lord control for now, as Iris going to be from the side. Storm and Izanami going to be trying to cut off the flanks of Noir. Saken as well going to be found out. Janice goes in for the poke, but again, they're just backing out. They're just going for this push and pull effect.
They're tunnel visioning a little too hard here. Noir is able to keep Lexia topped up, but here we go.
Oh my goodness, Circling Eagle comes in. They are going to focus on Storm, but Storm, he survives! He's going to get out! It might be a disaster for Team Hak, but they still manage to find a pick. Saken is going to look for one. Repo going for the KO punch all the way through, but he can't seem to find the rest. Noir is down, but they trade a mage for a roamer. Lord in favor of Team Hak, but at the same time, they don't have the heals. But Saken, he's man fighting Repo.
Damn. Luckily he does have that brute force breastplate and is making sure that he's using that heavy left hand to get some crucial shields to survive Saken's overall burst. I think as of right now, RCMY are failing to recognize a couple of things. Number one, it's Team Hak are the one who are failing to recognize a couple of things. Number one, RCMY, they're playing for macro right now. I think they're not trying to push their advantages too hard. They're just playing for their win conditions and playing what this comp is designed for.
Down towards the final quarter, Vinogo gets a 3-man catch. Here comes the Daytona's welcome to try to stop them up. That Saken gets a kill on Vinogo. There's no jungler. Repo tries to turn the tides, but it doesn't matter. Janus will be able to shut him down. They focus on the Lord, and they get it as well. RSGMY finally makes the blunder.
Yeah, Vinogo, he ended up missing the spit on towards Iris, who was able to get a really good penalty zone there to ensure that both Vinogo and Rippo could not walk away from that situation. Storm only has so many resources, and I think RSGMY, they've kind of called it quits at this point. Now it's up to Team Hak. The momentum is on their side.
Yeah, and Iris now looking for the catch. Storm might be a little bit trouble. Janus looking for the taunt. Unfortunately, doesn't get it. Noir almost close to their Circling Eagle. Do they want to commit? Lord still pushing from their bottom side as well, but it seems like they just don't want to commit for now. They're just waiting for the timings here. In this case, top turret's gone, bottom turret's gone. RGMY is going to be forced to scramble and defend against all of this right now.
All the tier 2s will fall into the hands of Team Hak, and well, I mean, the gold lead that RGMY have been struggling to attain, Team Hak has doubled it on their side 12 minutes in.
Oh boy, RGMY, they may have out-macroed, but it just came down to one small mistake by Vinogo, which may or may not cost them the game. But as of yet, Team Hak still continue with their assault. It's not over yet. Penalty zone connects on 3. Looks good. Circling Eagle trying to chase on his way through. Can they burst Vinogo down? But they're diving back in the back line. The tier 3 still stands. They might be making a mistake. Saken finds one, but at what cost? They've lost too much. And now RSGMY will bounce back. What a dive. What an unnecessary dive from Team Hak. Flashy, but unnecessary.
I mean, the one who initiated the dive is still alive. Iris is still there. Rippo making sure that he's able to kind of split that fight in half, keeping the ones who dove deeper than they should have further in towards the inhibitor turrets compared to everybody else who was trying to get out, and Noir can only save one person at a time.
Unfortunate, right? Imagine the gliding wing able to just zip 5 guys instead.
No, that's too broken. That should be her ult at that point.
Well, isn't that kind of like a different version of the chips out?
I mean, as long as it's not global, right? If it's like for short distances, okay, I could see it like being kind of annoying, but if it's global present, then what's the point of having so many heroes, right? If they all do the exact same thing.
True. But at the same time, Team Hawk, they may have thrown their lead a little bit too much, but again, it's a good news for RGMY, right? They were able to equalize this because of one mistake. But of course, right now, the biggest playmaker that RGMY needs right now is gotta be Loleal, because think about this. He is the marksman, he's got 0-0-6. He hasn't gotten a single kill, and this is a problem because technically, he should be dealing more damage than expected.
I mean, he is dealing more damage than expected. The main issue is that Team Hawk they've caught Matilda. Like, what are you supposed to do against it? Flask of the Oasis on top of the favor, just being the overall blessing of choice here, and it's just difficult to kind of cut through everybody, especially if they're getting lower and lower. Every single time she does use the guiding winds, she's going to be healing somebody back up. So now, at this point of time, right, RGMY need to identify who are the main targets that we need to punish, right? When they are on the offense. On the defense, it's pretty simple, right? You want to make sure that Janice as well as Iris is separated, or ideally if they can catch Saken on when he's trying to go for his finishing Lycan pounce move. I think that RGMY Storm, he's got a very difficult job. I think he has a very stressful job.
No, Vinogo forced to use the Daytona's welcome defensively to get out. Meanwhile, Repo still clearing the minions so far. He is the lowest damage dealt character in this game thus far, and he's been playing so much macro game, and Team Hawk are starting to get a little bit tunnel vision because of that. And it's going to be a problem eventually, but again, Repo still hasn't found that flank angle at all. He's going to try it this time, but Team Hawk will scouting out, shoving back. Lord again, the Lord dance continues. Janos dropping down half HP. Still has the Appraiser's Wrath. Vinogo debating wants to gobble him or not.
No, he doesn't have his ult. He doesn't have his ult, and RGMY are waiting for it. That's why we're seeing this Lord dance happen right now. Bot side is a slow push in favor of Team Hawk, so right now RGMY, they need to respond to this. Rippo is going to go down to clear it up, but that's why you see Iris on this side. He's also got a slow push on top, so now Team Hawk having a very clear advantage here over RSGMY. If they walk up too far, that's when you see Iris snap.
No, Vinogo, don't do it. He's level 15, you're 14, you're not done yet, but seems like they will try to make an attempt. The Donuts welcome trying to catch Matilda, but it was a fake out by Noir. Big ultimate being cancelled out, but fortunately for him, he just got his 15, so Retry battle is going to be available. Janus looking for the fight, but at the same time, behind Repo, still looking for the punch, but nah, he's not going to go for his wall. Lord, 2 bars left. Vinogo still looking for the catch. Janus gonna be a little bit of trouble. Do they go for the commit as well? But Iris, penalty zones Loleal, instant purify. Vinogo gets bursted down. Saken gets the kill. And now Iris might be the next to fall, but the heals from Noir is gonna keep him alive. He survives. Repo has to flicker out. They need to get out, and Storm will top him out to disengage. And Team Hawk versus RSGMY, a 1-for-1 trade, but it's only Vinogo that falls. Team Hawk will survive. Final 2 bar once again. RGMI gonna make another attempt. They found Iris preemptively, but he survives. Molina is gonna be cancelled out as well. Janus is gonna be left hanging. No jungler for Team Hawk, and they are scrambling. They need to get out. The heals from this Rafaela a little bit too hard to handle. Lord might be resetted, and if he's resetted, it's good for Hawk. But again, the health, it's so low. They need to be patient.
No, they can't do this. Team Hawk, they just have to give this up. They're going to lose an inhibitor for nothing.
Oh, Izanami does have the circling eagle. Repo looking for the flank. Oh, can't seem to get a combo off, but he will find Iris. Does have the immortality, but Iris, can he get out? He's going to go for the penalties, but where's the follow-up? The Molina comes in, but there's no damage. There is no damage at all.
Man, this is disappointing. This is disappointing to see here. Fundamentals are just slipping away for both of these teams, and I think RSGMY were able to be very attentive to the situation itself. I think that mechanical mistakes happening from RSGMY side is not as bad compared to Team Hawk, kind of like holding on to the momentum and then forgetting about what else is going on across the map. They just remembered, hey, top side and bottom side was pushing, Rippo needed to go over, now let's look for an opportunity to bait out Vinogo's ult. We got that, now what? And unfortunately, I think that Team Hawk missed a big window of opportunity, and with this being said, RGMY, they should get at least 2 inhibitor turrets, ideally all of them.
Yeah, an inhibitor will fall in the middle turret here. Saken going to try and clear off the bottom lane. They don't really have much of a choice here. Nogo does have a Titonas Nogo. They have Lord Repo looking for the KO punch. Connects on Iris, but needs to get out. Circling Eagle connects on Tree. Huge! And they are going for a stun as well, but no, look at this. But Nogo with the Winter Trunket is going to buy time, but is not going to be able to react to this, and that's going to be a kill in the hands of Team Hawk. They managed to defend against this, but can they get more? Noir trying to set things up. Does not have the circling ego. Need to get out. But Loleal, he might be able to find Noir. Does he have the torn apart memories? Nope, he's not going to cast it.
Man, that Flask of Oasis plus Guiding Windshield is gigantic. Unless Loleal has his ult, I don't think he can burst people down reliably. And even then, he still needs to stack his passive on the correct targets. Either way, this is still good for RSGMY, even though they did forget a little bit about, Lexia and how much raw damage that he actually has right now. 4 items already built, and I think final item, if he really wants to greed out, he could go for a Holy Crystal, because when I look around, I only see 3 Athena shields. He's already got the Divine Glaive on top of it all, so I think he can consistently proc the Athena shield and then go for the big one-shot with the Molina Blitz.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, it's interesting to see Noir actually opting to go for the Necklace of Durance to kind of compensate with the healings coming from Rafaela, but I don't think Noir is able to utilize it as effectively compared to what Lexia is going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, I would have expected Lexia to actually go for the Necklace of Durance, but it's fine, yeah. As long as somebody has it, right, and you're applying it to key targets, if Noir is able to just get his Circling Eagle off on multiple targets, I think that would be the most ideal situation. Regardless, 40 seconds until the next upcoming Lord with 2 mid as well as top inhibitors already gone. Storm somehow opening up the map without getting punished.
Yeah, that's a Purify pretty much expended for now. They forced Lexia's ultimate, so I think it's still kind of big W for Team Hawks out there.
He's just cleaning the water. He's just cleaning the water. Make some holy water, baby. That's why they call it holy baptism.
But of course, RGMY in a situation where again they are in the driver's seat, and again, the entire game, Repo hasn't been joining the necessary fights because of his macro play, right? A lot of this lanes has been shoved into a Team Hawk's face, and it's starting to get a little bit annoying here. Team Hawk, they're finally reacting with Saken, but is it going to be enough? Because right now, middle lane, Lexia going to be caught out. He's going to be forced to flicker out. Misses the Molina, gets completely shut down. Now, no Lexia available. Daytona's Welcome will catch on for Iris. He needs to get out. He does not have the penalty zone, but the gliding wind will zip him out to safety. The next target here is going to be Saken. Janus will gladly have to trade his life for this, and it's going to be a 3v5. RSGMY finds the opportunity. They punish this, and now with the Holy Baptism as well, they will catch Iris. Does he have to win the Trunket? No, yep, he does. He will buy a little bit more time, but can they clear the minions? Is not good enough. The damage is too strong. Double kill for Loleal, and RSGMY takes Game 1 against Team Hawk.
Nicely done for RSGMY. They just made less overall mistakes, right? Macro-wise, they're looking sound. The decisions that they are making are good. Split-second decisions also are looking good. It's just the execution which causes a lot of troubles throughout the game, making it very flip-floppy when we look at the goal graph later down the line. Team Hawk, on the other hand, man, they gotta stop tunnel visioning. They need to open up their minds and keep it open for as long as possible, especially during these Lord dances.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough match here, considering how close they were to getting victory. It came down to simple mistakes, but RSGMY was the one that comes up on top, macroly. In this case, very, very nice catch, considering the fact that, it was Repo that was forcing Team Hawk multiple times to kind of diverge and split off throughout all these fights. And because of this small little crack, RGMY, they found it, they cracked it open.
I think, both sides, they understand what the macro needs to look like. The execution, a little bit different. I think that Team Hawk, when they make a very clear decision on what they want to do, it looks much better compared to when it's that back and forth, or especially during these Lord fights where it's super extended and the state of the game changes alongside with minion wave management, right? I think that is one of the key things that Team Hawk has kind of let slip through the cracks past 12 minutes.
Yeah, and of course, based on this match as well, let's take a look at the MVP of that match. And who is it going to be here coming from RGMY? It's going to be none other than Storm himself. The Rafaela has been on point with those heals and outmaneuverabilities. And again, the Holy Baptisms to stop the initial follow-ups from Team Hawk. This is the guy, he's the leader, he's the MVP.
He's looking good. 2, 1, and 12. A great score line for Rafaela. Making sure that, again, going for the impure rage instead of going for, quantum charge to kind of walk in and out of the fights. He knew exactly what he needed to do with Izanami in that mid lane. Look to dominate, look to focus down on one key target, and that is that Nana on Lexia. And if they can break that passive early and force an early recall, they've got the early game down. However, keep in mind, Storm, his hero pool is far larger than just the Rafaela and as well as Enchanter style mages. I'm waiting for RSG to play a little bit more of a snowball heavy composition, considering that this is a very, very safe composition that they've played multiple times overall. Yes, it has changed with the types of tank junglers, like now that Barats is a little bit more relevant in the meta, that's going to be your main frontliner and itemization in previous patches. But in previous seasons, they played very similar comps.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Storm, right? Like this season, his by far his best performance thus far. He's played multiple heroes here. He's played the Croc, he's played the Guinevere. He's had a lot of success with it. However, what really surprises me is that he was willing to take a backseat and say like, hey, because we've got this Barats, I'm willing to take this Rafaela, and it actually kind of worked out. But what really surprises me is that Team Hawk, they had the Matilda, right? Technically, it's a hero where you are going to be relying a lot of kiting or even a lot of poking in terms of team fights, but every single time the Lord Dance happens, it's not happening. It feels like they're trying to mirror what Storm is doing, and technically, in terms of Enchanter, Matilda isn't exactly the best healer compared to Rafaela.
Yes, it is not the best healer in comparison to Rafaela. I still think it's strong, and I think that the final fight really just came down to Lexia finally making a mistake, right? It took him 20 minutes to finally make an actual mistake, which costed them the game. Saken going for the common emblem and a bit of a stranger build, right? He's doubling down on the damage, but doesn't have the attack speed to compensate. And I think he really felt it in this game. He felt, despite being able to finding like 6 kills throughout the entire game and also dealing the highest amount of damage, he is staying in human form a majority of the time. And only when somebody is like, not even 50%, they've got to be 20% and below, arguably even 10% to guarantee a kill, because Storm just keeps everybody alive for way too long.
Yeah, at the same time as well, again, the initial burst, right? Like, especially when Lexia whiffs his ultimate all the way through, who else can chunk through all this damage? Because Team Hawk, they've got a composition designed for wombo combo, and again, RSGMY just doesn't give it to them. And it's annoying. And look at this, the damage dealt so far pretty much comes from Saken, and even though Lexia, quote-unquote, has the stronger wombo combo, Izanami has been doing some serious damage throughout these fights. And it's annoying. He's just extremely annoying as a Valentina. He's so mobile.
And at this point, in this current meta, I feel like Purifies are far more valuable than Flickers at this stage, right? Unless you're an absolute mechanical beast, then maybe consider Flicker, but most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, Purify is just going to be the better battle spell. Like, so much CC, so much peel on the side of RSGMY. I understand why it's difficult for Saken to get in on these fights, but I definitely think that he could have dominated that lane a lot more had he just gone for the traditional Assassin emblem and then looked to build into, like, first item Wind Talker into endless battle, guaranteed to get a first blood on Loleals. A lot of those small margins in lane could have been taken advantage of had he just switched it up.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, that's pretty much the damage dealt so far. I want to see who was the meat shield, because in terms of meat shield wise, I feel like when it comes to soaking up damage, technically Iris is the one that soaks the most amount of damage coming from Team Hawk, right? Like, I feel like he has done a lot. Okay, I was right. He's been doing so much work in the front lines, doing what Janus is supposed to be doing in all these team fights to start the fights. Whereas from RG's side, Repo hasn't been joining the fights too much because he's so busy splitting out the map. And every single time he does that, Team Hawk was put in a spot where, do I commit to the Lord or do I just respect it and back off? Because lanes are just shoved in their base.
Well, Rippo's job is not to engage. His job is to peel, right? He is looking for opportunities, to, especially since his build was dedicated to damage, right? He is looking to finish off people like Lexia. He's trying to make sure that Saken struggles to find an angle in on this fight. He's trying to make sure that Noir, if he pulls somebody back up, Rippo is there to push them back into the fight, right? I think that it's not really Janus's fault in this case, because if you, as a jungler, your most valuable resource is your retribution. It guarantees neutral objectives. So therefore, Iris is the one who needs to throw his body first and bait out all the big spells, right? Spells such as the Holy Baptism, for an example, which Storm, might I add, despite getting engaged on by Iris, is still able to find the angle to catch both Janice and Iris within the Holy Baptism, making it very difficult for Team Hawk to actually take space and cross that picket fence.
Yeah, it's just the Purify, man. Like, Team Hawk is in a situation where they've got so much abilities that can't be cancelled by the Purify. In this case, Noir popping the Circling Eagle, you know, may not be the best situation to bait it out. And even if he does, he is going to be caught out. In this case, Janice, Iris, they trying to go for the setup wombo combo, but again, like you said, Purify just completely walks out of it. And once they commit, they just can't do anything. And even here, total healing here, I was expecting maybe a little bit more favor towards Storm's side, but Noir is able to match up in terms of healing here. Is it because of the Necklace of Durance? Like the magic power increase for him is his heals?
Yes and no. Yes and no, right? I think that at the end of the day, Noir is still able to get a good chunk of heal, able to heal his party members pretty heftily, especially if it's single target, right? Storm, on the other hand, he can heal multiple people at once, but generally, you get a majority of that healing from the passive of the Roam Boots. So at the end of the day, I still think that it's basically the exact same thing. They just bring two different styles to the table. For now, I think that if anything, Team Hawk need to kind of change up their hero picks, because it really feels that Saken is uncomfortable and is unable to do what he's designed to do in the lane itself. And I think that their game plan, their macro game plan is totally fine, right? They're looking, you can definitely see the idea of the composition. And yes, it is easier to execute. However, if they keep on tunnel visioning like they did before, people like Lexia don't get to play the game.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to this situation, I feel like the stats coming in, it is going to be the rich guy from Saken. He's been trying his best to farm his way through, but again, the damage dealing is still lacking here. Loleal is able to poke these team fights very, very safely from a distance, whereas from Saken, once he goes all in, it's hard to get out. And this is a big problem for Team Hawk to face. Technically, I said that they had an easier comp to pull off, but RGMY just played it a little bit better in terms of overall macro skill. And of course, best wingman's gotta be Snowman. It's crazy to see how one Rafaela is just such a annoying menace that Team Hawk just can't overcome with.
Yeah, but that being said, Matilda now losing its 100% win rate overall. It has 100% presence in the draft, whether picked or banned, but now that's kind of ruined here. A little sad that Team Hawk had to be the one to take that hit. At the end of the day, I think, when we look at this game and really quantify what exactly happened, these neutral fights were the most important part of the game, right? That was RSGMY's entire plan. We play for neutrals, make sure that we can unlock Loleals outside of his lane when those neutrals are down, start farming tier 1 turns, and then we're going to try and snowball that lead out of control. Team Hawk, on the other hand, yes, we also want to play for neutrals. You can see that Iris is looking for these big engages. However, if you want to make these big engages happen, you need Lexia to be in position, and that's where RSGMY had the edge from a draft standpoint, right? Storm as well as Izanami are playing extremely well. Izanami very patient with his battle spell, Purify, and he's also extremely patient with the ults that he actually steals.
Yeah, I think this was the biggest troll that Team Hawk kind of executed as well. They had the upper advantage here. They had no reason to actually die towards the back lines, and because of this overextended fight, Saken was no choice to commit to this fight, and because of that, it gave away the tempo or the momentum they needed to actually close out the game to actually stop RGMY. And this was a very, very huge blunder, or in this case, a mistake by Iris, that which may have cost Team Hawk's victory in this regard. So they might need to actually reset from their mistakes, and then hopefully going into game 2, they are going to do a little bit better from this.
I disagree. I don't think that was a mistake. I think they wanted to guarantee the inhibitor turret, and it was a pretty good engage. I think that the mistake actually came from Noir deciding to go for the circling eagle so deep into enemy territory, and it kind of baited Saken to actually go with him, right? So he takes it, follows it along, when really they should be holding on to the circling eagle, and more importantly, that guiding wind to pull the members out, especially for Iris. Like Iris, he took the guiding wind, and then all of a sudden Saken is like, wait, well, where was my airlines?
Makes sense. Cause in my mind, the way I saw is that the Lord hasn't hit the tier 3 yet, and he dropped the penalty zone. I was like, why? Just wait for the Lord and then drop it. Why would you commit to a fight and allow space for RGMY to kill you off and then focus on the Lord later on? So I can see where you're getting at as well. And of course, it might be a miscommunication because, when Iris goes, I go. And that's what pretty much a little bit mistakes from Noir end as well. So I guess, again, like we said, miscommunication on that small window, which cost them the fight.
I think, at the end of the day, battle spells are such a big, valuable resource, especially if your composition is designed around big combos that have crowd control in them. And I think, Team Hawk, they definitely have some really good ideas here. It's just the execution just didn't look as good in comparison to RSG MY overall. Now, if this fight continues to go on, I think they definitely have to worry about footsies. And speaking of footsies, KOF is back, guys.
Yep, and in this case, we did see a little bit of skins here coming from Repo playing just now. Of course, there is new challenges for the King of Fighters, the highly anticipated new characters of MLBB. The King of Fighters 97 collaborations are now unveiled, and the collab schemes will arrive on the 24th of April. And of course, it's already arrived. Popular characters such as the Valir Kyo Kusanagi, the Masha Mai Shiranui, and Pakido Terry Bogart will bring their unique fighting techniques to the Land of Dawn for an ultimate showdown. So again, I love the skins. Here's a little bit of fun fact about the Terry Bogart skin. If you do not realize this, it's a very, very slight glimmer, okay? If you've played the King of Fighters from the 97, and if they are powered up, they are glowing.
Yep.
So if you pay attention to Terry Bogart in particular, he walks around when he has that charge out form, he is actually blinking. And it's pretty cool. I like it.
I particularly like that as well. I do think that it was kind of a nice touch, but I would have hoped that when he goes for that champion stance jab, that he has the star on top of that. That would have been an extremely nice touch. Something to consider for the upcoming KOF skins, right? Now, before we get into the upcoming draft, I think, especially from the coach's standpoint, from a Team Hawk side, yes, it felt like, it's almost an auto win once we get Matilda, right? But I think they should start letting through that Angela on a purpose, because even RSGMY are kind of like, Angela's kind of nice though.
Yeah, I feel like it is definitely nice. But of course, at the same time, let's take a look at the WhatsApp call, because I'm pretty sure RSGMY, they are very happy about this, because as of now, here's a message from Nexia. Who else on the team can make the call? Obviously, for objective is Janice, and for the power spikes, mostly Saken because he plays marksman. For setup is Noir, and we will together confirm the execution. Okay, so this is for Team Hawk, and Lexia has pretty much ratted out their entire team strategy.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with... Honestly, there's nothing wrong with this, because that doesn't really dictate what the strategy is supposed to be at the end of the day.
Okay.
He's just talking about, like, members who are like, by the way, I do this one thing alongside of playing my lane. And Saken's like, I'm strong now. I'm pretty sure that's the call. I'm pretty sure he's like, guys, well, I'm checking your items. You're strong at this time. You're strong at this time. He's like, we're strong. Let's fight. And then Noir is like, yes, setup done.
Well, that's what happened with just now with the penalty zone. I'm sorry, man, but Team Hawk, they've got to wrap this up. But for now, RSGMY, they are in the driver's seat. They are one game away from trying to get out of the 8th place. So if they get the clean 2-0 here, RSGMY has finally gotten a victory that they have been yearning for quite some time.
Let's see whether they are able to pull that off now that they're on the blue side for first pick. Team Hawk opting to go for the red side this time around. They banned out the Angela and the Matilda. I definitely think they should just leave the Angela. Leave the Angela, let RSG pick it up, and then force it onto Izanami specifically. Now, RSG, they ban out the Masha, they ban out the Farmers, and they ban out the Chip. Very atypical bans from both sides so far.
Yeah, and speaking of the ban so far, again, Team Hawk, I'm really surprised they're still doubling down on that Angela pickup, but this time they just don't want to give the Matilda away. And even with the Matilda in Team Hawk's hand, technically it was a 100% win rate must pick, and this is the first game it's lost, and it feels bad, man.
Feels kind of bad. Does RSG want to go for first pick Harith on this one? Doesn't really it doesn't really matter for Loleal whether he gets Roger or he does get the Harith. He's capable of playing both, but instead... Oh, yep. Make Saken uncomfortable. Make him real uncomfortable. Play the Roger one more time.
Ever since the new patch coming in, and like before even this most recent patch, Harith has been, showing up in a lot of games so far. But with this recent patch, it pretty much solidifies how Harith is going to be played because of those Blood Wings, right? And well, of course, there's the backswing, there's the smoothness of his skill, he gets shield, yada yada, but Harith is just kind of strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's even stronger than he was previously, right? And I think as of right now, I mean,
Defensive
I'm not.
items getting nerfed pretty hard as well.
I mean, no, that's not the thing. I'm just talking about like the matchup right now, right? Because I'm losing faith. I've lost a little bit of faith in Saken, in specifically Saken's Roger. I don't think he's a bad player. I think if he plays Clint, he's totally fine, right? He knows what he has to do, but it's clearly shown that he is uncomfortable playing this Roger, and he hasn't fully like gotten the 100%. What do they call it? 100% mastery of the hero itself.
Okay. I see where you're getting as well. So far, the only one that I feel like has had that kind of mastery is got to be SRG, right?
That's. I mean, we've got some nasty Roger players out there. I would even say like Chibi is pretty nasty at the Roger, even though he's a jungler. To be fair,
well,
Nets as well.
I think Shiku is undeniably the best Roger in the world.
Oh, please, we haven't seen him do it just yet. We haven't seen him play. Until I see him play it, that's when I'm gonna be more than happy.
We've seen him play a few years back.
It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. But Team Hawk gonna be picking up the Barats on their side, and RSG MY locked in the Fergin as well as the Valentina. Looks like there's a bit of a paradigm shift in terms of who's getting what in terms of the jungle.
I think that's the thing about Arlott, right? Like, Arlott is pretty much banned in first game, but this is a very comfortable pick for both Iris as well as Repo. And I've been bringing this up, especially the first 2 weeks. And it's funny that Team Hawk didn't exactly bring it for Iris until now. But again, things may a little bit change here because we have seen Iris kind of be flexed to play the Barats a little bit more in the earlier weeks of the season. But this time, with the new patch here, just maybe Janus is going to be forced to play it, and he finally gets to play his Arlott.
I mean, I think that Iris is okay on the Arlott. I think it's more of a denial for specifically Storm, because that man is disgusting as an Arlott roam. Like, he really should not have access to that in any situation. Team Hawk, they're going to be locking Saken in on the Roger once again. I am a little bit worried, but this is his time to prove himself. If he can beat the Harith, if he knows this matchup well, right? He plays Harith, he knows it inside and out. With the Roger being on the opposite end against this Harith, I'm really hoping that he's got a better build in mind.
Yeah, I think right now, Team Hawk is still doubling down for the fact that RNG Boy still leans on for those healing compositions. But personally, I feel like Storm excels when he is playing on his Grok or Guinevere's. In this case, if he goes for a Grok, it isn't too bad to actually just, mess with Barat's usual rotations.
And Grok is incredibly good here. I think there needs to be one extra reason to bring the Grok. It's not. I mean, Grok doesn't really do much to specifically like Barats as well as Rogers, right? Yes, you can interact them in a specific way, but there's nothing that is like a hard counter. And I think as of right now, if you bring the Grok, you're only bringing it because you're expecting Arlott to actually go into the support position. So that's like the only reason why you would like first pick it straight away. But let's see whether the second half of the bans is going to give us a rough idea of where they're going to be leaning towards, right? Because RSG, they're banning out the Loy Yi once more. We're seeing Team Hawk, they're getting rid of the Florin. Okay, sure. All the Enchanter style mages are generally out of the pool. There's still Diggy if you want to get rid of that as well, but I think there are bigger problems at hand to actually worry about. And maybe Iris is going to have a higher mobility hero instead of just the hard engage from the Drizzler.
I think Diggy isn't too bad for RG if they decide to go for it. Like, give more shields for the Harith, even though it's already unnecessary. But again, it's great for dealing with the Daytona's welcome. It's great for dealing for the final stash combo stunts coming from Arlott.
But it's not enough of a reason.
Yeah, for now it's not enough yet. But I feel like Team Hawk, they're just trying to shut down Storm's hero pool, but force him into a situation where he's forced to play maybe the Grok, maybe even the Guinevere, or even the Kaja, which we did see yesterday. Unfortunately, not good success at all.
Okay, we see the Edith get banned out here. I like where RSG MY's head is at currently. Team Hawk, now there's not a lot of options. They want this Arlott to they want specifically this Arlott to go into the support position, and then they have an opportunity. I don't think Team Hawk is going to give it to them just yet. I think this should be their mid lane pick. There's a lot of mid lane picks to go, but what ult are you willing to give up to this Valentina? The Melina Blitz could be a bit of an issue. Generally, you need something to kind of keep this Harith at bay. Artillery mages like real world manipulation sounds like a good idea, but at the same time, you're a sitting duck.
They need something to deal with both the Harith and Valentina right now. Both very, very agile. Going for an artillery mage for Lexia is going to be very, very difficult. And so far,
like Nana again, right? But then we saw what happened previously. Oh,
the Odette was banned in the previous game, but so far 100% win rate. And I actually like this because if RSGMY comes in and not disrupt this Odette is just completely gonna destroy RSGMY. But of course, they've got Terrify, you've got Taunt. Still a very, very difficult feat to pull off for Lixia in particular.
I think now is a pretty good time for Diggy, to be fair. I think now you have more than enough reason to be like, actually, Diggy's kind of sick here.
Just disengage, get out of safety.
Yeah, just get the heck out of here. Odette, like, Arla goes with a cool final slash. Barats is trying to lock down one person to spit back into the Odette Swan Song, and RSG is just like, Time Journey, you guys having fun? We're having fun.
Do they go for it though?
They go for it. No. This is fine because as long as you have a knock up, you're able to cancel out that Swan Song. But specifically, you gotta land that wild charge. It's not as easy as Farcel where it's like, oh yeah, I just use my Guardian's Barrier and I cancel out your ult. No, he has to commit to the wild charge to make it happen.
I think this is a issue for RGMY, right? Because of the fact that the Swan Song does have that additional dash as well, which technically wasn't there in like a long time ago, but because of that, and if you pair it up with the flicker, means that this Swan Song is able to be extended.
Wait, hold on. Valentina, I was happy with Grok so much that I kind of bypassed what the other pick was. Nana is still is there. Nana is there, by the way.
Is this is a roam Valentina, right? Wait, huh?
Wait,
this is a roam. So it's a roam Valentina. Wait, now that you mentioned it, what? They're going for a double mage?
They are going for a double mage. This one's kind of interesting. What an interesting composition. Let me think about this for a little bit. Let's see the full lineups here. And now that we have a good, rough understanding, looks like Storm is going to be the one bringing the Valentina into the roam spot. This is unexpected, to be perfectly honest, right? What exactly? I guess Storm wants to be able to steal the final slash to make things actually happen across the map. I don't know if he has the base stats to make it work, though.
Well, this is going to be a lot of question marks here coming from both sides because both sides flexing up the roles, trying something new. We are going to witness it right now unfolding in game number 2. This is going to be Team Hawk versus RSGMY to kick things off.
So many questions that need to be answered. Is Saken this time on this Roger able to actually handle himself and create an advantage against Loleals in that gold lane? Other than that, it's just, man, how the heck are they going to be playing Valentina in the earlier stages of the game? Because if I am in Arlet's position, I am walking up to Valentina. It's like, what are you going to do at level 1? You literally don't have any counterplay to me.
No, I'm not going to lie. I was pretty sure that this might be an Iris Arlet, but no, it's actually Noir playing the Arlet.
Yeah, man, Noir, he got chunked out. It looks like he might have shown his face a little too soon. Izanami and Storm are nasty in lane. Second time forcing an early recall from Team Hawk.
I feel bad for Lixia. 2 games in a row, and now they're going to try and secure the Wanderer. Doesn't even get it. Oh, boy. They even called Repo in for the block as well. Feels bad.
This is going well. This is going very, very well for the side of RSGMY. Looking at their emblems. Here we go. Saken, come on.
Ooh, they forced the Purify as well. Team Hawk gonna be, about replying a little bit here. They may be losing Lixia in the middle lane, but on the side lanes, it seems like they're doing pretty okay. Iris losing the Firaga armor. He's gonna be committed as well. They forced the Flicker, even the Appraiser's wrap up with no-go to try and get the kill. A little bit not... okay, wait, hold on. Storm is gonna catch Iris as well because as of yet, Iris now in a lot of trouble. The Fire Stick's not gonna be able to drag them into the turret. Noir is gonna try and salvage the fight, but the turret is not hitting him at all.
Nicely played by RSGMY. Storm, not bad, not bad. He's making sure that he can deny recalls with the Shadow Strikes, or sometimes just by walking up. His presence alone is starting to make Team Hawk a little uncomfortable. They don't know if he's going to dash early or if he's going to dash later, but it doesn't mean that Team Hawk is out of the waters just yet. Remember, they are the ones who are losing this lead, but it's still going back and forth, and nothing substantial just yet.
He's just extremely annoying at this point. Technically, he doesn't do a lot of damage, but he is annoying with those Terrifies and it's very, very nimble. But now, with the wall charge coming in, Repo gonna be trying to way through. Great fight coming from Janus to deny the retribution. Now they're gonna force the fight under Vinogo. Appraiser's Wrath comes in, Lixia with the Swan Song, gets the full combo in. Nobody to cancel. RSGMY dropped all their spells to try and save Benogo.
Oh, he can win this!
But it's not going to be good enough. But Saken now looking for a 1v1 fight. But Loleal!
Outplayed.
Loleal! He outplays him.
Outplayed in that situation. Unfortunate. Down to the wire. Down to the wire. Saken has got to respect Loleal's space when he drops down that Zamfus. Oh, what a final slash!
What is that catch? Izanami still somehow survives. Noir flickers forward, trying to get a kill as well. Storm with the stolen Swan Song, but Izanami holds on. Noir now needs to get out of safety. They're calling in Janus to help him out. He's going to be A-okay, but Storm again, look at him. So darn annoying.
He's making sure he's just peeling them away. He knows that Team Hawk is the one that needs to find these engages, look for these pickoffs to try to make this combination with Odette actually valuable. Because if it was up to RSGMY, they're never walking up to Team Hawk unless necessary.
Oh, another attempt once again. Izanami this time with the flicker. Noir, a second attempt with the final slash. And again, Izanami wants to recall back Janus. Try and steal the creep waves away. Benogo one level behind. This time, Team Hawk has a very, very apparent lead in early game. But Swan Song comes in, Storm instantly deleted. Lexia finds the perfect two-man catch. Almost catching Izanami. That's going to be huge, but Team Hawk, they are going to try and jabber down to the gold plating, but no, they're actually giving the gold plating away. Not worth it. They want to dive on the Loleals, and Loleals knows what's up. He's going to back out.
Yes. First item, Wind Talker, so that you have priority over the lane. Nice adjustment coming in from Saken's side. You have your free gold. This is what you want. Dodge away. 40 gold. Okay, sure. We'll call in the squad later on after this turtle. 4 seconds more, and as of right now, it looks like the control still falls into the hands of Team Hawk in terms of priority, right? But when they get closer to these fights, let's see. Storm, is he going to get the Swan Song?
Yeah, he's going to hide for now. Lixia hasn't shown himself way, but Storm gets the Firaga, the Insanity instead. But Noir flickers forward with Insanity, catches two, gets taunted up. So no follow-up coming in from Team Hawk. But again, Lixia is going to get caught out. He's finding problems with Swan Song, but he gets the full combo, but he won't trade with Storm. It's going to be the RSGMY that comes up on top, but the turtle still in the hands of Team Hawk.
I think this is worthwhile. This is actually worthwhile. Trading Lexia for Vinogo, it just means that Janus is going to be like 2 levels ahead of Vinogo by the end of 8 minutes, right? Assuming that the momentum still is on their side. Considering that both Lexia as well as Noir were a level ahead. Izanami getting trunked out and especially losing a majority of his resources, his passive, his flicker even because of Noir early on. That is going to even out in terms of EXP, but it doesn't change that fact, right? Stoem, still, he is looking for these big opportunities for the IMU to steal away that Swan Song, and Lexia is hyper aware of that.
Yeah, that's something that I think, kind of messed Storm up a little bit, right? He has two choices. Either go for the Iris ult, or does he go for Lexia's ult? But either or, it's still a good ultimate for him, considering the fact that the last Insanity still kind of scales with magic power a little bit. So that's going to be a little bit of a plus side with Storm for now. But again, despite the utilities they have, they need somebody in the front lines. Now Storm, he is going to take some significant amount of damage. Can he sustain this? They're calling in Janus going for the finish, but guess what? Noir will get the solo pickoff instead. Doesn't need his teammates.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Now, the dive onto Loleals.
Oh, Conceal comes in. Loleals, he needs to get out there. Examine force. They pop into Swan Song. Lixia with the flicker. Izanami tried to cancel the Melina, but a little bit too late. The damage has been done. Team Hawk goes in, heads, butts in. They get 3 and get out.
Okay. Successful dive. They're also going to get the tier 1 down bot side. 16 more seconds, so it's perfectly timed as well. Top side, they're also going to get another turret here. Just look at RSGMY. Well, what is Rippo doing here in the mid lane? There's no point. He's missing. He is losing, sacrificing a tower even just to show up.
This is not good. Like, considering how well Repo has been playing Game 1, macroly Game 2, he feels like he's struggling here. Might be a little bit uncomfortable. I'm curious to see whether or not is it going to be a damage grok or is it a full tank grok on Repo?
We'll see the items in a little bit, but right now what Rippo needs to do is to take full control over his lane and get in front of Janus. Do not let Janus get a free Daytona's welcome onto Vinogo. You can block it with your passive alone, so I don't understand why he's not showing his face a little bit more often. The only person that you don't want to face check is Iris, and I think that's about it, right? Lexia pops the Swan Song, you just wall charge out of there, and you're trading ult for ult. One a lot more impactful than the other.
But so far, Izanami hasn't been able to find the perfect Molina setup for now. They're keeping them alive. Loleals has been a menace to work with for Saken, but as of yet, getting a kill on him pretty much puts Team Hawk in a situation where they can force a fight. Now, the bonus welcome comes in, they catch on with no goal, but the two-man wall charge comes in. They pull them back, Storm with the steal here, but where's the damage? Where's the follow-up? They need to back out. Where's the Swan Song as well? Loleal is going to be there. The pop is Zaman Force, and they weren't able to turn the fight. They're able to get a kill. Can he get more? No, he cannot. He needs to get out. It's going to be Saken that cleans house and beats them out, and he turns the tide and gets a double.
Man, that was such a piss-poor fight coming in from RSGMY. They should be upset with themselves on that one. Rippo needs to communicate when he actually has his nature's barrier as well as the power of nature, because Vinogo should not be the one face-checking anymore. He's already 3 levels behind Janus here, and despite Rippo, again, 2 levels behind Iris, in terms of overall value, Vinogo in the long run is going to be a lot more useful in these team fights in comparison to Rippo, who is kind of playing around his cooldown. So I don't know. I think that RSGMY, they look really uncomfortable playing this comp, and the only people who are having fun is Loleals and Storm.
It's true, because as of yet, Storm and his army has been making a lot of work. Like Storm, he's stealing the last incentive because of the fact that there is an Arla, right? He knows the ins and outs of what an Arla can do, but the problem is he's just not as tanky as you expect him to be. And so far, the incentive for him to start things off with the final stash was great. But again, where was the damage? They needed more damage. And again, the stolen Swan Song is what they need. Elixir has been positioning and been very, very patient so far with his ultimates, which is a big problem for RGMI. And again, like you said, Repo should be the one that opens up the map. And he can't do that because he is an XP laner. He's shoving up the lanes and it's tough. It's really tough.
My biggest gripe is, yes, you are an EXP laner, but once you've already kind of done your, your daily quests of, oh, I gotta proxy the wave, I gotta manage the minions on the opposite side of the map, and maybe go down to the bottom side and do that. Once you're just standing around, what are you just standing around for, right? You need to kind of draw the line in the sand, and I think that Team Hawk is doing a much better job at disrespecting RSGMY, and honestly, RSGMY aren't really doing much about it.
Well, Noir tried to snipe the orange buff away, but eventually forces Janus to use the Retribution for himself. So that's going to be one ultimate down, but again, they will deny it away. Lord is going to be coming from the bottom side. Fortunately for Noir, he does have a low cooldown before this next engagement. So RGMY, they have to make a play here. And whatever it is, it better be good, because as of yet, Team Hawk, they're playing the macro game very, very well this game.
Yeah, Team Hawk already with the 10k goal lead. It's pretty difficult to lose from this position 10 minutes into the game, right? This inhibitor is going to go down for free. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the final slash, they are going to make an attempt this time. He is going to follow through. This time, Team Hawk, they make the same play from yesterday, but the Swan Song comes in. He looks good, gets cancelled instantly. Saken will pick up the side lanes here, as now Loleal is going to be next here. Saken, can we get one more Loleal, one more HP? No! The shield! The instant shield! But at the same time, the crystal's exposed. They need to focus on one. There's no minions. They made the blunder. Team Hawk, they were distracted. And now they're in trouble. Janus getting tightened around, and RSGMI holds on with their dear lives, and they outplay Team Hawk. What a blunder from Hawk.
I can't even believe they could just end the game. They could have just done that.
They got so greedy.
There was no reason for them to get this greedy. And I think in the minds of Team Hawk, right, what happened there was the minions spawned. It was the Lord was still there, but he was about like a quarter of its HP. So it felt like chunking out the Lord would have been pretty easy for RSGMY. Worst yet, no, Noir shouldn't be.
Oh no, that's the counterplay.
That's so good.
Ah, Storm. I'm just a better Arlen, man. Like, I am you. I've played Arlen all the time. I know how to play this hero. With the Valentina, I can be you, and I still play better than you. Oh boy.
Stow up. God damn, he is good. He is good. Oh, really a valuable pickup here for the side of RSGMY. I mean, Team Hawk, yes, losing out Storm, not the biggest of deals. It's not like there's anything to really fight over on the map so far, but at least they're catching up with the goal differential, right? Now, Team Hawk, they have the nuts. They have the 10k gold lead. They just have to hold on to it. Now dropping down to a 4,000 gold lead because of a single blunder and not ending the game early enough. RSGMY have an opportunity to actually bounce back from this. The only problem is, how do they actually approach these neutral fights? I think that's what they've been struggling with the most, right?
I think when it comes to the fights, right, it comes down to a situation where they need to prioritize making sure that Vinogo is safe, but at the same time, Loleal needs to get free rain damage all the way through while cancelling Elixir in all these fights. And now Iris is going to pay the Firaga armor now. Do they make an attempt? The Loleal is going to be gone to the troop. Now the Purify comes in, Vinogo will kill off Iris. And now Reaper missing the wall charge. No! It's a little bit trouble. But at the same time, the final slash from Storm to set things up. Loleal gets the biggest crit. It's up to Saken to salvage the fight. Saken, 1 versus all. Can he do it? He's going to try and shove the minion. He's going to try and distract RSGMY. But RSG again, they hold on.
Oh my god, what a final slash. Holy cow. Oh my god. Storm, when he's not playing Arlen, he's still Arlen. God damn.
He is just sick, man. Like, that should not be possible. But again, Team Hawk, fortunate for them, they may have lost the fight. A little bit of miscomms going right there. Lord is going to be shoving up the lanes, and RGMY has to defend once again. So it's not really the end of the world coming from Team Hawk, but they definitely need to rethink how they approach these fights.
Well, I think as of right now, it's Team Hawk could have just walked away from that. Like, Iris still had his flicker that entire fight. He lost his Firaga armor. I think that's when they take the Lord, and then they just start backing up there. And unfortunately, they thought they saw an opportunity. And don't get me wrong, I think Noir is correct on this opportunity. However, they don't realize that RSGMY are coming to a point where they're getting the third, fourth item even, right? I mean, look at that. Vinogo, despite getting absolutely smashed this game, going 2, 6, and 7, still has 3 completed items, 2 of which deal with both physical and as well as magical, and he has the base HP to stay alive longer than he should. So now, Team Hawk have to give respect despite having a 2,000 gold lead on Janus and a 1.3k lead coming in from Iris.
I think the biggest trigger point from Hawk from that fight was that knowing that, hey, Repo missed the wall charge. Guess what? We might win the fight. But as soon as they thought that way, they grouped up together. Izanami just completely blew them up.
I don't know. I think that Team Hawk need to reassess. They need some foresight here. They really do need to have some foresight. And I think they need to understand the state of the game as it is, right? They keep on doing they keep on tunnel visioning, assuming that they are strong. They need to double check if they are still strong.
Yeah, but in this case, it seems like they're not that strong anymore, because as of yet, we're slowly hitting the level 15 mark. And Repo, once he has the level 15, this is going to be a big defense spike for him because of the fact of how the buffs has changed in terms of growth rates. So items has been nerfed, but heroes, 4 tanks in particular, do have bigger growth rates. So once he reaches level 15, this is where all the tanks from RGMY is going to be extremely difficult to deal with. In particular, it's going to be Repo and Vinogo.
I mean, Vinogo, Baxia, who was it again? I think it was like Gatot, Baxia, and Fredrin. Fredrin weren't lucky enough to get the good 7.2, unlike Ripple on this Grok. But still, at the end of the day, there is like compensation here, right? Their passives give them the extra stats, so therefore, it's not necessarily going to be as high as a 7.2. But in the meantime, Team Hawk, hopefully they don't make the same mistake again, right? Lexia has been struggling to find really effective swan songs. And I mean, I think that Team Hawk is banking on this combo a little too much.
Yeah, RGMY has a little bit more aware now that there is so many people that can actually cancel him, right? Storm can kind of mirror that. He has the Phantom Slash. We've got Izanami with Molina. We've got the taunt from Vinogo. We've got Repo with the wall charge. So his positioning is going to be very, very important. And he's just able to find a lot of success. And currently, RGMY, aware about this, it feels like Team Hawk, all they gotta do is just play this macro lane. Like, there's a huge wave shoving down bottom. Just be patient.
I mean, to be fair, I think Team Hawk this game been playing macro league the entire time, and RSGMY on the opposite end playing more.
Conceal final slash gobbles up the Fredrin, but where's the damage? Do they force the Swan Song? Yes, they do. They get an easy pickoff. Now they have to back off. They don't have the Swan Song. Iris flickers back with his mobile turtle. Contest not good enough. Janus gets picked off. It's gonna be free for all. Who's gonna get the Lord? Is it Noir? It's gotta be Storm. It's gotta be the Valentina. and now Loleal with the double kill. This Wonder Boy, and now with the drunken bait to buy even more time. Noir, you are not the Arlot. I am the one. Get the heck out of my base. You are gonna be bullied out with the Xamarin Force. They even find him. A godlike for Loleal. RSGMY has done a miraculous play. Storm to start things off. What a play.
Nicely done. Very nicely done by RSGMY. Great itemization by Vinogo. If he didn't have that anti-cuirass, then at least the Saken would have been able to melt him. If he didn't have that Athena shield, then it would have been Lexia who was going to melt him. At the end of the day, despite 2 damage dealers on top of him with 4 men trying to hold Vinogo down, he manages to survive and buy just enough time for RSGMY to counter-engage.
Oh my goodness, what a blunder once again, but hopefully they will hold on. But as of yet, with the turrets coming in, Team Hawk, they have to respect it. Lexia has got to pull the biggest play so far. Crystal, half HP. Now RSGMY finds that inch. Can they take the mile? Repo looking for the flicker play. He doesn't have the flicker, but the final stash. Drag Storm in. They're sick of him. He's got the immortality. He needs to get out. Cannot go for the Winter Trunk and swap. Nami next to fall. They're going for the all-out brawl. Now Noir trying his best to finish on Repo. He can't. But Loleal, he's just so strong. He's so nimble. He's killing everyone. And Saken can't do anything about it. All he can do is just watch. He's gonna go for the Lycan bounce. He finds Vinogo. 3v1. They need to go in for the reset. Immeasurable still falling. Minion still shoving. Crystal exposed. Saken will die. Immortality. Can he get out? No, he cannot. Legendary for Loleal's. RSGMY makes the biggest comeback. They reverse sweep this fight. They take the clean 2-0. They deny Team Hawk their chance of redemption.
That's it, actually disgusting. RSGMY, nicely done. Not the cleanest games they've ever experienced in the world, but extremely stressful with ever-changing tides. Ripple, that's all you here. The camera's on you. You do what you want. But you gotta give it to Stormie as well as Izanami. Izanami neutralizing the win condition of Team Hawk, and Storm making sure that he is known to be the best goddamn roamer you have ever seen.
That was the sickest comeback I've seen, and I'm curious to see what RSG has to say about that insane match as we are about to throw it over with Rose, the host.
Wow, what a series. 2 berbalas kosong. Kemenangan untuk pasukan RSGMY. Guys, please give them a warm round of applause. Wow, match 2 agak intense, agak sengit. But before anything else, Ripple, ini adalah first interview awak musim ini. How are you feeling and how do you feel to be back on stage?
Right now I'm feeling good because last few weeks before I kan dah tak main kan sebab maybe ada urusan kahwin ke apa. But this time I dapat main and dapat prove something lah. Even though I tak main, tapi I still perform.
Wow. So macam apa Zon cakap lah, walaupun Ripo ni dah lama tak main, dia punya Yuzong still boleh bagi orang macam takut sampai respect ban.
Ya, padahal tak ada pun nak pick Yuzong.
Tak, semalam kan Zon cakap.
Oh.
Okay, so dengan kemenangan ini, adakah prestasi RSGMY looks much better? And do you think ada lagi peluang untuk mendapatkan slot ke playoffs?
Buat masa sekarang performance orang cakap tak terlalu nak bagus sangat lah sebab kita early game pun agak struggle sikit game tadi. Tapi Alhamdulillah dapat maintain until late game lah. So kita dapat comeback kan game tu. So Alhamdulillah.
Alright, can we please pass it to Storm? Hi Storm, how are you?
Good.
You're good? You're feeling hyped?
Yes, very hyped.
Very hyped. Okay, yeah, just now I could see you and Vinogo were so hyped after you won that second game. Okay, Storm, you guys will be meeting Hodak next week and Bounty in week 6. How confident are you in this upcoming matchup?
I think this 2-0 is a really big boost to our team's morale, because even though we had the lose streak, we were really determined to win, and I think from our recent wins, we will be really ready to fight Todak and Bounty.
Alright. Okay. So guys, sebelum kita continue kita punya sesi interview, korang rasa siapa yang yang MVP? Nak dengar? Alright, apa kata kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. Jeng. Wow, sekarang dah ada blur effect Wow, Loleal. Okay, MVP Loleal. Kita nampak gold lane Loleal tadi mengganas. Okay, Loleal sebagai ex-teammate Lexia dan juga Iris, apa yang you nak kata dekat dorang, and how does it feel to win after, a pretty rough time?
Kepada Lexia dan Iris, tetaplah semangat. Kamu kuat. Boleh bagi fight juga dekat kami semua.
Okay, so selepas you guys kalah lose streak kan, so macam mana you guys actually bincang dengan problems yang you guys ada, dan macam mana you guys adapt balik dengan kekalkan momentum untuk mendapatkan balik momentum?
Kami semua brainstorm sama-sama lah untuk cuba mencari kemenangan balik, dan syukurlah hari ini menang.
Alright, thank you. Can you please pass it to Sora? Hi Coach.
Hello Rose.
Okay, Casters tadi terkejut dengan draft game kedua sebab you guys ambil 3 mage. Apa keputusan dan apa jadi? Kenapa you chose to bagi the 3 mages to your team? What was the reason behind that?
So untuk draft game kedua tu, sebenarnya idea datang daripada player sendiri. Terutama Storm. Storm suggest kat saya yang dia boleh bermain Valentina Rome, dan draft tu juga sebenarnya bagus untuk kita orang menang poking, so kita orang bagi space dekat Elton untuk farm and dominate juga untuk mid and late game macam kita boleh tengok tadi. So it's a good suggestion from player lah.
I see. So it's a player suggestion. Dia yang sendiri cakap dia boleh main Valentina Rome.
Sorry?
It's a player suggestion actually.
Yeah. Player suggest to me. I think I see the draft tastes good, so I just agree to it lah.
Alright, thank you. Can you please pass it back to Ripo? Okay, Ripo, sebab you adalah satu calon untuk perlawanan Hotlink X MPL MY Jago All-Star yang akan datang. Apa yang you nak cakap dekat peminat you untuk undi awak untuk show match ini?
Untuk show match Hotlink nanti?
Yes.
So untuk fans-fans dekat luar sana, walaupun saya tak banyak main, tapi bola saya supaya korang boleh nampak, saksikan kebanyakan taunting yang akan ada.
Oh, itu yang kita nak, betul tak? Betul kan? Tu yang kita rindu, Ripo. Alright, thank you so much and congratulations. Please go celebrate your victory. Wow. Minggu Diraja, hari terakhir game pertama, tapi perlawanan ini sangat sengit. Dia dah macam vibe seru Saturday dah. Tapi it's a Sunday. And bukan ini sahaja yang menarik hari ini, sebab selepas match ni kita ada Homeboys menentang Toda. Tapi sebelum tu, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang RSG buat betul untuk mendapatkan kemenangan ini. Casters, silakan.
Well, the MVP of the match has got to be Loleal's 2 games in a row with his Brody as well as his Harif this game, 18-2 and 14. He was able to just clean house after all the plays coming in. I would say the setups coming from Storm, and he even won his individual 1v1s against Saken. And guess what? Saken, you're not the better marksman, man. I'm the better one. Loleal's, man, me, see, MVP, baby.
I mean, Loleal's, he had a strong game, both when he was playing Brody, but as well as when he's playing Harith. It feels like he's kind of like tempered himself, right? He knows when he wants to go into these fights, he's not being hyperly aggressive like he used to be previously, and that's when usually RSGMY gets punished in previous seasons. Now it feels like he's matured a lot more, right? Knowing when his timings are supposed to be, and knowing when the major resources are down so that he can actually go in and have the free-for-all and really abuse his mechanics.
Yeah, the thing about Loleal is that when you give him the space and opportunity, he will just send it, right? And he was given multiple attempts in this particular fight, especially for the Harif, and it's no surprises that he is the MVP. And I want to see more about this because RGMY has brought something new to the table. And guess what? Is this a rainless era or is it going to be sunshine? But for so far, 2 days now, it feels like RGMY maybe waiting for a rainbow.
Look, I don't know. I think that RG got decently lucky in this match, in game number 2 in particular, right? It could have ended super early and gone to a game number 3, and I would have liked to see whether or not RG could go the distance. I think that Team Hawk have a lot of work of not tunnel visioning, man. 19 minutes into this game, 25-23. This game was so much closer. Look at it. So many of these objectives falling into the hands of Team Hawk, but they just could not close the game out.
Well, agreed. Like, it felt like it was a one-sided massacre coming from Team Hawk for game number 2, but eventually they just overextended and made a mistake, right? Game 1, they made the mistake with Iris dropping the ultimate here. This game, they had Noir starting the fight. It looked a little bit better, but they overcommitted to that fight, and this was pretty much what made them blunder a little bit more. But what really surprises me is that RGMY, look at the items. They only have tank items up on Vinogo, and Repo, full damage, technically, you know, converges into physical defense, but only one Athena shield, and everyone else is just full damage. What?
Yep, full damage. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, Storm is getting a pretty huge shield with the Blood Wings and gets extra movement speed, and he's pretty mobile with 2 dashes inbuilt into his kit, and it's not like Team Hawk have a real means of chasing, right? They've only got 2 heroes that do that, either Saken and Noir, and if they commit onto Storm too hard, yeah, they're trading a kill, but also it leaves them out of position to die to Izanami, to Vinogo, hollowed up by Rippo as well. So if anybody decides to mess with Storm, Vinogo and Rippo are more than happy to give up their lives to allow Loleal to blaze through the rest of their team if those 2 go down.
Yeah, and when it comes to this kind of fights as well, it feels like Team Hawk had so much wombo combo damage output, like instant burst, but RGMY just had the tools to just out-sustain them. And Loleal's now 92,000 damage. Well, I think now it makes a lot of sense why he's the MVP, because given the tools that is needed to actually overcome as well, we've got Noir, who's got a way to knock him down, the burst coming from Blixia, but because he's got uncontested roll with those shields, and like you said as well, instant shields values from those dashes, it's just disgusting. Like, he just out-sustained everything that Team Hawk just dropped on the table.
I mean, honestly, it shouldn't have gotten to this point. Like, Saken was doing an absolutely fine job. Like, yes, he died in lane, and I think that just comes down to his emblem setup. He did, in terms of item progression, he was doing the correct things, building the Windtalker so he has full control over the lane, and that way he's able to kind of match the clear speed with Loleal's. My problem is that he keeps on opting to go for the common emblem when I really think he should be going for the assassin emblem this time around, because the extra bit of penetration is making all the difference here in these trades, right? Like, honestly, these trades should be in favor of Saken as long as he doesn't take the center of the fissure from Harith.
I think the idea coming from Saken is because of the fact that most of the tank items has kind of been nerfed, and he was hoping to take advantage of those common emblems to kind of abuse the early engagements, right? But again, like I said, early games, great. Once you drag into the late game,
Wait,
I don't think
no. Back it up. You take the common emblems to abuse the early engages. At what point did common emblem was like, yes, this is the early game item, man?
Well, in this case, to be honest, I think I'm trying to think from his perspective, but I get where you're getting.
His perspective, especially because I've made a video on this, right? Some people go for common emblem, especially if they're not confident on this Roger, because you have to manage his mana pretty often. His ability, he technically has 4 abilities prior to level 4.
Okay.
Right? So at that point of time, Saken can now actively, continuously walk up, try and trade. Loleal's, on the other hand, it's a Harith matchup, right? He's trying to waste his mana as much as possible, and when he runs out of mana, he forces the recall and then gets an advantage. He's not looking to kill him in lane. He's trying to make him recall in the lane.
Yeah, he's going to try and bully him out of the lane, right? Like, I think I see where you're getting at as well, but again, I feel like Team Saken is just not comfortable on this Roger. Like, I feel like Loleal should be in that position, but at the same time, when Saken just drafted 2 times in a row, it just didn't work. And it feels like this is a trend that kind of appears in MPLMY, right? Like, one guy makes that hero look so good, everybody decides to try it. And Innocent was the first one to kind of introduce it in MPLMY, okay? Let's not talk about who came up with this idea for MPL, PH, blah, blah, blah. But ever since Innocent made it look good, everybody tried it out, and now it came out of a situation that who is the better Roger?
We heard many interviews saying that like, hey, why'd you pick Roger? Well, it's like it's all based on the user. You have to be aggressive. We heard it from Panda, we've heard it from Innocent, we've heard it from Nets as well. Roger is one of those heroes where it's like, yes, it's mechanically difficult, but it's one of those things where you have to be proactive in the lane. You can't just say, I'm gonna sit back, I'm not going to trade. You have to actively trade.
Yeah, it's more like you have to switch between having a fighter mentality and a marksman mentality, right? And choosing when and when not to go in is going to be very, very crucial. And to understand that principle is going to be very difficult and requires a lot of time and experience to master over majority of a traditional marksman where, again, quote unquote, Layla, Mia, just sit back and watch.
I think you know, Saken, he is good on scaling marksmen. He's good at positioning specifically. When it's about going all in utilizing Roger, I think that's where he gets a little like uncomfortable, right? Because he feels like, oh, I should be able to one-shot. And when he doesn't one-shot that person, it's like, oh, shucks, I'm really out of position now. How do I kind of recover from these situations? It's going to take a bit of time, but I think he'll eventually master it. But right now, the major crux of Team Hawk's comp was Lexia, right? That Swan Song was supposed to be making the difference here. It was supposed to change the entirety of the game, but RSG neutralizes him, right? We look at the Hall of Fame, Rich Guy and as well as the carry going over to Loleals, without a doubt, it makes so much sense, right? Once you neutralize that Swan Song, the Zaman Force is going to go untouched, and Arlet by then has already been, a majority of the time, right? We see Noir go for those big flicker plays with the final slashes, and don't get me wrong, they are very good and very accurate on some key targets, but they can't burst them down fast enough.
Yeah, and on top of it all, once he does that, that means that is a major spell that may or may not cancel off their spells, pretty much gets taken out. So this is where Stormie is able to utilize all these movements very, very nicely as well, because each time he uses Terrify, he just annoys them, stops their tempo, maybe even uses one of the spells himself. And so far, you know, him initially using the Swan Song to mirror Lexia was great. And then when he hit towards the middle stage of the game, he tried Insanity, didn't work. When it came to the end game here, I don't think damage was an issue for RGMY, and he realized that setup was the issue. Stealing the final stash was the play that RGMY needed, and because of that, it forced Team Hawk into awkward positions where RGMY should not be possible to get away, but imagine 4 players coming in with one first skill for Loleals, pretty much crits everyone.
Well, I mean, it's the adjustment and also the awareness of your teammates, and I think that's what Storm is really good at, right?
Yeah.
Because again, he's stealing these last insanities because he doesn't have much of a choice. When we look at the goal graph, right, it starts making sense. He's stealing last insanities around the 2nd turtle, so about the 5th minute of the game onwards. That's because Lexia just doesn't show himself. I don't have a choice, and more importantly, Izanami is taking too much punishment. So therefore, I need him to kind of calm down, wait for him to get his first 2 items, and then we can start thinking about going for bigger and better things. Not once did we see Storm go for the Swan Song. He didn't even bother anymore. It's all about neutralizing it, canceling it, and let Loleals do his job, because Ripple is taking too much punishment, Vinogo is taking a lot of punishment, and this is as good as it gets for me.
Again, this was a very, very high risk, high reward kind of scenario for RGMY. Technically, they should have gotten away with it. With Team Hawk, technically should have gotten in the back, right? Like twice now, both Noir, I think first game it was Iris that started the fight towards the tier 3, but second game it was Noir, had a very, very good engagement, but so again, overcommitment from Saken.
I would say it's more so the itemization from Vinogo, which saved the day. Had he built anything else other than Athena Shield and as well as the Anti-Cuirass on top of the Sky Guardian's helmet in that very when he got picked off initially, right? Had he not had those items, he would have died so much sooner, way sooner than necessary, right? But Team Hawk, I like the ideas that they have. I like some of the executions that they have. I just think that they tunnel vision like way too hard. There's so many times where they can actually like really make the difference, and arguably just end the game. Right here is where they could have ended the game, right?
Oh,
what is Ripple supposed to do?
Oh, yeah, Repo was trying to isolate the fight, right? But Lexia, he flickered forward with hit the swan song and got punished heavily for it. Like, he could have just used it defensively to close out the game. It was a little bit unnecessary, but this was a big catch from Storm to allow Loleal to just wipe the floor with them.
Exactly. And I think that Saken, he was too eager on beating Loleal's. He could have just backed up a little bit and started positioning himself to crack open the crystal and force the members away. And this final one here, man, oh my god, Storm. Just the neutralization, right? Izanami in tandem with Stoa, making sure that Lexia just does not play. Look, instantly cancel the swan song. Straight away, he nearly gets one shot. Rippo jumps in, gets the wild charge at the same time. Now Loleal's has free reign. He does whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's straight up like the synergy between both Storm and Izanami is just off the roof to set this up. Like, quote unquote, I know we're just raving around these two combos here. Yeah, we're not trying to take away credit from Loleal's, but again, Loleal's is getting free reign. But with that being said here, RGMY, they finally take a 2-0 themselves, securing themselves a 3-point lead right now, where they shot themselves up from 8th place. Now, currently on 4th place.
That's the beauty of it. These 2 O's are extremely valuable, and that's why anybody in the middle of the pack could easily start jumping up and contesting for that top 4. SRG, on the other hand, is just going to be looking from above, watching from the rooftops. Todak, on the other hand, ideally, hopefully for them, if they're able to get some points here, they might be able to keep their spot because, Homeboys, Team Hawk, RSGMY, and King Empire could easily overtake them.
Now, technically, almost everyone has played 7 to 6 games now, 6 to 7 games now, except for Todak. But again, if Todak secures another 2-0 for themselves, means they pretty much solidify themselves in 2nd place. But again, RGMY, they finally make it to top 4. And again, staying in the top 4 means that you are in the comfort zone, but ideally, you want to be in the top 6 to make it into playoffs first.
Well, they still have 2 more games to worry about that, right? Ideally, they can get 2 O's in both of them to 100% guarantee that they are going to make it to at least the top 6. We don't know how some of these other games might go. Other teams might be able to finish off their games with 2 O's as well, and then everybody kind of just stays the same. But, you know, considering everything that has happened here, at least these are the types of performances that I would have liked to see all the way back in week number 1, right? Creative ideas, teams that are playing well together mechanically, not making too many mistakes overall, generally learning how to play things outside of the game and applying it into the game.
Yeah, I think this is something that, you know, every MPL has happened here in MY, right? Like every single season, first week, it's always going to be slow, it's going to be adapting, it's all about learning the meta, blah, 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 blah. But guess what? I can see where you're leading at, but it's like, wait, why not week 1 was a little bit better? Because technically, quote unquote, this week is considered a new patch. So why did first week's new patch didn't go as what we see for this week, correct?
No, it's not just the patch, it's just the overall preparation for some of these teams.
Fair
enough. Polish on some of them. In week 1, we didn't see a lot of teams that have any polish at all. Now we can see, like, okay, they've put the varnish on and now they just need to kind of buff it out a little bit more. And that's definitely doable. But coming up next, these are 2 teams that have polish, that have shown that from this week onwards, it's crunch time. It's going to be the Homeboys up against Todak this time. And Todak on the up and rise, and Homeboys finally revved and warmed up. This is the big match of this Sunday.
Well, it's not just the big match. It's going to be the hottest match, because the reason why I say hottest is because we are going to have a full house here in MPSG. And while this is happening, we're going to be steaming piping hot right here at the desk. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be so cooked. But of course, for your excitement and pleasure, we are going to be seeing some spicy matches, because Todak has finally found their footing this week. But is it going to be enough to shut down Homeboys? And again, Homeboys also looking to eye for the top 2 spot. So it is going to be a lot of weights coming from both sides here to try and secure the top 2. Who's going to be the upper brackets? We have to find out for that, man.
Hopefully we don't get to see too many mechanical mistakes. I would like to see which team has the better foresight overall. I would lean more into Todak because of Zyam Senpai, and he has shown that quality during his time with SMG and even before that. So that's why I'm excited.
You have been biased on Zyam since like forever, haven't you? You just... Like, if Zyam Senpai plays one team, you're just going to say that's the better team, aren't you?
No, I'm talking about foresight here. I think Udil does have some foresight, but he needs to be able to translate it well to the rest of the team. And I think Zyam has done that many, many times with the different teams that he's on to many different players.
So why you got to disrespect Udil, man? Like, Udil is just, you know, the best toxic player. He's the best trash talker, and he's proven himself to be the better mage, man. What do you mean that Zyam is better, man?
I'm not saying Zyme is better. I'm saying that he has a quality that is very valuable for international tournaments.
Okay, we gotta settle this later on, man. Like now, you're Team Zyme and I'm Team Udil right now, right?
Sure, dude. Yeah, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Man.
Wow. He's the cool guy that just says like, you know what, Zyme's the better team. But of course, why don't you guys stick around to find out? But not now. Maybe later. Come back later because we're gonna be taking a short break and we'll be back with the next hot match. It's gonna be Homeboys versus Tora. See you guys.
Teammate, pick up.
Back up, guys.
Pick up, wait,
guys.
Lower. Barat. Boleh tak?
Andai.
Last hit, nice one.
Ulti, Rafa.
Aku ada.
Nice, Iris.
Go race.
Ripon, all flicker. One hit.
No.
Nice. Guys.
Naughty Barat. I stand.
Top, guys.
It's okay.
Barat. Nice one.
Kite, guys. Bottom, guys.
Si, Janus.
Let's go.
Bisa. I stand. It's okay.
Barat last hit. Nice one.
Bisa, guys.
Bisa.
Paito.
No. Hero. I push that, Roger. Nice one.
Nice one, leg shot!
Nice one!
Thank you, leg shot!
Nice one, Nir. Nice decision.
Nice one, Nir.
Simi.
Kiting.
Lasia.
Gas.
Storm. Nice one.
Boleh. No biri.
Nice.
Mid. Odette.
I'm good.
You want go? Oh shit.
Odette.
Roger spree, guys. Roger spree. No Fury.
Take tower. Still up sword. One hit. Nice one, guys.
Dead.
Lord.
I fear.
Lord. Click.
Clear.
Smoke.
Arlot ulti.
They don't have skill, guys. They don't have skill.
Hey, all skill. Hey, back low. Hey, they get knocked up. Back up ton.
No flicker.
Nice one. Lord.
I get the Lord!
Nice.
Base.
Recall. Base. Can you out?
Odette syllable.
Can we go?
Nice one here.
Nice one.
I thought.
Roger. Out.
Fight!
He will fight back.
I
Nice one.
I'm talking.
Fight.
Wait for Harry.
I thought him.
Wait for Harry to guys.
Wet faulty. Mid.
My ulti 20 second. Nice.
Odette.
Nice one. RSG.
Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia.
follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Sendiri dah bincangkan.
Penalti zone yang cukup baik. Berjaya untuk dapatkan 3 orang pemain. Sekeliling off-field terus masuk melakukan pelanggaran. Kedudukan cukup berbahaya untuk Menunggu. Nyawa sangat rendah juga untuk Loleal. Skill sprint berjaya untuk dapatkan oleh Saken, tapi dia ditumbangkan juga. Kali ini 2 orang sudah berdua. 2 orang ditambah ke depan dengan penggunaan Swordfish yang dibuka. Loleal sama bos yang sudah dibazirkan, namun Legja juga akan ditumbangkan. Ripo berjaya untuk dijatuhkan pada saat ini. Pemain-pemain daripada Basket RSG dalam berbahaya. Itu betul digunakan pakai. Lihat Ripo yang cuba untuk dapatkan Legja, tapi Legja berjaya, namun dengan satu penambahan slash daripada Storm berjaya untuk mengakibatkan Nuar yang berjaya untuk ditumbangkan. Saken versus everybody sekarang ini berjaya untuk dapatkan Penogo. Seorang pemain sudah ditumbangkan dalam retribution, tapi Aris dengan kedudukan yang sangat-sangat dalam senyawanya bersama dengan Danos yang berjaya untuk ditumbangkan. Lot milik siapa sekarang? Lot milik sesiapa saja, tapi Storm yang akan dapatkan Lot. RSG.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun je, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG.
Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, saya rasa saya letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport, tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
King Empire. 500.
500 apa?
500 font size. Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer. Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way out. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil lu punya anjing semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk tempat Tony ya. Gua tau. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah.
Hey, Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa ni macam lu juga punya gua. Nanti gua kasi tengok.
Ready. Alright.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Taste my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentaliti champion. Dia main lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau tu lagi lah. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah tiket.
Paling tak lupa tak minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Lepas adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we stick. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that. But I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua like that. I feel so bad. Until now, like that. I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Have you ever make someone cry?
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad. Sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan ID sebab masa kat RSG, saya 10, saya banyak
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Siapa yang juara? Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke Minggu Diraja MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match kedua hari terakhir Minggu Diraja, mana kita akan saksikan perlawanan Homeboys yang akan menentang Todak, and I'm pretty sure ramai orang dah tak sabar nak tengok perlawanan ini. Tapi sebelum tu, a little bit of, let's do a bit of a vibe check, okay? Dewan MBSJ, are you ready? Tengok, semua orang dah ready because setiap season inilah match yang ramai orang tak sabar nak tengok. Sebab ini adalah, perlawanan Sang Raja Lautan dengan Sang Burung Hantu. Dan mesti ramai gila yang tak sabar nak tengok match ni kan? Betul? Betul? Okay, so sebelum players nak naik atas pentas, kita buat check. Okay, kita tengok dekat side Todak. Macam mana hype fans Patriots hari ni? Alright, let's see. Patriots, are you ready? Okay, kita tengok side Homeboys pula. Boleh ke diorang lagi kuat daripada side Todak? Flame Boys, are you ready? Wow. Okay, so nampaknya dua-dua side dah ready. Pasukan pun sudah ready. Okay guys, so Korang rasa siapa akan menang match ni? Kenapa I dengar side Todak je? Homeboys, Todak. Homeboys 2-0 ke 2-1? 2-0, 2-1, game sengit ke game easy? Wow. Guys, dengar tak? Side ni cakap easy je. Tu kuat. So, Todak, easy ke sengit ni? Macam tak dengar suara side Todak kali ni. Wow, Homeboys! Todak! Baiklah, mari tanpa membuang masa lagi, mari kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Homeboys! We see the boys march in with high spirits and most importantly with confidence and swag. It is indeed time for the boys to secure yet another victory. Will the Swordfish, the king of the ocean, be the next victim? Ladies and gentlemen, your defending champions, Homeboys! Taming the king of the jungle in the Clash of Kings. They return today with a quest to seize the throne. Representing Malaysia once again is their main goal. Can they fly high and claim another win? Time to Langgar Todak!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah semangat, inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, nampaknya semua players sudah ready. Tapi sebelum tu, I nak share sikit pasal favourite captain korang. Mesti semua orang ada favourite captain sendiri. Sebab you guys kena undi favourite captain anda untuk participate dalam kejohanan pertama Hotlink X MPL MY Jago All-Star. Mana 4 captain yang dipilih akan buat tim sendiri untuk compete dalam perlawanan ini di Stadium MPSJ pada 18 Mei nanti. Macam mana nak undi? Pergi ke www.hotlink.com.my. Lepas tu cari je bahagian Jago 5G untuk gaming MLBB and votings are open until 2nd of May. So jangan lupa to vote for your favorite captain. Alright, sebelum kita throw to the casters, kita nampak full house hari ni. So how about kita dengar side daripada Flame Boys. Alright, Flame Boys, are you ready? Wow. Tapi I rasa side Todak mestilah tak nak kalah, betul tak? Alright, so apa kata kita try pula side Todak. And with that, Todak, are you ready? Okay, the players are set, the casters are set, and most importantly, the fans are set. And with that, fans, this is your moment. Game on!
Well, what a way to start things here in MPSA. We'll come back to the MPL MY Season 13 here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. We are currently live at the venue with a huge crowd. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Getting Q as we take you through the English commentaries. Wow, the highlight of this week. The biggest match, El-Classico. Todak versus Homeboys. Like, I'm getting a lot of I'm getting the grand finals vibes right now.
It seems like you're hopped up on Nescafe. That's what it feels like. Because again, it's hard not to feed off the energy of a crowd of this size, especially for one of our most anticipated games. Both teams on the up and coming, and both currently on a win streak. So I don't know about you guys, but I feel like they are well equipped.
Agreed. And while they're well equipped as well, they have been competing at the highest level here in MPL MBSJ using the ROG phones. They have been dominating the games with spectacular gameplay via the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. And of course, a big shout out again, once again, ROG Phone 8. You can scan the QR code right down below and check out the full specs if you guys want a smoother experience in MLBB. And of course, keeping up with our pros at the top of the game. If you've got to push your rank, now's a good time. Scan the QR code. Check it out. It's pretty good. It gives you that upper edge over your usual phones, baby.
Yeah, man. I mean, with the quality of life changes in this patch alone, having the extra hertz on that, well, screen, that touch screen of that ROG Phone 8 really does actually give you a significant feeling difference in your games. Speaking of this particular game, I think that it's really going to boil down to the draft because execution has been looking mighty fine for either side. The macro decisions that are being made overall has been tip-top.
Yep, and speaking of macro decisions as well, of course, when we talk about Homeboys, Zorn is going to be the guy that's got to be watching out. He's the guy that brought in Chips and made it work. And Chips so far is a 100% win rate. And of course, will we see it today? We got to find out. However, Todak, okay, king of the ocean. They were once a king. They have the 3-time MPL champions before. At the same time, it seems like they were struggling the previous weeks, but last Friday itself, they were doing pretty okay. And of course, when it comes to these two teams here, this is going to be the ultimate MPL MY Royal Derby, the Kings of Kings. And what I mean, the two most iconic teams here in MPL MY is going to face off. What do you think?
I think this has been a long time coming, and I'm very glad that they're able to polish themselves up before they got to this point, because both of these teams were looking really shaky at the beginning of the seasons with a little bit of a warm-up. Now they're looking more on form, a little bit more together, and their gameplay so far has been very tight.
Yep, and on top of it all, both teams have their imports thus far, and those imports has bring a different dynamic of change in MPL MY's gameplay in general, and is looking good. But here, when we talk about Kings here, these are the achievements that both sides have achieved thus far. From Homeboy sides, we've got Chibi as well as Serpat, MPL MY Season 12 champion, as Kohai C Championship Season 1 champion as well. And we've got Zorn, MPL MY SG Season 3, Season 12, and also champion, Kohai C Championship. And we also have Udil for MPL ID S3 champion, MSC 2019 champion, MPL I 2020 champion. And of course, from Todak side, we've got Season 9, Season 11 champion for Momo. Yeah, for Momo. And we've got Season 10 for Gary. We've got Season 8 for Zyme Zenboy. We've got PH Season 4, Season 5 MOL PH champion for Raflesia. We've got a lot of champions here, bro. I don't know what to say. Like, all I see is just champions.
I mean, this is why this is the Royal Derby. I'm glad to be able to have witnessed all of these players actually achieve their own individual championships. So to me, there's a lot on the line for these teams, whether it be just for pride, just for ego, but at the end of the day, they're fighting for some very crucial points to increase their standings here at the MPL MY and maybe get a free buy in the upper brackets.
And in this case, when royalty, in this case, the majesties are summoning the people, and the people have answered, because here in the crowd, it's full house. It's really hard. We're going to be expecting some hot matches coming in. And to be honest, when we talk about the hot topics, I want to introduce the first team up here. To start things off, the introduction, we've got Homeboys. This is going to be the starting roster here. We have Udil, Serpat, Nets, Chibi, and Zorn to kick things off.
Now, this is an extremely dangerous team after the patch. A lot of the heroes that got buffed are actually abusable by a majority of the members. Nets didn't have to do too much. He gets a quality of life change for both Roger and especially for his Harith, both of which he has dominated on. Zorn as well. All of the off-meta tanks have increased their scaling growth when it comes down to its overall armor. Chibi, on the other hand, might even get access to his own assassins that he was well known before, but they're going against Todak. They have a very slow, methodical style of play, and now they're increasing the tempo to make sure that everybody is on page, and especially when they have Shizo on their side as well. Two Filipino imports going head-to-head against each other, while the rest of the team is looking to support them. Zyme Zenpoi stands out amongst the rest, even amongst the Kage himself. Whether or not it's going to be a Valentina into a Farsa matchup or a Loyi into our Artillery Mage matchup, there's only one way to find out.
Yep, at the same time as well, this is what we call the King of the Oceans, right? That despite them having a completely different roster, they have proved themselves that they are capable to bear the brand. And as of yet, I feel this is going to be a little bit of an interesting factor because the fans, you know, they're extremely excited to see this match. And personally, I feel like the biggest matchup I want to see is how is Zorn capable against Rafflesia, because both of them has got very, very good international experience, but at the same time, their hero play styles varies very differently.
It varies differently indeed, but I think I think that we need to predetermine a couple things. The pillars of the teams, right? Let's have a look at the MPL MY insiders to get inside the head and ask a couple of questions to one of the big pillars of Todak, Momo himself.
Yep, and of course, the fans might not know the rivalry between Homeboys and Todak. What is the rivalry? It seems like he says that it's going to be XP versus XP because we all know Sepat has been in MPL for a very, very long time, and Momo has been facing him off for a long, long time. And before he actually transitioned into the gold lane, he was the XP laner that had to deal with Sepat a majority of the time. So he's pretty pissed that he actually wants to stand a chance to actually beat Sepat this game.
I mean, Momo has developed over a very long period of time, and a very similar storyline can be applied to Homeboys' Sepat as well. Both of these are standouts in their own individual lanes. Momo in particular, it feels like he is unshakable. Sepat, on the other hand, very team-oriented, and only very few times you see him dominate the lane so hard that he's able to take full control over the game. So let's compare the stats, right? Based off of the numbers, we're seeing that the average KDA, it's in favor of Momo. Average damage taken comes down to Sepat, so it still follows along the same line. Sepat is able... Oh! Sepat notices he's noticing the difference here. Momo is not even taking a quick look, but Sepat is looking, he's like counting, okay, I beat him in this, I beat him in this. Oh wait, I'm not beating him in kill participation. But Momo doesn't want to give him the other side of the heart.
Momo, oh come on, Momo. Oh, Sepat calling for Momo. They know, do it. Come on.
Lower. No, too far.
Come on, Momo.
You can tell, Momo very much more introverted compared to Sepat, a lot more extroverted. I've seen Sepat on his streams, very jolly guy, very keeps your mental state very healthy.
That's the thing, right? That's the difference between, you know, having a little bit more fun and being very, very focused. Sepat is the guy that, hey, I'm gonna have fun. Momo, I'm gonna get into a serious play here, but in the plays here, I can't read BM that well. Kuda berlari melompat pagar, ku pasti yakin Todak akan langgar. Okay,
that's so good.
That's just a pun thing.
It's not a pun. It's a rhythmic poem. It rhymes essentially in the Bahasa language, right? If horses can jump over the fence, that means Todak can smash into them just as hard. Homeboys on the blue side as their first pick as we kick this best of 3 off with the draft. The picks and bans are coming through. Todak on the red side, we already see the Fanny. We already see the Loyi. Chip and as well as Matilda banned out. They're getting rid of the signatures from either side.
Well, this is something that I think I kind of want to see both sides kind of bring to the table, right? Because Homeboys yesterday, Nets, he really put a big W in yesterday's games. Like, they should have won that game 2-0. It shouldn't have gone the dragged on so long. Nets was the guy that kept everything in check for Homeboys to actually win that series. And so far, he's really surprised me because yesterday his Natan was a force to be reckoned with. And I want to see how Shizo is going to be able to keep up to that, because so far, I've seen what Nets is capable of. Shizo, I need to see more of it.
Looks like this might be a redraft here. Looks like there might be some technical issues happening on the Homeboys' side. I was pretty sure that wasn't their coach and that was one of their marshals. Yep, it looks like it's happening with Udil's phone specifically. All right. At least we have a rough idea of what the bans are starting to look like. We're gonna have to do a redraft on this one to make sure that competitive integrity is always kept. Once again, thank you to our marshals being so quick to respond.
Hey, this is what we have, man. Like when things get this hot, it's gonna get spicy. We have to give you the best of the best, right? And in this case, when it comes to redrafts, it's very, very important for us to ensure fair gameplay and safe environment for everyone. And of course, a little bit of a safety reminder, because I think Todak recently made a little bit of an announcement as well. Be sure to keep the criticisms and minimal and toxicity to yourself, because we are here to have a safe and healthy environment for everyone. And as soon as I say that, we do see a little bit of cheers here to support the players themselves. And woo, much love, you know, make love, stop war. And in this case, you can see the fans also showing love to Todak.
If not, you have to fear Cedric's biceps. This man works out on a daily basis. Somehow he's able to marshal. He comes here way earlier than everybody else to set up the event, the stage, and making sure that integrity is at all-time high when the games are going through. But more importantly, this man will throw down, and I don't want to be on the other side of that thrashing.
Hey, maybe it's because of why he's capable of throwing down and how many people are actually respecting it. Because I know for a fact, people were giving Cedric a hard time. They wanted something else.
They wanted something else, but I'm telling you, Cedric, he is... I can't stop. If I keep talking about it, it's going to be a rabbit hole, right? So, in the meantime, at least while the players are looking to get this redraft on the way, luckily nothing crazy was revealed in the meantime, right? They're just kind of blowing through it to kind of remake that game so that everybody can get back in.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty much standard opening bans coming from both sides. And oh my goodness, did he just do that?
He did the Onyx thing.
Yeah, did he just do the Onyx thing? My God.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Hey man, people are comparing them to some of the best in the world. It sounds like a good idea, but so far international performances haven't been going so well. So hopefully this year it changes up, especially with the imports from both sides, honestly.
Yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, you see a lot of Todak fans this time as well, and it makes, you know, I really feel bad to some of the fans that couldn't get in, considering how packed we are this time. But again, you know, there is a reason for it, right? Whenever Homeboys and Todak plays, it is going to be a full house. This is the match to watch. Like, whoever wins this is got to have the bragging rights. Yesterday, I was expecting something coming from Udil with RSG MY, but this game is not going to happen. This is going to be some real talk happening as well. Because we did have a little bit of speculation with Abang Lord as well in his, I think, Todak's Instagram channel, which I want to see a little bit more when they talk about it, when they release the video. But that's with the King Empire. But of course, against Homeboys, there is a possibility.
I don't know. I wish Abang Lord just did it off stream, you know, maybe at the event itself, rather than going every single time. Every single time we have an interview on, like, where's the spicy Abang Lord that we've always known and loved on his streams? We don't get that as soon as it's like an official MPL thing.
Hey, don't put your name in King, because we showed you who the real king is. You don't need to put an empire because we made an empire, baby. Isn't that a statement on stream?
That's not what
do you mean?
That's not what I heard on his personal stream. It was very different. That was the one I heard.
Okay.
I'm looking for that Abang Lord.
Okay.
Well, in the meantime, at least we have a little bit of time to actually discuss about the potential weaknesses that could be exploited. Wow, people are bringing their children in here. And they brought a fan. That's smart.
That's smart. That's really smart. I love it that if you guys listen to our warnings, when you give guys advice, like, hey, if this is a hot match, it is gonna be get hot. So make sure to, you know, hydrate yourself, drink a lot of water, and also bring in some little bit of fans here. And of course, babies. My goodness, I am afraid for myself because I wouldn't be able to bring a kid into a venue. Like, I'm scared for my life. Like, there's just so many people.
I mean, sure,
like, showing support is great, but I personally, I would be scared.
I mean, it sounds like your child isn't a fan of either the Homeboys or Todak at that point. Then I would be scared. I think that's the only reason why I would be scared. But yes, let us discuss the upcoming potential exploits that could be taken advantage of in this game, right? Because so far, based on the first two bans that we saw from both sides, they clearly know each other's signature picks that people have been dabbling in, right? Kind of sticking their feet in the water to get a bit of a taste. I think Valentina is going to be really interesting for either the Homeboys or even for Todak's side.
Okay, that's the thing about both the sides, right? Zyme Senpai has kind of strayed a little bit away on the Valentina unless his push comes to shoves, whereas Udil, he does lean towards Farsa a little bit more. And oftentimes, I think Valentina as a priority pick here, it comes down to a situation where they need to understand that, hey, these are heroes that they are going to prioritize later on if they go for, let's say, major ultimates, like maybe an X-Borg, or maybe even a Farsa, or maybe even a Eve for all that matter as well. Heroes that have major ultimates, then they will lean on the Valentina. But I feel like the biggest thing that we need to talk about is the play styles between both Zorn and Refresher. I've been bringing this up multiple times now. I feel like Zorn has been known to play a very aggressive tank multiple times. Like, it's very rare he leans on the Enchanter role, whereas Refresher can do both. Would you say that there's more flexibility coming from Homeboys?
I think there is a little bit more flexibility, but it kind of depends on who the enablers are, right? When we're talking about Enchanter style supports, other than Diggy is this very special case where it's like, oh, a lot of CC, so therefore I will put him in his own separate category, right? Other than that, the utility being brought by these types of Enchanter style supports mainly are designed to have an enabler, somebody that you want to kind of supercharge in that lane, affect it, inflict summon damage without having to show too much presence. You can go in and out. Matilda is a very good example. Half the time, she's the delivery service, right? Helps you rotate quick, sometimes affects your lane with a single soul bloom, could be enough to kind of skew the lane into your team's favor. That's all they really need for such dominant laners like Nets, for an example.
Yeah, and when it comes to Nets as well, he's just got a lot of variety. And of course, for those guys watching at home and wondering what is actually happening here, why is somebody clapping? Why are we having a clap and hands all behind here? It sucks to be you guys. You guys should have been down here as well, because apparently we are actually having the Viking clap that's actually happening on a Homeboy section here. So things are getting a little bit loud, so forgive us if we can't hear each other.
Yeah, don't worry about it. The fans are just making sure that the spirits are high. They've also got a coordinator as well, as they're starting to bring in the drums to kill some time, to make sure that the hot momentum and the warm hands on Homeboy's side stays warm. I mean, Todak, I'm looking at the Todak side. I'm glad to be on the Homeboys' crowd for once. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually glad to be on the Homeboys' side for once.
You know, to be honest here, I think this is one of the best moments in production history, or even in esports in general, right? Like, for us as production crews and something here, they have to provide the mics, they have to provide this here. You know, the best part about an English podcast? We don't need ambient mics. Like, our mic picks up everything. Like, whatever you're listening that's like, oh, why is it so loud? You guys are just picking it up from our raw mics, baby. There's no crowd mic. That's just how loud it is. So, if you guys think it's like a little bit soft from your end, I'm sorry, guys. If you guys were here in the venue, it's literally blasting in our ears.
Yep,
it's loud.
Their cheering squad is like 10 feet away from us. 10 feet. That's funny. That's funny, but it looks like the draft is currently on its way. As we jump right back into it, we see the final bans of the first phase. It's Roger for the side of the Homeboys. Interesting. While Todak decides to get rid of the Farmist. This might be a Valentina first pick, or maybe even a Frendrin. I don't think Homeboys want to play around the Frendrin as much, so I'm leaning more in. Towards even a Harith first pick, arguably.
Yeah, and I actually like that. Oh, okay, never mind. They are going to bring in the Nolan here. GB going to be playing here, and I finally get to see it. I think Homeboys, they actually brought in the Nolan first game against RNG MY, and ever since that, it was pretty much banned after it as well. And so far, Nolan has had very, very good success in the hands of the top teams. In particular, it's going to be SRG as well as Homeboys, and that's the reason why they're the top team. And it's funny enough, not many people has kind of ride on this trend.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's an easy thing to do, right? But first, usually when we're talking about Nolan, we're talking about how do you punish the squishier targets. And when you look at the squishier targets, it's Nets and Shizzle, both of which having 100% win rates on their respective heroes, whether it be Roger, whether it would be Harith. Now, here's where it gets dangerous, right? Like you mentioned before, Rafflesia definitely has in terms of variety of what he brings to the table.
I don't think Rafflesia is playing the Angela this game. Like, I feel like this is gonna be a why are they drafting an Angela in a Minotaur right for the first pick from Todak?
Yep, they want to just make sure that their side laners are strong. Like, Shizzle is a very strong laner. Momo is a very strong laner too. I don't know if they want to enable Gary though, but we'll see in just a little bit.
Is this possibly a Minotaur XP, knowing that Momo has the tendency of picking weird XP laners? Like we've seen the Hylos from him before, but could this be an XP Minotaur or a rogue? Like,
no,
just for the sake of Todak, right? Just because it's Todak. Not because it's, oh, okay, Minotaur is going to be rogue, Mage Angela. Like, I feel like this might be just unique, but they bring in the alpha for Gary? Very confident picks, though.
Very confident. More importantly, really good at just shredding down some of the tankier heroes in the game. Has true damage. Doesn't really care how much armor stats that you have. He'll cut right through it like butter. Now we go into the second part of the picks and ban phase here. Todak looking for some answers. Harith as well as Nolan. Barat's locked in for the side of the Homeboys. What they're missing is their mid laner and as well as their supports. They can really start clamping down on some of these. However, what would be the most dangerous one?
Okay, I think the ones they have to actually deal with is got to be Zorn's hero. Like, his comfort piece is usually going to be Cho, as well as the Grok. But in this case, Todak, they're going to be shutting down Udyr. So having the Faramis as well as the Farsa, these are all Udyr's comfort heroes, means that he is going to be forced to play something else. Valentina isn't too bad, but again, Valentina, what's he going to steal? Heartsguard? To kind of mimic
Minoan Fury.
Minoan Fury on a Valentina still. Against a healing composition against Todak, like, look at Todak. Like, they've got 3 very, very sustainable heroes in team fights, which is extremely annoying against Homeboys. But of course, in terms of burst, not exactly favorable for Todak right now, though.
I mean, Homeboys have the bigger burst based on the heroes that we've seen so far, right? I mean, they've got the Nolan, they've also got the Harith as well. Now, if they could get just one more, that'd be nice, but I don't think Todak is going to let them. Right now, Homeboys, they make sure that they actually have a... Even Malaysia having a bit of a laugh at it, saying, oh man, it looks like they've already figured this out, man. They figured out the high-loss strat.
Yeah, I think it's disgusting because of the fact that Todak's got a triple sustain hero, and with the high loss, it's even more sustainable, right? Like, just run in your face and just like, there's absolutely nothing Homeboys can do. But at the same time, because it's shut down, they can't go for this pocket cheese strat. And I feel like Todak, they're pulling in a very, very interesting pocket pick right from the get-go. And because of this high-loss ban, Momo's got to improvise a little bit more on the XP lane. Does he go for a little bit more traditional where he brings in a Paquito for himself?
He can absolutely play those, right?
Or maybe even a Bene as well.
I mean, there's so many options in the EXP lane as of right now. I wouldn't put it past Momo. As of yet, I think that Todak is on the right direction, right? Making sure they're getting rid of comfortable picks, forcing Homeboys out of their comfort zone, making sure that they're banning out the Harith. Oh, wait, hold on. They're banning out the Claude here. Sorry, from the side of the Homeboys. Todak haven't locked in their gold laner just yet. Now that Roger as well as Claude is out, this does mean that Shizzle is most likely going to lean in towards Brody. Might be a little bit hard against Harith. Could be a Natan as well. Natan's not too bad here.
Yeah, I think Natan isn't too bad. Like, Natan with Heartsguard is going to go absolutely crazy. But if they double down on, let's say, going for a fighter gold lane, like CC gold lane, I'm sorry, this is not it. Like, this is not the draft to actually go, especially when you have a Baraz who's just in your face and extremely tanky, right?
I mean, technically they can go for like full damage Ruby if they really wanted to. The same conditions are kind of applied here, but here we go.
No way!
It's gonna be CC for now. It's a blind CC. We don't know where it's going to go exactly, and I think, you know, either Momo, he's pretty happy to play it. If Shizzle wants to play it, by all means, go for it. It's a bit of a risk, but we'll see how this plays out. As now Homeboys looking to finish off their composition.
This is so risky if they decide to play this composition. Like, okay, maybe, you know, if they want to get interesting here, this might be an Angela Mage. Means that it's pretty apparent they have to go for the Natan to kind of diverse the magic damage output as well as the physical, right? But if they decide not to and pick another fighter, means that who's going to be jungling, right? Like, Alpha obviously going to be jungling. CC, XP, Minotaur, Roam, Mage, Angela. Where's the magic going to come from? So I guess it has to be Natan for Todak.
Let's see. Homeboys need to finish off their composition. Still missing a mid laner as well as a support Cho and as well as Valentina. Finally, this is what we were expecting, right? The Valentina was a pretty easy read here. Cho, on the other hand, I think that's what Homeboys just give a comfort pick to Zorn so far. I don't think there's anything reliable other than maybe a Diggy at this point of time, but I don't think that's his style, and I'm pretty sure he's happy with this.
Yeah, I think Homeboys is just taking the comfort right now, and I feel like based on the drafts that Homeboys is bringing, they are definitely playing something that they are already accustomed to, while Todak is just, you know, trying to make something happen here. Like, I feel like Rafflesia is really good on this Angela, but at the same time, if he plays the Minotaur, means that Zyme Sembo is going to be forced to play a defensive role and hope they put all their baskets on Gary, playing on this Alpha to carry the game. And yes, it is going to be the Natan for Todak, so that is pretty much a clear cut coming from both sides. What do you think of this draft coming from both sides?
I I think that as of right now, it's really going to come down to the gold laners to make the difference here, right? Whether Nets is able to win hard on this Harith enough, especially when he's up against Shizo on the opposite side. I mean, let's look at the entirety of the draft because the game plan seems pretty simple. Momo should be able to take Subbat on head-to-head for a long time, but Subbat should be able to clear the waves faster. So they're going to be moving for these neutral objectives, and during those neutrals is when Todak is going to be the strongest, even if we're talking about the 4 members. The hardest part is whether they're going to land that Minoan Fury and where Zorn is able to fit through the cracks in Todak's gameplay.
Well, in this case here, he is going to have a fantastic time because now the match, the Royal Derby, the time to settle the scores, the battle of royalty. This is Todak versus Homeboys Game 1 here in MPSJ MPL MY Season 13.
Let's jump right into it. Land on. Let's see where the junglers are going to start. Are they going to do some kind of micro abuse here? Zorn trying to invade and Todak stopping him from distracting Gary from what is important. Nets, with a little bit of a leash, it's going to allow Chibi to leave the purple buff much sooner than Gary.
Yeah, Zorn now going to be a little bit of harassment as well. He's trying to force a retribution, but Zorn is just like, you know what, I'm just here to harass you. It's okay, force a retribution. You know, Wanderer is ours, all good. But now, the bigger question here is, what are the timings that Homeboys is going to be looking for here? I'm pretty sure, I feel like maybe Chibi, once he gets his 4, he wants to get an early snipe on one of the lanes thus far.
Yeah, I think that's what Chibi needs to start the snowball. Little Wanderer should fall into the correct hands.
Oh no, Rafflesia only level 1. They're trying to pull him here. Chibi only 1 level away from that 4. Could have gotten the kill if he got it in here. But Nets is winning his 1v1. Shizo has to back out. Homeboys takes the lead for now.
Shizo's going to lose an entire wave here. Nets is not going to push this out. He's just going to last hit and allow each of his own minions to go down, denying EXP as well as gold. Let's go look at the emblem setups and see if there's anything interesting here, right? Wilderness Blessings, as expected. Tenacity as well as agility with Quantum Charge on Subbat's side, knowing that he's not going to win this lane, but he's definitely going to be able to clear it faster. That's why he's taking Common Emblem, so he can stick around a little bit longer.
Oh boy. Now, Gary as well, going to be on level 4. He's going to try and set out a fight here. We talked about how fighters are great against assassins. Gary's answer is going to be that. And usually we kind of see the Paquito, but at the same time, he's landed a little bit too far off. He's going to get caught up. Instantly chain stun Homeboys. They realize he was all alone, and they are going to go for the execution. That's first blood for Homeboys.
Very good punish. And see, this is why lane priority is so very important. Like Subbat, he's just, as long as he maintains his life, a very healthy life bar, this should be pretty easy for him to clear the waves because Momo, unfortunately on this CC, doesn't have that option. And now that this kill has fallen into the hands of Chibi, he's going to maintain this level lead on top of Gary as Zorn fishes for more information and guarantees Gary to always be using his retribution off cooldown.
God, Gary's level 6 now. Gary forced the retribution. He needs to get something out of this as well. Zorn is going to flicker out of there. Does he get a kill? No, it's going to be Momo instead. So Gary still stuck at level 4.
Good punish here from the side of Todak. Homeboys, their laners are not willing to lose any farm. They need to maintain this for as long as possible. With the kill falling into the hands of Momo, it's going to make Subbat's life a little bit difficult, but he's already got the level lead, so he's not too bothered by it.
Yeah, Gary again struggling on this alpha. You can see everyone from the side of Homeboys starting to apply a little bit of pressure, and with this lead coming from Chibi, he got an early Hunter Strike barely 3 minutes into the game.
Rushed it down, rushed it as quick as possible, making sure that he's staying on top of this. Gary, once again, having to use his retribution off of cooldown every single time, now allowing Homeboys to get in.
Oh my goodness, they told us welcome. They're gonna punish Gary, and here comes the kick. No way out. Hans got a knot. Momo going for the vengeance. He's gonna try to buy time. He needs backup. Zyme Senpai just doesn't have the damage. He's got the sustain, but where's the damage, Todak? Where is it?
Oh, good. Oh my goodness, that's so annoying.
Shizo, can you get the kill, Nets? Can you bend it up as well? Zaman's Force a little bit awkward for him to reset this, but Shizo will get some sort of a farm coming from Todak. Ebao Subbat also going to be taking gold plating down bottom. A lot of pressure across the map right now from Homeboys.
I mean, with the plays that are already being made, I mean, Homeboys, they are putting a little bit more effort down on the bottom side of the map to make sure that Gary isn't having a good time. He's already 0-2-1, but even Momo missed out an entire wave. Subbat has a level on him, and because Shizo was able to actually even out with the trade and forcing Nets to actually use his Zaman Force as well has that Purify, this does kind of even out the lane a little bit for Shizo.
Agreed. But speaking of even here, Momo, he's just trapped in a rough spot here. Rafflesia is there to provide a little bit of assistance, but again, they have to play from behind. They've got so much sustain, but they can't activate it right now as Homeboys continues with their snowball. Subpot gonna try to bait a little bit of reaction. Meanwhile, where is Chibi? Wait, Chibi's stealing the orange buff.
I mean, Momo, he ended up losing an entire ballista for this, so I don't know how worth it really is. And it's, as an EXP lane, oh, here we go.
Oh no, here comes the Daytona's welcome as well. It connects onto Rafflesia, goes for the counterplay, gets him in arm's range, connects to the ball, but where's the damage? They don't have the follow-up, they have the sustains, and they're holding their on. Chibi gets a killing spree, taking Gary down, and he's still alive. Vengeance on Momo means Momo is go time for him, and it's very difficult to take him down as Homeboys, they finally almost made a mistake.
Nicely played by the Homeboys, especially Zord. He recognized straight away that Momo was getting the hard guard. He saw Gary as a potential target, goes for a big kick to force him to use that Spear of Alpha, and they trade 2 for 1 in the process. Now, look at how far Chibi is ahead of Gary because of these deaths. 3 levels ahead as Shizo now out of position.
Oh no, Shizo made a mistake. That's gonna be Nets finding an individual kill. That should not happen, Todak. That should not have happened here. Now Tier 1 will fall in the middle lane, and Zord, again, they're shutting down Gary's farm again. This is bad.
I mean, this is where the snowball starts to happen, especially for Nolan players. This is a wet dream for Chibi. He has his whole team playing around him, denying Gary farm, finding opportunities to actually steal away camps, pulling out the Lord to fake as if he's there while he's on the top side of the map because he has so much mobility. I think as of yet, Todak, they need a way to shift the momentum because right now, in terms of the laning states, every lane is losing.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Todak. Like, what's the win condition for them? Because it feels like Momo has some sort of sustainability if he has the hard guard. But again, where's the damage coming on? It feels like they need Shizo to come up online a little bit earlier. They need Zyme Senpoi, but I don't think that's going to happen because here he comes. Homeboys, they are going to make an attempt on Momo. The Vengeance, still not good enough. Even with the hard guard, he doesn't survive the damage burst. Double kill for Nets as Homeboys continues their snowball in this game. Shizo, top side, tries to make a trade, but can he though? Chibi is here to stop him in track. Does he want to go for the vote? No! Does he get the minions? He doesn't get the turret as well! As Nats continues down middle, Salmon Force expended, and another tower will fall.
But Gary is just so far behind. He's 5 levels down on Chibi, can't get his own resources in his own jungle. Todak aren't really supporting him at this point in time because their side laners are already having a hard time. They were hoping that Gary would be a little bit more independent with the help of maybe Revelation as well as Zyme Senpoi. But it just goes to show this draft is struggling when playing from behind.
Yeah, it is going to be tough as well. Chibi, wow, level 13, 7 minutes in the game. Look at how quickly it's done as well. Rafflesia is going to go for the catch as well. He connects on Tree. They drop the hard guard on Gary. He's going to get a kill, double kill for Chibi. He wipes the floor. Gary didn't even do anything. He pops down, and he is going to go down. And Shizo pops the entropy to back out. Homeboy just doesn't care about his engagements.
I mean, at least Gary was able to find a kill onto Subbot, but it's true damage and it's expected for him to shred him down, but so far, Zorn is just making his life difficult. Every single time he goes for that big engage, or every single time he tries to get on top of the right targets, he's waiting for that Spear of Alpha to come out, or at least force it out early with the Way of the Dragon, especially since the Heart Guard is on top of Gary as well. It feels like he's getting a 2 for 1.
Yeah, this is tough. Like, this is really, really tough. Like, Todak had the idea to out-sustain Homeboys, but with Homeboys having this huge lead, I don't think the sustains matter. I have enough items and damage to just burst them down, and in this case, Tier 2 will fall, and even the gold difference as well. My god, how much of a lead is that?
9,000 gold lead as of right now in total for the Homeboys. Now to put on the show as momentum has fallen into their hands. 10K for this upcoming Lord. They're guaranteed inhibitors, but the real question is can they close this out before 12 minutes?
What can they do? Like, look at Zord. He's just messing with Todak's head, and they're not even going to make an attempt on this. Like, this is the Zord that we know of since his debut from Season 1 until Season 13. The only all-timer ever. Oh, no. Here he goes. Oh, no, not like this. No, Homeboys. No. They even put the T sign as a recall. Todak, here he comes, the kick! What? After that, what? Disengage coming in. Homeboys, they still go on. Rafisa needs to run away. They gobble up Gary and no Momo, and he is gonna fall as well. Homeboys immediately loses too. And they're gonna get another one. Chibi out of nowhere. Godlike for him. It's over. It's gonna be done. Inhibitors have fallen. The stars are coming in. And Todak, what are you doing? Absolutely nothing.
It's not like they can. Todak's overall composition just struggles to play from behind. They don't have the base stats to make this work out. Unfortunately, Gary has been taking a majority of this punishment, and it really hurts the rest of their laners, considering that, you know, Nets as well as Subpot playing their lane to perfection.
Oh, seems like an easy lord for our homeboys. Todak, what can they do? Shizo just swapped his shoes there. He actually opted to go for a roaming shoe for dire hit. What's up with that?
I mean, he's already behind. I mean, look at how behind everybody is, right? Being able to pick up a dire hit, and especially if he unlocks that passive early on, might give him that little bit of an edge because he's struggling to find resources on the map. So therefore, he might as well get passive resources when he can't walk up to these waves.
Well, interesting now. Hopefully it is going to pay off for now because homeboys, they are going to be knocking in moments away. And let's take a look at the items real quick here. Really? Dire hit? Huh. Can he get the passive in time? I don't think so, right?
I mean, there's nothing else he can really do as of right now, right? He's completed like half components of Rose Gold Meteor. Nothing that he can really do, to be fair.
All right, but now with the waves crashing in as well, support already opening up empty. Todas welcome flickers backwards. Isra Flishan, no minions range, legendary for Chibi as they look for more. Gary tried to clear the minions with his ultimate here. Tried to catch one, but unfortunately cannot find one at all. Subpot dropping down pretty low. Crystal's exposed. Zor now looking for the king. He even freestyled on it, but misses the timing. He's gonna go down, but at the same time, Crystal's gonna be focused down as well. Do they end it in time? Yes, they do. And Homeboys takes an overwhelming victory in game one.
Good, clean game coming out from the Homeboys' side. Todak, they're like, GG, go next. This one, a little too difficult with the draft that we have. They have a lot of adjustments to be made. One, head on over to blue side and don't go for this Angela. It just feels like a bait pick for the overall styles that we see from Todak. You deny an opportunity to activate players like Zyme Senpai. And yes, I don't think the Minotaur was a bad idea. However, you still need mid control.
Oh boy, this is a one-sided execution. You can see the excitement from the fans, the excitement from Daddyhood himself here, the owner of Homeboys. And of course, most importantly here, I'm pretty excited because that was a very clean game coming from Homeboys. It just shows you a big disparity on skill gap. But at the same time, was it really skill though?
I think the only one where it came down to skill gap was Nets versus Shizo.
Okay.
I think that was like by far very much a skill matchup. It is Harith favored. Shizo did try to make an opportunity for himself, but eventually it was just too much to deal with. Way too much to deal with once everybody else started to get involved. Couldn't create enough pressure on his side to actually absorb. So I think well played, Todak, but I think game 2 is where their eyes are set upon.
Agreed. But of course, now let's talk about the MVP for game 1 here. Who's it going to be? It is going to be Chibi, the man himself, as the MVP for game 1 with his Nolan play, which caused so much chaos in all these team fights as well. And it's undeniable, right? Like, look at this. This 10-0 and 4, very clean objectives here. Whenever he goes in, someone is going to die.
Oh my god, he's got 1,130 gold per minute. I'm pretty sure that breaks the record. I'm pretty sure that breaks a record somewhere. If not second place, but I'm pretty sure it is one of the higher ones we've seen thus far. Yeah, I mean, he snowballed out of control. There's really nothing much you can really do about that, right? On the opposite side, you would imagine that Gary should have been able to hold out on his own, but keep in mind, all the laners were busy, and all you have is Rafflesia, right? Trying to help clear out that mid wave while Udil continuously putting his resources, his life, his hit points on the line to make sure that every single time Zorn walks into enemy territory, he forces out a retribution from Gary.
Yeah, and on top of it all, what's really crazy is that before even 3 minutes, he got a Hunter Strike. That was a very, very fast farm coming from Chibi. And on top of it all, like, this is 10 minutes full item on this jungler. Like, how do you deal with it? Like, I don't think you are able to stall this at all because whoever, regardless if you're a tank or not, a level 50 Nolan with full item comes in your face and you are only level 8, you are gonna die.
Really can't do much I honestly think that even for Todak, they're like, yeah, we definitely lost the draft. We could have played the early game a little bit better, but there's no real means of like recovering from this unless homeboys make a significant mistake. And even Sapat, right? I would have imagined that he was going to get like Momo was going to try and keep him controlled in that lane, in that side lane for so long. But I think that with the momentum being generated by Zorn and Momo having to cover for his jungler Gary and even sometimes for Zyme Senpoi, it just made it too difficult, right? Too many things were going wrong. The whole cookie starts to crumble, the structure, the foundation missing. Just move on from this one. There's really nothing much I can say about it.
And the idea from Todak is they're hoping to have a scuffle fight with homeboys where it's pretty much a peeling fight rather than a just one-shot burst. But they just never found those timings because it was just one-sided rock over coming from homeboys where, hey, I get this first kill, Chibi just keeps on going to a point that there was no timings that Todak could reset. And every single time Zyme Senpoi gets into a hard guard and hoping that maybe Momo gets a kill, Gary gets a kill, it's just not enough damage. These are individual players, or in this particular, the hero itself are individual 1v1 heroes that they want to pick off, but they just can't pick off quick enough like how Chibi does, right? Like Chibi just goes in 3 seconds, someone dies. You want Momo to come online, he needs to at least 10 seconds.
Well, I think Todak was hoping that one of their laners, whether from jungle or whether from like top side gold or bottom side EXP, would eventually win out in their lanes. Unfortunately, they didn't find that, right? They didn't find a way to actually activate this Angela. Because again, I think that this Angela is a huge bait. I think that Todak, they need to get rid of it. Stop putting your mages on this Angela. I think that is a waste of time. I understand where Fly Solo is coming from when he goes for the Angela as well as the Minotaur within the first 2 picks. However, you need to guarantee a couple of things, right? I think that Shizzle was extremely confident saying that, hey, if you give me Natan into Harith, I will try and win this lane as hard as I can. Momo, by far, had the best matchup so far in this Sesi into Barats. But even then, Sapat played it extremely smart, making sure that he barely interacts with Momo and ensures, like, yeah, you can beat me like for the first couple of levels. Really doesn't matter to me. As long as I am above 70% of my HP, it's fine.
Yeah, and the thing about the difference between Sapat and Momo is that Sapat, he is always going to be able to wave clear faster than Momo, right? Like, technically, because he does that, Momo is forced to stay in the lane longer, and he already, again, Sapat is already in position to start a fight. And whenever Sapat is gladly gives his life to set up for a fight, Torak is just not able to respond. And whenever that happens, by the time Momo comes in, the fight's pretty much over because technically they should be starting the fight with Momo's ultimate into the Minon's rage, not the other way around. Well, even then, I don't think they have the damage, to be honest.
I mean, yes, that is definitely one of the bigger problems. But I think either way, depending on the situation, I think it's totally fine to be using one ult or the other pretty interchangeably at that point, right? There's still pros and benefits, obviously, but I'm thinking for a way for Todak to actually take advantage of homeboys, right? Because we saw what the bans were starting to look like. I mean, total target damage, yada. These particular stats don't really concern me because it doesn't tell the story that homeboys at this stage of the game have stronger laners, and I think Todak now recognize it where it's like, yes, these matchups really do matter. We can't just manhandle anybody. These aren't just regular boys.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Harith just has a better online timing compared to Natan. Natan needs at least 2 items to 3, whereas the moment Harith has a Examine Force, it's go, go, go. Like, I think that's the biggest difference between a Harith versus Natan matchup, and I feel like they're trying to replicate and take advantage of the fact that Blood Wings has been, I would say, discounted to a point where it's very, very affordable to buy. And while this is actually happening as well, most of the defensive items has kind of been nerfed. So it kind of allows magical damage to have like that extra edge compared to back in the days. Physical damage is the main core. Mage is there to support.
Well, I think it's power spikes, right?
Yeah.
I think it's more towards power spikes rather than we're looking at the overall game changes. Nets, especially on a Harith, can abuse a Starlium Scythe a lot better in comparison to Shizzle on this Natan. I think that's just the baseline of it, right? As soon as Nets gets that first item, Shizzle has to be extremely careful with the way that he approaches these fights. Sometimes he has to use his entropy very defensively. I was surprised that Shizzle was actually able to find an opportunity to force Nets to beat Nets in lane with that Examine Force activated and even costed Nets his own Purify. That to me was very surprising, but we didn't get to see a repeat of that because now Nets is calling for resources. We've already demolished Gary in the jungle, so therefore the mid lane starts to open up because Zyme Senpoi needs to be everywhere everywhere, all the time, in all places, but he only can target one person.
It's so hard. Like, think about this. Like, when whoever he hards guard literally says, like, I'm going to save this guy, but he tried it with Momo. Homeboy still committed 5 guys, still took him out and picked Zyme Senpoi. And again, they were so far ahead, right? So I get what you're saying here in terms of, hey, he can only save one guy. But what really surprises is that the amount of shields that Harry was bringing to the table. Like, this is only 11 minutes game. He's got 30,000 healing. That means he's been racking up some serious shields all the way through. Meanwhile, the rich guy, none other Chibi, 1,130 gold. Goddamn, 11 minutes, level 15 full item. That's so fast, man. That's crazy. But the damage that was actually coming from Nets, 49,000.
Yeah, he was pumping out damage, man. He was pumping out some real damage over a long period of time. I think so far so good for the side of Homeboys. I do feel that Todak need to diversify the tools that they have. They can't play for one strategy where they expect one person to snowball and carry the entirety of the game while everybody else looks to peel. I think they need to make sure they need to have a little bit more foresight in that draft. The draft was the main issue for me, right?
Yeah.
Overall game style, it's like, what do you once that early kill happens, what do you do after that? There's no real means of recovery if Homeboys played that perfectly.
Yeah, at the same time as well, Gary, yes, I know he's known for his alpha when he was playing with Team Hawk and helped them win the championship title, right? I would have preferred a Link on him instead, to be honest.
I think it would have been worse if he was on Link.
Really? Like, at least he could have just outmaneuver, right? Maybe. Nah, actually, yeah, you're right.
He would outmaneuver, and then he would see Chibi on the opposite side of the map and be like, well, I don't have enough energy to do this. And Chibi is just like, well, sucks to be you. Oh, you also don't have the red tree? I don't even need to fight you, because the same situations occur again and again and again. You lose your retribution because you have to use it on your purple buff. Zorn being annoying, you go to the top side of your map. One of your camps are already missing. Your buff might be missing sometimes, and then all of a sudden you see Nolan coming out for the top side through the gold lane and saying, hey, hello, do you want your orange buff as well? Nope, you don't have retribution, but I do.
Yeah, on top of it all, Rough Malaysia isn't exactly the biggest threat in level 1, level 2, right? Minotaur needs at least level 4 to kind of feel its presence a little bit more. So it's going to be a little bit tough here. If they were playing a little bit safe here, if Homeboys were respecting Toda a little bit more, this game would have been a little bit 50. But again, Homeboys, they understand the mission. They understand the objective. How do you win this game? Here's the goal. Start strong, end game. That's it. Start strong, push hard, end game. That's it. Straight up. Nothing Toda couldn't do with this draft.
Yep, I think that if there was a couple of optimizations that could have been made, I do think that at least for Momo, I think a Purify probably would have been a pretty good option there. I understand why he's going for the Vengeance, because yes, he's going to be the first one in, last one out. But at the end of it, there's just a lot of CC that they have to worry about, and they didn't recognize that Homeboys is actually playing a pick-off composition with their EXP and as well as Zorn on that show. Two means of actually holding somebody out of position, or if they use one early and then the Harkar comes, the other can come in and technically clamp down on two people.
Yeah, it's scary to see how, considering the fact that they actually first picked the Nolan. It was like, okay, wait, you know what? Considering that we had a surprise visit yesterday here, a surprise Moskov pickup, here, guys, now's a good time to roll for that Worm Lord skin, because right now the Infernal Worm Lord, we did see it make its appearance yesterday, and it's good. It looks good. You better do it right now, because you can draw the event, get a chance to win exclusive Moskov skin with the first ever skin ID tag. Guess what? It's more than April now. You've missed the gold ID tag. Don't worry, there's still the silver ID tag right now until the end of April.
Yep.
Get it now.
Pick it up now while you still can. Hopefully, especially for some of the Homeboys fans, they can pick it up while they can, while they could do it as they watch the English stream live in front of us. Shouts out to you boys out there. Hats off to you guys. 50% off your first 10 draw. Take advantage while you still can. But now we need to talk about game number 2, because here in game number 2, this is where Todak, it's not really a do or die position. It's definitely looking to try and get into the upper brackets later down the line. I think if they are going to try and punish the Homeboys, they really need to start thinking about the gold lane compositions, right? I think Harith and Roger need to get out of the way. Natan might even be a consideration overall, but I do think that the Angela is an absolute bait for either team.
I think Angela first pick is just is not as strong as before now. Like, I personally feel like there's so much more to talk about here, but at the same time, I think I need a little bit more insights to talk about this game here. Here's a video to get those insights.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang ini bukan hanya tentang kerjasama, tetapi pemain-pemain juga perlu memahami objektif, tempo dan juga meta. Dengan lebih 50 pemain bermain di atas pentas MPL, mari kita dengar pendapat daripada pakar-pakar kita. Pemain mana yang memiliki kemahiran makro terbaik?
Pendapat saya lah who's the best makro dekat season 13 ni sebenarnya Udil disebabkan pengalaman yang dia ada.
Rasanya Udil kot. Kalau saya pemain dengan dia pun saya rasa dia punya makro bagus.
Saya pilih Zon lah sebab Zon dia dah ada pengalaman dari season 3.
Player paling tinggi makro is Zon. Cukup jelas apabila kita melihat beliau bermain chip dengan begitu pantas di mana pasukan lain banyak lagi yang belum pun menguasai chip ini.
For me, the best macro player in this MPL is Innocent.
He really knows when to go in and wait for the timing so he can clean up then get the game in the fight.
It's hard to decide between Iris and Smooth because I look at the EXP laners and Iris is very good at handling the side lanes, knowing when to come to the fight. And Smooth is very good at creating space for the team. So I think it's between these two that has the best macro.
I think is Skies from Selangor Red Giants. I know a lot of the other casters are gonna say like roamers and EXP laners and stuff, so I want to give it to a jungler. I feel like Skies has a really good identification in terms of jungle timing, as well as whether or not to contest objectives, and when are the best times to like farm lanes, invade jungles, and go for ganks. The identification is very good, and the coordination between the team is why the Red Giants look so strong overall.
Well, we've got professional advisors here, and you know what really sucks? Why didn't they ask for our opinions? Like, what do you think about that? Who do you think has the best player with the best macro so far?
I think the player with the best macro thus far, ooh, that's a difficult one. I would curveball, I would say Lexia does. I think that he's extremely aware of everything that is happening in the map, and I think that considering what his role is asking of him, right, it's hard for him to always micromanage everybody. There's a certain level of expectation from Lexia, and that's why some people have had, you know, rubbed edges, have been rubbed the wrong way by Lexia, but he just cares that much.
Yeah, maybe he's just thinking way completely different compared to everyone else, right? He just stands above the rest. All right. I guess there is a lot of opinions here, you know, when it comes to who's the best macro players here. But of course, this is just all a professional opinions. But at the same time, eventually the results matter. But as of now, we have achieved a new record. Chibi has officially gained the highest GPM thus far here in MPL MY with 1,130 gold per minute. And you know what's the best part? All three is Chibi. Yeah.
He's literally competing against himself at this point.
It's not even fair, man.
It's not even fair. And he really set himself apart this time with the 1,130 overall goal per minute in that game. But for this upcoming draft, let's get right into it. Game number 2. Todak looking to even it out. And this time they're going straight over to blue side after a quick match and a quick beating from the homeboys in game 1.
Yeah, I didn't feel bad. Just because of the fact that, you know, top 3 was Chibi. I didn't even get to see the 4th and 5th. It was like,
it was rough.
It doesn't even matter anymore. Like,
it was rough.
Yeah, it's rough for you. You can't beat Chibi 40 times.
Yeah, it's not like you can play Nolan in the gold lane. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Homeboys getting rid of the Rajan as well as the Matilda. Obviously, red side, got to get rid of that Matilda. It's natural. Todak has already banned out the Farmison as well as the Arlot here. I think homeboys really have done some good preparation, but I don't think Angela should not be picked for either Todak or even the homeboys. Chip might be banned. Oh no, Reflation has actually picked it up before.
No way, they're not banning the chips?
No, because they're on blue side, right? So homeboys have to be the one to make that decision.
No, just let him play. You know, what makes you think Reflation can play chips? Actually, technically can.
He got a back door with Chip just the other day.
I know, right? Like, you need to respect this. Please don't. Oh, let's go. Come on. Pick it, Todak. I know you want to. Just do it. Because if you don't pick it right now, homeboys is going to say, I'm going to play chips too.
Yeah.
You know what? Like, Zorn's got to be happy. Like, he's called this out before. Todak, come on. Just do it. Like, Rafflesia, you got the backdoor win. Great for you. But now, can you replicate it? Because, to be honest, chips is 100% win rate. Nobody has figured out how to beat it yet. So, now with the chips on Todak, homeboys is going to be put to the test on how to deal with chips.
By the way, it's 75% win rate. I didn't want to ruin it. I was going to let the stats kind of help you out there. I mean, yes, it has been dropped by a single time, okay? It's not like every time it's going to be good, but this time, let's see how homeboys is going to play. They're going to double down on Chibi's Nolan once again. He's going to be fast across the map and maybe too fast for Chip to keep up. The real question is, how do they want to deal with this shortcut? Barat, okay, comfort pick for Subpa, totally fine. Doesn't really reveal much about the comp just yet.
I was expecting maybe a Valentina pickup for Udil, just for the sake of like, hey, you know what? We've got a shortcut. If I can steal it, great, because I'm going to make a shortcut myself. Because, note, because if you're talking about stealing other mages, it's going to be difficult, right? Because your opponent's mage is going to be so far behind, it's hard to reach the places, but when the chips, it's going to be in your face regardless. So before it hits you, steal it, pop the ultimate immediately.
It sounds like a really good idea, but I think what Homeboys is waiting for is what exactly is Zaim Senpoi going to play. If Senpoi decides to go, hey, I'm going to take the Odette away from the Homeboys, Valentina instantly is going to start shooting up. But I don't think they're going to pick it just yet. Only in the second phase will I imagine that they want to show their mage. Yep, there we go. The carry and as well as the Fredrin. Good old carry here once again. And Shizo, very confident on this. I've seen him play this before during the Snapdragon Pro series. He is quite the menace. Homeboys, on the other hand, now wanting to outrange this carry, locking in nets on Natan.
Yeah, this is good. Like, this is a comfort pick come from Homeboys. They're going to replicate it again here, but nets, you know, we've seen him make wonders on the Natan yesterday, right? Like a near impossible comeback. 1v4, got a Maniac himself, so he is going to be here playing in once again. But my bigger question here is that, like, there are a lot of ways to deal with the chips. You either replicate the macro aspect, or you just burst down the portal before anyone gets in. And in this case, I've seen integrations of like Gord trying to deal with it. I've seen integrations of how Derov is going to be dealing with it. But I don't think Derov is good enough. Like, I think Gord is pretty okay.
What are you watching? Where is this data coming from?
Like, just me playing chips in general where...
Dyroth though?
No, not Derov. Gord.
Gord, I understand. Dyroth, I'm like, what?
Like, if I don't kill the Gord is just going to completely destroy everyone who tries to walk into the table.
I mean, true.
Through the portal.
That is true. That is very, very true. I think that Odette is also a pretty good solution to the problem as well. I think Homeboy's very respectful of them, making sure that they're not going to get this high loss in this lane. Again, good way to go in and out. Wodak are the ones who ban out the Odette. Respectable. There's still other ways to handle it. I want to see whether Homeboys want to pick it up, though.
I've had a weird game where a Badang roam just completely destroys Chip. Like, this Badang roam just comes in. Whenever Chips drops an ult, he just slams a wall onto the portal. Anyone comes in, just gets punched multiple times. It's crazy. But I don't think they're going to risk it, right? Like, they're going to play something a little bit more meta-ish, try to deal with it. But again, like I said, you know, no right way to deal with annoying Chips so far. But can Rafflesia replicate what Zorn did against them?
I think it's definitely possible, right? It's not out of the question, but I think Homeboys is approaching the situation extremely well, focusing on EXP laners who start to not only threaten the composition, but really can take advantage of walking through that portal. Glorious Pathway, Black Dragon Form, both of which very good and powerful ultimates to be able to close the distance, stopping retreats from the Homeboys' side, and really threatening nets on this Natan. Because remember, it's not a Claude. It's not like he has a BMI. He has one BMI, and that's the entropy. After that, he ain't going back in time, especially with the raw amount of burst that we're going to see from the Homeboys.
This is smart coming from Kodak. They're just limiting our options where whenever Chips engage, if Homeboys makes a counterplay, it is going to defeat the purpose of just going in and one-shot people, right? Like, if you can stall for time to go in for retreat, that's exactly what Homeboys is wants to actually deal with Chips. Because as of yet, Nolan, very, very nimble. Natan, very, very nimble. Barats, well, if you catch Barats, well, you're going to be either eaten up or going to be caught stranded. Because once the whole cavalry comes in, the Avenger squad comes in, he's dead.
Yep, I think Homeboy's probably going to go with the Cho one more time here. It's either Cho or Tigreal, right? Either or can do decently well. Even Grok is not a bad choice. They go for Farsa to make sure that they can look to punish their opponents as either they walk through and still stay at a safe distance, or at the very least, like I would have expected the Valentina, but more importantly so, Homeboys just holding out on their support pick.
This is... I don't know, I'm not a big fan of this, just because of the fact that the moment Chips finds the Farsa, is dead. But again, this is all based off individual fights, right? Like, this is going to be Homeboys needing to out-macro the Chip in order to come on top. Because if they don't group up at the right pace at the right time, Chips is going to take out somebody without any backup. Or retaliation. But, oh my goodness.
There we go.
We forgotten the Marsha.
There we go.
This is scary.
I think that Homeboys completely understood when they locked in that far set, they were going to give up the Masha regardless. And I think Homeboys wanted some kind of confirmation on who exactly is going to be the pick for the side of Todak. And I think now that they've kind of seen what the open hand looks like, how are they going to respond to this?
Well, looks like they're going to bring in the Belleric. What?
When you take away one AoE, there's another one to be had, and it's going to be Belleric in the...
XP?
Wait,
XP?
there we go. Support position.
Okay.
In the Roma position. I like this. I like the ideas that Homeboys have. I do think it's a little interesting. They probably could have picked the Belleric early on and then figured out what mid laner they want afterwards, but hey, I'm totally fine with this. Teamfight compositions all across the board. Advantages can be created on side lane, specifically through nets this time, and not necessarily through suppot. Hopefully, we do see a better showing from Todak, because now that Gary is back on that Fredrin, he should be able to hold on to his own, unless Udil Feather airstrikes him to oblivion.
Well, we have to see how this is going to be unfold here, because we are going to be seeing game number 2 of Todak versus Homeboys as they duke it out for who is the true king. Because as of yet, we have seen something that we have not seen before in a very, very long time, because Zord will be playing the Belleric. Never seen before any other hero, any other player. Only Zord has played it, besides Momo, of course, you know, like, besides Momo, no one else has played it. And I don't know, like, I've never seen Zord play this at all, ever, in any season.
Did he play it any other season? I feel like there is, but that feels more like a Season 3, Season 4 sort of situation. Regardless, I still want to see where Todak wants to kind of place their resources, right? Because again, they've got 2 lanes that can't force priority. They're going to be on the defensive a majority of the time. And with the Novaria in that mid lane, at least she clears decently fast, but with the new patch on Farsa, her wave clearing is now very effective. Look at that. Have all 4 of those minions, half of its HP gone.
Yeah, now Gary gonna be pressured once again. Homeboy's making the same attempt on his life. No one can save him. There's only so much Zyme Senpai can do. He's gonna get taken out. Chips nowhere to be found at all from Todak, because right now, Chips Rafflesia is sitting on the portal down bottom. He's been waiting for the right moment to strike, and Homeboy says, we are gonna fight at a place where Chips can't come from behind.
Yep, I think that Chip definitely needs to make sure that Gary has a good time, right? Because previously on that Minotaur, got no support whatsoever. Gary now struggling to do basically anything because Zorn is such an absolute menace to melee heroes. We start looking at the emblem setup, and it tells us even more, right? Similar builds all across the board.
Yep, at the same time, Rafflesia is going to try and harass Saban a little bit here. Zorn again being able to walk into the towers for absolutely free because of the fact that they don't really have a front line, because Chips won't be opening up the maps. He is going to be looking for those flanks every single time, and it's annoying. And there's nothing Todak can really do about it unless, you know, Momo is there to provide a little bit of assistance.
Well, let's see how much assistance he really is going to provide, because now when they push those lanes, every single time they push, they start walking towards that portal, keeping an eye on it just to know where exactly this chip could potentially come out from. No,
that's going to be not coming out at all. Apparently, not happening. Zorn, at the same time, very, very smart pick here coming with the Belleric. I actually like the idea as well, because if the shortcut comes in, right, they will be walking in towards a Ralph Dryad. Like, they are going to be stunned because of this Belleric, and it's got a very, very long activation time. So I actually like this pickup. Like, Rafflesia, if he tries to go for a shortcut unnecessarily, he's going to be in trouble here. Gary, now, going to try and start a fight with Zor, but I don't care. I'm a Belleric, man.
Man, Todak is just leaving Gary on an island. Nobody can really help him. Zyme Senpai, especially with how Zorn is walking in and out of the jungle, he's also making sure that he absorbs a couple of Star Shatters to make sure that the waves don't get cleared as efficiently as we usually see. Zorn tries to make a play, doesn't lose his flicker, but on the top side, they make a play.
Momo, they immediately find one. Chibi gets shot in as well. Subpart now trying to make a salvage, but he finds Chizo. They trade 1-for-1. But he is not going to be having any kind of backup, and he is going to go down. Meanwhile, this is happening. All 4 up on top means space for Homeboys down bottom, and Nets is gonna try and clear the gold plating down bottom. Meanwhile, Momo gonna take the top with Gary.
Yep, this feels like this feels good, right, for Todak. They're like, yes, we're able to make a gank happen. We're gonna get Momo some gold. But look at the gold difference, right? Despite GB dying, he's still a full level ahead of Gary. What's worse is that down on the bottom side, right, because Shizo end up dying on that gank towards the top side of the map, Nets has been able to take the entire gold plating, and now he's a full level ahead, and he is significantly stronger than Shizo, while Shizo is still looking for 3 items.
Yeah, they're just taking advantage of the fact that if everyone goes in the shortcut and not burst anyone quick enough and not take back the shortcut back, Homeboys is going to try and capitalize on this here. And because of this very, very nice pick out of Chibi, even though it's supposed to be in favor of Toda, they've given so much space. And this is actually not that great as well, because Homeboys, they're just getting free money out of nowhere.
I mean, it just means that whoever Todak invests in, and I think that Momo was able to get a majority of that gold, right? He's got to be the guy who's able to pull the pressure away from the rest of these lanes. So good luck to Momo. He's got a tough road ahead of him. He's got Zion Senpoi to confirm a couple of locations, but that's as much as he's going to get.
Yeah, at the same time as well, Toda, they're playing this a little bit safe as well with Rafflesia. Should be playing a little bit more aggressive, and this is not exactly what you want out of a chip, right? You kind of want to play a little bit aggressive here, find some random stray, just isolate it and just take a fight. And because of this, Homeboys is just getting their respective farm that they get, especially for GB now, looking for an invade. They know exactly where Rafflesia is. It's like, okay guys, don't worry, he's here. If they catch me, it's all good. I'm just a roamer, man. But GB from behind, okay, goes into the retreat, tries to steal a creep away. Denies the farm away from Gary once again.
He just has to stay above Gary, right? Stay over his head. Todak is eventually going to scale, and they're going to scale extremely hard, but the same could be said about the Homeboys, right? So maintaining this momentum is important. It's 2-2 in terms of the kill score, but it's 3,000 worth of gold. This small lead is gigantic. Oh, hey, hold on.
Oh, here it comes. They are going to make an attempt on Sapan. Todak's welcome still available, but no, he flickers backward. He's trying to buy time for his team. He will fall. All 5 are here. Can they take the portal back? Yes, they will. Gary's going to be able to go back.
Okay.
He's taking a little bit too much damage. Udil is there to provide the assistance, but again, Homeboys, they make their foresight and focus on the purple buff. They are going to steal it away from Gary once more. Oh boy, Gary. Not having a good time at all.
Wait, can they catch Shizo? No, Shizo makes it out just in time. Momo, too many health bars, not worth their time, but they do manage to protect the top tier 1. Homeboys maintain their structures.
Very, very good macro plays coming from Homeboys here, reacting to whatever Todak is doing. Like now, Chibi. Oh, okay. Zaim, he's gonna be fine. He forces a flicker, but Chibi again setting up for an ambush as well. Gary, if he walks in the wrong side, he might be dead here.
How does Gary play this? He's going to be sitting around this turtle, but he's already 2 levels down. When they team fight, it's going to be difficult. I think they're just going to have to try and 4v5 this. Let Momo push in the side lanes and drag this turtle dance for as long as possible, because Homeboys, they're on a timer.
Yeah, Nets now going to be reviewed with the Astro Echo. Turtle instantly bursts down from Homeboys. Todak, they don't really want to contest. They know it's not worth it. Gary is just 2 levels behind.
Oh wow, Momo's gonna give this turret away. Get this turret and make sure that Shizo's in position to actually move up when the next wave starts to push on down, right? I think overall, so far, okay for the side of the Homeboys, but they haven't really hammered the nail on the head just yet. Todak has come up with some creative solutions to maybe find something here, but now Gary.
Sabat gonna be catching on Gary, instantly melted with the feather airstrike as well. Todak not able to respond, nowhere to be found. Where is Rafflesia? Because as of now, GB finds one. Shizo eliminated. 5-man down middle. They need the chip. Where is he? Because right now, Homeboys, they're just getting a free turret for absolutely free.
Yeah, it's too difficult. It's very dangerous. As long as the Homeboys, and especially for Sapat, right? Minimizing damage overall, wasting ults, wasting resources, absorbing pressure. Todak not really finding what they need here. And even for Momo, I think Momo has to play extremely greedy. He has to be able to drag this game as long as possible to start getting their members to scale. Oh,
he's gonna try the Agro Call and Cavalry as well, but Chibi, he's got a mobility. I don't care if you've got 5. If I've got fast fingers, the shortcut a little bit far off, right at the edge. The players could not interject. and is gonna get out. Meanwhile, Momo is down towards the final bar. GB almost going for the kill. Do they get a better strike? Yes, they do. GB still survives. Oh, boys. They strike back with a punch of their own.
GB is just so far ahead, and this is why I was hoping Momo was going to play a lot more selfish, right? Not give up his lane, not give up anything until that TP comes down. And because of the 6k goal lead, it's basically impossible. They're really stretching their earlier 3k lead and making it feel like these inches are yards.
Oh boy, this is tough. Like, it really feels like a yard now because of the 7k net worth, right? Like, Nets, he doesn't really do much. He's just farming his turrets all the way through here and trusts that his teammates got his back. And so far, Sapat has pretty much been the biggest target dummy that Todak has been eyeing for. And he's actually working in Homeboy's favor. Focus on the barrage. It doesn't matter. What matters is Nets and Chibi come online. And right now, 9 minutes game again, even though Chibi died once, he's about to hit his level 15 again.
Look at how fast they melted.
My God.
It's just hot knife through butter, man. Hot knife through butter. Now I want to see whether Homeboys is actually able to achieve the siege, right? Because in terms of high ground defense,
he's gonna try again. Finally, he gets it. GB did not realize it. It was from a blind spot and concealed. Very, very fast reactions. Instant recalls from Toda. They take Chibi out. This is huge. 45, manageable. Manageable.
It is manageable. But let's see. It's all about that inhibitor. If an inhibitor goes down for the side of Todak, it's going to make life so much more difficult.
Oh, it's going to be a hit and run. Now, 4v5, Immortality up on Sapat Nets. Going to be taking the orange buff away. Gary going to be a zone out a little bit here. They bait out the feather strike. Udil in a little bit of trouble. Rafflesia doesn't want to interject. They've got the Astro Echo, and Homeboys, they have to let go with the assault. No Chibi, no fight.
Okay, I definitely thought there was an angle there for Zorn to go for like a flickered Wrath of the Dryad play, and then maybe Udil just chunks somebody down. I'm pretty sure that Udil is very happy with his current position as of yet. There's plenty of burst damage, and Todak is just so significantly behind in this matchup.
Well, speaking of behind here, when are they going to come online? Because as of yet, Gary is level 12. He's 3 levels behind. Even if they go in for a Lord objective, it's going to take forever because Chibi will always out-retry Gary unless he mistimes it.
Well, I think that Todak needs to find gold on the map, right? As I mentioned before, it's about Shizo and as well as Momo to scale as quickly as possible. Zyme is eventually going to get there, right? But he's playing more of a utility role than a hard damage dealing role. If he can find these shots on Udil, it's a nice touch, but still, it's not good. The damage isn't really going to stick.
Oh boy. Rafflesia needs to go in for a good pick again. And besides Chibi, who else is a good target for him? It's hard, right?
It's probably Nets. If they can get a flicker out of Nets, that's still pretty valuable. I don't know. As of yet, I feel like Rafflesia is very nervous on the trigger finger sometimes. He just needs to know exactly where Zorn is so it doesn't turn the fight around too much. Or at the very least, members of the Homeboys are occupied and visible on the map, like Udil as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Homeboys is positioning himself to actually take a fight where it's hard for Rafflesia to rotate in time, right? They always pick a fight that is away from the 4 portals that Rafflesia may or may not come by, and because of that, it has been very difficult for Toda to actually start a fight.
Can't really do much here. They might even find another turn back, but Nets is able to catch that wave. In the meantime, at least for Gary, he's got his Radiant Armor, so he should be able to sustain a little bit more damage against specifically Nets. Udil, probably not. I'm pretty sure that he's got the Divine Glaive by now. Oh. Here we go.
Okay, not going to be starting the fight here. Instant disengage coming from Todak. He realized it's just not worth it. Next Lord comes in. It's going to be in the hands of Homeboys once again. But Rafflesia, they're looking for a catch, but no, they can't. They just have to split push. Astro Echo comes in. The snipe, not going to connect. It is going to be focused on the other side. So Homeboys, they get an easy Lord while Todak gets a tier 2 down bottom.
And there we go. Udil finishes his Divine Glaive. He should have enough damage to cut through anybody who has a single MR item except for
Rafflesia, they're going to focus on Sapat. Immortality comes in. Chibi is going to get bursted down. What is the damage? They finally found him. Shizo, he'll take Chibi, but he will lose his life. The rest of team from Toda is going to be scrambling as Zorn catch a stream-man with the Dryads, and Nets still alive. Todak, they have to back off on this. Oh, what a block from Nets. Siam Senpoi.
2-for-2 trade from both sides. So far, so good. A good angle coming in from El-Classico. But everybody was ready, right? We saw Zorn actually make the attempt with the Wrath of the Dryads, only finding El-Classico, unfortunately.
Yeah, but at the same time, Lord knocking in, they still have Nets. That is going to mow down this inhibitor. Nothing Gary can do about it. Shizo finding it back online. Homeboys will respect this and only take the outer objectives right now. But again, the defense from Todak is slowly being peeled apart right here by Homeboys.
12 minutes, 79% for the AI winning prediction in these types of positions. Damage dealt ranking, Zyme Senpoi right on top, right next to Udil, who is currently in second place. Chibi catching up fast though. However, I will say that at this point, it's going to be quite a struggle for the Homeboys, right? Their lead is about to not matter once Todak reaches the 42k mark. They're not just going to be able to kind of muscle their way through Todak's comp.
Well, speaking of comms coming in, they've got vision, but again, Astro Echo comes in. Yeah, I see you there. What can we do? Like, Chibi taking some significant damage. Gary trying to bait out Zorn's over-eagerness. Shizo gonna try to keep a little bit of damage, but Nets already make quick work on the bottom inhibitor. And again, Raflesa hasn't been able to find any strays yet. Like, except for 2 attempts on Chibi's life. Homeboys is just saying, like, you know what? Let's not split push. Let's just do what we need to do, and that's grouping up as 5. And because of this, they get a free value tier 2 up top.
Momo now dragging this out longer than it needs to be, and Homeboys, it's a little frustrating for them, but what can they really do? They're the ones who got caught out, especially with a good play coming in from El-Classico. And I think that from their perspective, fighting as 5 is necessary so they don't get caught out as easily, but more importantly, they can't afford to lose too much pressure because Momo, I think he's come to a point where he can basically 1v1 anybody on the side of the Homeboys, as long as it's a 1v1.
Ooh, I saw Chibi recalling back and flexing his arms as well. It seems like he is getting a little bit exhausted by playing with the Nolan a little bit here, considering how fast his fingers were. And as of yet, he needs to maintain that focus a little bit faster because of how quickly Raflesa has been reacting if he sees Raflesa. Uh-oh, maybe. Oh, no. He's got to recall. Check the brush, or you. Oh, no! He's got to get out! He forced a try-in, but at the same time, I'm out of there.
Good flicker. Good flicker. And now Todak, they can start this Lord Dance and have priority over it pretty early on. Pretty sure El-Classico needs a little bit more time before he can take that shortcut. He should be heading to the top side of the map.
Yeah, they have to go in for the fight. Chibi finds Zyme Senpoi from behind. No Varia. And they also find Gary as they gobble him up. A little bit late to react. Homeboys finds an opportunity. Momo and El-Classico nowhere to be found. Easy Lord for Homeboys as they continue with their push.
A great pick.
Oh my goodness.
Just a great pick coming in from GB, right? Great game sense. He didn't want to walk through the front line of Todak, so instead, he's looking specifically for Zyme Senpoi. A very easy target to get, and they know for a fact that he doesn't have his flicker.
Oh no, Zard with the fry-in! Shizo forced the recall back, but Momo, he finally joins the fight. He takes one down, instantly gets shredded by Nets. Homeboys 4v2. Shizo, Zyme Senpoi now. Last to defend, fortunately for them. Homeboys, Lord is going to be coming in, but Todak, can they defend? They need Momo, they need El-Classico. 20 seconds on the sidelines, it's going to be long. Astro Echo comes in, they are going to start things off with catching Gary. They will find one, but Chibi from the sides, he finds Zyme Senpoi. He focuses the crystal, they take game 2. The Kings are here, the defending champions show you why they are the true Kings. 2-0, Todak, 2-0.
Nicely played. GG well played by the Homeboys. Nets, he's the better goal laner right now. He's showing his experience here. Shizo, a little too young before he claims his title.
Oh boy, what a stop from Homeboys. Todak, they pulled in their pocket strategies. None of them work in the face of Homeboys as they understand what they needed to do and completely shut them down. All hail the true Kings. Homeboys, you're defending champions. Now, let's jump into an interview with the host, with Rose.
Itu dia kemenangan besar untuk pasukan Homeboys. 2 berbalas 1, 3 3 mata penuh currently standing on number 2 this regular season. Guys, Flame Boys, a round of applause. All right. Hi, everybody. Say hi. Hey, Nets. Just now when you won, what were you doing? Ano ginagawa mo kanina nung nanalo kayo?
Nola.
Ha? Nola? Wow, tengah buat apa tu tadi?
Job.
Buat apa tadi? Dia tengah proses Melayu dia.
Nola.
No. You tak buat apa-apa? Tak buat apa-apa. Alright. Tak buat. Okay. As a gold laner import from the Philippines, you just went up with another gold laner, Shizo, from the Philippines as well. What do you have to say about his performance and how did you think you performed against him? Tagalog you want? Melayu also can, Tagalog also can, English also can. Come on, Nat, semangat.
Lebih kuat lah.
Lebih kuat? Siapa lebih kuat? Aku. Wow! Mantaplah budak ni. Okay, kita pass pula kepada Udila. Udila, diorang tak nak. Okay, diorang tak nak. Kita bagi dekat Zon je lah dulu. Alright. Now, usually bila chip buka, Zon akan dapat chip dengan Zon cakap ini adalah satu hero auto win dia. Tapi tadi, pasukan lain yang dapat chip, you pula kenapa pick Belleric?
Simple, sebab Muntun buat chip untuk saya, jadi saya tahu counter dia apa.
Oh! Simple punya answer. Okay, I like. Alright, so kita tanya, Flame Boys, korang rasa siapa yang MVP perlawanan ini? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Ay. Chibi. Tadi, Chibi actually dapat pecah rekod sendiri where dia dapat average gold per minute of 1,130. So itu adalah satu paling tinggi di musim ini dan juga di MPL MY, tak silap saya, you pecah rekod sendiri juga. Okay, so tadi you main Nolan dengan sangat-sangat baik. So, I'm pretty sure ramai orang nak tahu, adakah kita boleh tengok Chibi main assassin lain selain Nolan in the upcoming weeks ataupun dekat playoffs?
Test. InsyaAllah lah boleh main hero assassin daripada Nolan. And then saya tak nak cakap banyak sangat, takut ada masalah yang berlaku lah. So mungkin hari ni kita orang lebih better daripada orang. So untuk Todak, comeback stronger dan teruskan berjuang. So untuk Homeboys ataupun Todak, doakan tim kalian masing-masing dan teruskan berdoa supaya tim korang sukses lah untuk kedepannya, insyaAllah.
Alright. Okay, so guys, since tadi Chibi dah cakap pasal friendship, dengan cerita, kita ada segmen special hari ini sebab Daddyhood ada special request to show the friendship. Now, kan I selalu cakap, kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. So Daddy, apa yang Daddy nak buat actually?
Okay, sebelum saya nak buat apa-apa, saya nak ucap terima kasih kepada fans Todak, Patriot, thank you, Homeboys, Flame Boys, thank you sebab datang. Saya rasa ini derby yang real lah compare dengan last week kan, sebab this week lagi real punya derby. So saya very respect on Todak punya side, and hari ni saya nak jemput sahabat saya Hajilan Todak untuk naik ke atas untuk saya serahkan, orang kata, piala kalah dengan Homeboys. Okay, oh ada juga. Okay. Alright. So insyaAllah saya doakan kita berdua ataupun pasukan Homeboys dan Todak dapat go through sampai ke MSCG, insyaAllah. Aja ada apa nak cakap? Tim saya power ke apa ke?
Ini adalah pelit terakhir untuk Homeboys untuk season ni.
Okay guys, thank you. Selalu respect kawan-kawan, alright. Selalu respect siapa pun, apa pun yang terjadi. Thank you semua. And hopefully Homeboys ada momentum ni sampai jadi champion insyaAllah Boleh InsyaAllah, amin. Alright, thank you semua. Assalamualaikum.
Alright, thank you so much kepada Flame Boys, Home Homeboys, Daddyhood dan juga Ketoda. You guys may now go celebrate your win. Thank you so much. Itu dia perlawanan kedua minggu diraja hari terakhir. Derby yang sangat-sangat sengit dan sangat-sangat intense. And I'm pretty sure semua orang dekat MBSJ ataupun dekat rumah had an amazing time watching that matchup. Tapi fret not, kita ada match terakhir lagi sekejap lagi. Tapi of course, sebelum kita teruskan dengan match seterusnya, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk analyze apa yang menjadi dalam series ini. 2 berbalas kosong untuk pasukan Homeboys. So casters, what did Homeboys do right this time? Silakan.
Thank you so much, Rose, for that amazing interview session here. But again, it's interesting to see how, Homeboys has been reacting here. Friends on the outside still sharing a token of appreciation while casually jabbing. Here's a prize for being beaten by Homeboys. Daddy, what?
I love his bits. I think Daddy's bits in particular are, Daddy Hood's bits in particular are very, very nicely done. There's a level of finesse. But let's talk about this particular game, because I think in game number 2, Tora put a much better fight. But unfortunately, by the time they hit their scaling, this man, Chibi, he just finds the angles. He just finds the angles to really rip in to some of the members of Torak, especially towards the end there. Novaria, Zyme Senpai could not play the game. Shizo struggling to find any kind of space in these too short range, considering how quick Chibi is to get in and out of these fights. I think overall, really interesting that Homeboys have developed in such a way, saying, hey, we are taking these meta picks, we know how to play them, but you also have answers towards them. This is the first time we've seen Beleric actually hit the land of Dawn, especially in the roaming position here, coming in from Zorn nonetheless. And even for Torak, they were banning out potential counter picks towards the chip. I don't think they were expecting Beleric.
I think this is really smart coming from Zorn as well, just because of the fact that usually I was thinking, like, hey, maybe you should just burst down the shortcut if Rafisa makes a play. But the problem here is that Zorn took it in an approach where, hey, if you come into me, I'm going to use a rough drive. Whoever walks in the shortcut means they are going to be attacking on Zorn. And guess what? Beleric actually reflects some parts of the damage away back to his teammates, which kind of sets up in a way where this Beleric is a great way to deal with it. And so far, we haven't seen it being utilized fully for now because of how macroly Homeboys has been playing throughout the game, right? They have been positioning themselves in a way where Rafflesia, it's going to be very difficult for Rafflesia to set up a fight. And so far, Rafflesia, he's died twice, but again, he's gotten very nice kills on Chibi. And that's the reason why this game dragged out to 17 minutes.
I mean, he had to get really creative with some of the solutions here, right? I mean, he needed to find a timing where he can catch Chibi off. And the first time that he attempted it, Chibi was way too fast. Couldn't get the second part of his auto attack down. Fine, no big deal. He was prepared for that. He saw me coming. This time I'm going to use the conceal. And they managed to do it twice. Now, I think the major issue here is the fact that Rafflesia, he cannot stick next to Gary. And I think Homeboys really hampered Gary down in both of these matchups, something in which Torak did not correct from game 1 into game number 2. They thought game 1 was going so badly that they couldn't even do anything about it, so they moved on. But they didn't correct the fact that somebody needs to be able to get priority for Gary. If you have Shizo on a carry and you have Momo on this Masha, they cannot push waves as quickly as they want to until they get some items, which means that Zyme Senpai, Rafflesia, and Gary must work together to ensure that Gary gets enough farm to be able to sandbag the movements coming in from Homeboys' side.
That's the thing about these two games, right? It's been very, very apparent that if you play chips like how Zord plays it, you need to have a very, very strong frontliner early game to kind of block off for Chibi, or in this case, secure the farm of the jungler. Gary never got that in both games, and Zord was just able to abuse it. Like, first game, Cho, great, understandable. Walk in, zoop, 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 zoop. Oh, no point contesting him. It's just Cho doing Cho things. But this is a Beleric. It's not exactly got the most mobile. He walks in for free and just says, hello. Because of his mere presence, it feels bad for Gary because every single time he sees Zord, he's so afraid to efficiently farm. And because of all this inefficiency, Chibi was just able to efficiently farm his rotation lines and just outscale Gary in general.
I mean, let's also not forget the fact that Chibi is literally twice as fast as Gary.
Yeah.
Twice as fast. I mean, it's Nolan versus the Frederick. It's to be expected that Nolan is going to be quicker on these rotations overall. But let's not forget that most of the times when Gary is looking to actually try and go for his own farm, that he's trying to fight for it consistently and wrestle it out of Chibi's hands, it's a losing situation. It's 3v4 most of the time, right? Either one of the side lanes, whether Nets or even Sapat gets involved in the match, in that fight, in that skirmish, Todak have to back away. So I think that there's a couple of things that Todak didn't think of here, and I think that's very apparent. I will say that out of all the players that played here, I think Malaysia was coming up with some of the plays that might have actually saved Todak and dragged this game out a little bit longer. I wish Momo was a little bit more selfish, but
yeah,
Homeboys, they made sure that they had all their grounds covered, right? Even Udil was trying to cover for the holes as well.
Yeah, I like how they're positioning away where they are far away in a place where Rafflesia is nowhere to be found, but they're also in a position where Momo can't jeopardize them. And you can see in the macro map, I don't think we can see in the highlights later on, but based on their map rotation so far, it's always been Rafflesia as well as Momo sitting in bushes waiting for Homeboys to walk in, but again, never came in. And this is a perfect example of what Zorn said about how to play the chips, right? In order to play the chips, you have to have very, very good macro game sets. And in this case, Rafflesia and Momo just couldn't find their opponents at all.
Yeah, they really couldn't. They really couldn't. And I think that they also understood that once Gary started to fall behind, and once we saw Shizo lose his tier 1, that's when Rafflesia was like, man, even team fighting is really difficult. We need to have a man advantage to guarantee some of these skills. Overall, I got to give it to the Homeboys. They're looking cleaner than ever. Udil is doing a very good job at covering the holes, but even GB and Sapai, right? They were playing quite outstandingly this game. GB in particular, obviously because he's the MVP, but Sapai as well, with some of his Flicker Daytona's welcomes, really making the difference in some of these matches, locking down key targets where it's like, oh no, Gary could peel for them. We just gobble him up. Momo could potentially one-shot somebody. He gets gobbled up.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Sapat, right? Like, I've never seen Sapat this flexible now, and this season is by far the prime of what I've seen with Sapat. Like, he's so mature to the point, like, he can play multiple roles. He can play a DPS where he goes split pusher. You tell him he needs to play macro, he'll play macro. You tell him he needs to be a little bit more proactive, he does it. And I'm really liking this Sapat. Like, I've seen 3 different versions of him, and this is all 3 for him in this season. It's crazy.
I mean, it's maturity, right? All of them are maturing together. It's great that they have Nets in that gold lane. So reliable, so lane dominant as well. It really helps them in the draft to have such dominant laners, as well as a flexible EXP, whether they want to play around him or not. But I think teams need to really start breaking down why Homeboys are getting away with this, right? Mid lane lane priority is so very important. Like, this early interaction, that's all because they figured out that Chip was on the opposite side of the map, right? Chip was unable to gatekeep Homeboys from walking through that river because he's just sitting on top of his shortcuts the entire time.
Yeah, and even here as well, again, you talked about gobbling up Gary. Again, you can see in the minimap itself, every single time Homeboys makes a play, Rafflesia and Momo wasn't the one that starts the engagement, which forces them in a very, very awkward spot. And when the time they do start a fight here, it seems really, really close. And even here as well, they've lost too, but again, they made the mistakes because of the fact that Homeboys already had this initial lead, which is insane.
And I mean, Homeboys, they're looking good. I think teams really need to start considering what they want in the draft, because now this is a pretty signature comp, right? Like, Sapat is very comfortable playing Bharat's EXP. GB is extremely good at this Nolan Nets. It doesn't seem like he loses his lane very often, to be fair. And Udil as well as Zorn are working together to make sure that these 3 laners are having the best time in the world.
Yep, and with that being said here, a 2-0 for Homeboys means they will shoot themselves up into top 2 here, denying Todak that second place upper brackets during playoffs means it is going to be a long climb. Because as of yet, in terms of head-to-head, Homeboys and Todak, if they were to get same points here, means Homeboys will still be on top of Todak. And of course, it's not over yet. Anything can happen. They have both played a total of 6 matches thus far. That means there is 3 more to go for both Homeboys and Todak to fight for the number 2 spot.
Let's not forget about King Empire as well as RSG MY. A single 2-0 could really help them out in the standings here, assuming that one of the top 3s drop a game. As SRG, I think it's pretty confirmed they're going to be sitting on top. They still have 4 matches to go, and all of which they've already taken out the big hitters. They just have to sweep up the rest.
Well, they actually 2-0'd Homeboys. They 2-0'd Todak. They 2-0'd King Empire. They've 2-0'd RSG MY. So basically all the top 5 they've 2-0'd. So the only ones left are Monster Vicious, Barracuda, Bounty, and Niners? Well, we're going to be seeing one of them later on, which is going to be interesting as well, because that, if they actually drop games, means that there is maybe a chance for people to actually make a comeback. But again, SRG seems to be in a league of its own right now. Like, they seem to be undefeatable.
Yeah, they seem undefeatable, and that's why we were hoping that maybe when we get a warmed-up version of Todak, or even for the homeboys, they might actually pose a threat to SRG's side. In the meantime, I definitely think that most people are trying to figure out this current patch, what's good, what's bad, and more importantly so, it feels like homeboys, they have a very clear identity of what they want to do.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, when we talk about identities here, guess what? MPL MY has achieved something new here, especially for this match. Guess what? We've hit the official PCO milestone thus far, and we are currently at the 260,000 mark. Thank you guys for all your support, because it's not even the playoffs. We've already hit our target from Season 10. That's crazy.
We're slowly surpassing it. More and more viewers wanting to know what exactly is going on, and hopefully we can provide you some clean games, if not at the very least some entertaining games. We still have more to do. Still, we have the MPL MY Season 12 PCU to break, and that's 100,000K more to go. And then there's still 400,000 and 500,000. More redemption codes for you guys. And once again, thank you so much for helping us out here at the MPL MY.
It's crazy that for a regular season for MPL MY, we're able to achieve these numbers, considering the fact those numbers were actually achieved during the playoffs. And right now, we're beating the playoffs of Season 10. I'm like, what?
It just goes to show that esports, MLBB esports here in Malaysia is popular and continues to grow. Hopefully you guys are going to stick around and be a part of it to see history being made in the process here at the regular season, because once we get to the end of week number 6, the playoffs, I think it's going to be a very good time.
Ooh, that's something I'm extremely excited as well. But of course, you know, with that being said here, we've seen the Royal Derby, we've seen the conclusion with homeboys taking the win here. Now, today has been 2-0 so far. To close things off for the final week of, the final game of week 4 thus far here in MPL Season 13, here is going to be Monster Vicious going up against Selangor Red Giants. Will we see SRG lose a single game? Because if Monster Vicious wants to survive and make it to the playoffs, they need to win this game and start getting points. And in this case, do you believe in them?
I believe in Haru. I believe in what Haru is looking to what Haru is trying to do with this team and what he's trying to develop them into. Although they may not be on the same level as SRG, I think they're hoping to at least snag a game off of them to make sure that SRG's, well, unbroken record as of yet gets tarnished.
Well, the closest that has ever been in previous season here was Todak, I believe, with their undefeated streak thus far. And there was a very, very long time though. I think there was Season 7. If I'm not mistaken, but undefeated, you know, they not lost game. Again, you know, Todak's got 3 crowns. Again, I feel like SRG is in a situation where they're close to actually trying to achieve that once more. But again, we always have that the first place curse, right? Like first place in regular season never wins the champion. But I don't know. Do they want to just intentionally drop a game to be second place?
Nah, I don't think so, because based on the philosophy that I'm seeing, especially with the way that they're playing, their behaviors overall, their drafting patterns even, they're not trying to troll around. Maybe they're trolling around in terms of their item builds, but generally when they play together, they look like a very clean, very fresh team. It's good to see that we're achieving these levels here in MPL MY. And, you know, once again, thank you to all of our imports and all of our local players who continue to support these guys to get them into the best shape possible.
Yep, it's crazy to see how SRG is, right? And I want to see how they evolve later on. And I know you guys want as well, but we are going to be taking a short break, and be sure to come back for next match. It's going to be SRG and Monster Vicious.
Target guys, target. Barat first ya. Nice. Deal 2 seconds. Aku kat cowok.
Alpha sini. 3 atas.
Ui. Aku melekat dengan siapa tu? Buy one get one. Nice. Aku ada. Tak ada Nathan.
Nice Puri, guys. Nice guys.
Kick.
Nice one. Hati-hati careful Nathan guys. Careful
Nathan Oli.
Tak ada guys. Tak ada mana guys. Sorry guys. Sorry doh. Santai.
Lobby aku kecewa tu.
Tenggelam. Steady guys, steady.
Steady ya?
Steady bye. Ada duit aku bye.
Tinggal 2,000. 1K GPM. Aku ada ulti Angela guys.
Macam.
Langsung. Langsung. Oh, mana tu?
Can tower guys.
Orang.
Lah, macam tu je.
Nice lah.
Kanan.
Try me.
Try me. S1.
Portagoa Masha.
Okay.
Nice, man.
They far, yeah, guys.
Nolan.
Go back.
Reset. Barats. Nolan mati. Date me. Barats kena ya, Barats.
Cover.
Out. Nice. God. Nice.
Check. Aku nak position guys.
Jom. Careful kari, AB.
Nice B.
Nice one.
Jom.
Aku hold on buat kari. Ada yang urus.
Nice one.
Nice kali.
Alhamdulillah.
Pa. kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Mampu diberikan lepaskan Toda.
Tapi lihat dengan satu mengenami Fury secara besar-besaran sempat akan berjaya tertumbangkan mungkin, tapi Jimmy dapatkan 2 double kill.
Diberikan tanda hormat kepada Zat, tapi sekarang ini Zat!
Satu tendangan yang cukup baik yang berjaya untuk dikirakan satu berikan yang cukup baik juga. Nas dengan sama pun sudah dibuka. Revolusia cuba untuk menyelamatkan diri. Ada harga tapi ditelan seorang pemain. Akan berikan tumpuan. Akan berjaya tertumbangkan Jimmy. Dan sekarang tapi Sizo hilang. Jimmy juga beri nasib yang sama. Kerukan yang cukup berbahaya untuk kedua pasukan. Dapat berjaya tertumbangkan. Nas
Toda, kau bagaimana untuk buka pada kali Udil?
Perjuangan terbangkan Sizo, tapi di belakang Udil turun ditumbangkan. Mau menjadi mangsa, berbaki 2 orang pemain.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun je. Saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Toda.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersinya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
King Empire 500.
500 apa?
500 font size.
맥시가 지가운다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Lagi kita ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Ring yang terlalu benar-benar slow. Rapanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, ready. Hentak semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil punya nanti semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua mau tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama Tony ya. Gua tak. Bukan sedang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Hey, Syah. Lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Lu juga punya gua. Nanti gua kasih kena.
Ready. Alright.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion. Dia lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau terus gila orang. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam conflict sikit. Macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kena halau rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap ni dah rasti teruk lah. Dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we stick. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still I still think I'm correct like that, but I didn't say sorry to Zaim and Smo like that. I feel so bad. Until now, like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Maybe it will make someone cry.
I think a lot this one. Actually, it's a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best slider. My bad. Sorry. I thank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam buang masa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah. Dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasib AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan Iris sebab masa kat RSG, saya 10 saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RJ. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So. 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, 2 perkataan lah minta maaf tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL My secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan selamat hari raya Aidilfitri.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time
that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his hair like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like, I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Target guys, target. Barat Spurs ya. Nice. Deal 2 seconds. Aku kat cawang.
Min atas. Alpha sini. 3 dua atas.
Ui. Aku melekat dengan siapa tu?
Buy one get one.
Nice. Aku under. Tak ada Nathan.
Nice puri guys. Nice guys.
Kick.
Nice one. Hati-hati careful Nathan guys.
Nathan Oli.
Tak ada ni guys. Tak ada mana guys. Sorry guys. Oh, sorry doh. Santai.
Lobby aku kecewa doh.
Atap. Tenggelam. Steady guys, steady.
Steady ya?
Steady bye. Ada duit aku bye.
30,000.
1k GPM.
Gue GPM doh.
Aku ready ulti Angela guys.
Action.
Langsung. Mana tu?
Kan tahu guys. Orang.
Lah macam tu je.
Nice.
Kanan. Try me.
Protect gua Masha.
Okay.
Nice babe.
They far ya guys.
Di. Nolan. Go back. Reset.
Go back now.
Barats. Nolan mati. Date me. Barats
Cover.
Out. Nice. God. Nice.
Segera. Aku nak position guys.
Jom. Careful kari AB.
Nice B.
Nice one.
Jom.
Aku hold ulti buat kari. Ada yang urus. Nice guys.
Alhamdulillah.
Pa.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Hello, and welcome back to MPL MY Season 13 here for the final match of Week
4. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Gideon Q as we take you through the final matches for this week for Mobile Legends. And of course, it's nice to see you guys up here again here, Gideon.
Yeah.
What do you think about this upcoming match here? Because we know for a fact that Red Giants here has been the team that everybody has been facing problems to try and take it down here.
Yeah.
Do you think Monster Vicious has a shot at this?
Well, I think that Monster Vicious is going to have a very tough time dealing with SRG. Overall, they look like a well-rounded team, a team that has been able to get some early varnish, early polish early on into the season and continue to improve from then on, right? I think that MV, on the other hand, right, they have a couple of pocket picks that may change up the game. How effective it's going to be could be a little different. Hopefully, they have a big boost of energy today.
And of course, when it comes to boosting themselves with energy here, they have to always recharge themselves with superior taste and quality Arabica beans and grind on with Nescafe, because with Nescafe, they are the reason why they are able to focus in game, keeping hydrated as well as caffeinated to actually, you know, progress throughout long games if it reaches to that stage, right? Like, especially long games.
Yep. And even for you at home, you could be grinding on with Nescafe alongside them as well to give yourself an extra bit of an edge when you are going up on the ladder or looking for that top global. But that being said, I do think that MV, I trust in Coach Haru, right? I trust in his process. I trust what he has done with SMG during his time, and obviously didn't exactly get the results that he wanted to during M5. He might be able, with a little bit more time, turn MV into a potential top-tier team. As of right now, and as where we are standing right here today, it might be a little tough when you're up against SRG.
That's the thing about Haru, right? Haru as a coach, even though his debut as a player didn't have the biggest success when his debut like a couple seasons back, but ever since he transitioned into a coach role, he has been able to bring in a perspective that no other coaches have. And that is a perspective from a third-party perspective. And what I mean by that is that when he looks at his team, he doesn't just look at the meta. He also considers the fact that what are the player habits and what is it going to be targeting for as well. So in this case, Selangor Red Giants, he has worked with them before and he has experience with them. So I want to see whether or not can he figure them out. But before that, here is going to be the standings on what the points are for every single team that is competing thus far. And of course, on the screen here, Selangor Red Giants right at the top. Meanwhile, Monster Vicious is in the borderline here on 7th place, just 1 place away from actually qualifying for playoffs.
Yeah, keep in mind that the top 2 teams will advance to the next round of the upper brackets, and the bottom 4 teams will not advance to the playoffs. So, if Monster Vicious wants to get an upset, or at least get a singular point off of SRG, that is impressive by itself, and honestly is in contentions with Team Hawk to make it into that top 6. SRG, if they win this upcoming game 2-0 or even 2-1, that's going to put them in a position where they cannot drop any further and guarantees them a spot in the playoffs. Where exactly in the playoffs is kind of up to everybody else.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so here. And of course, you know, them being in the hot seat where they're going to be holding their spots for Season 14, but not being able to play the playoffs and showcasing that, hey man, we still got the skills. Who knows? Expect the unexpected. And so far, out of all the 13 seasons, I've not seen that happen before yet. Never. Like, ever.
Well, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Because yesterday, during their interview with SRG, we did get to hear a couple of words from some of the members, some players, that they've still got a lot of strats. Well, not a lot of strats. A couple of picks they would like to show off today and even next week. So we'll see whether or not it's going to be, whether it's going to be good or not. Because keep in mind, this is going to be a battle of best friends here. Both Subway and as well as Stormie played on the same team. After 3 seasons of playing together, they will now be foes for the very first time.
For 3 seasons here, Stormie and Subway has been inseparable. And there was so much talks. I was asking manager as well, why not get Stormie? Stormie's undeniably one of the mage prodigies, one of the upcoming to actually take down the King of Mages. And guess what? This season, he's beaten the King of Mages. He's beaten the Prince of Mage. It's time to crown a new king. I don't know yet, but he seems to, you know, doesn't want to take it for now. But we know he's, quote-unquote, the uncrowned king for now.
I think he's looking extremely good, right? And I think in terms of like some of the pocket picks that Innocent mentioned that they might be bringing out today, I was hoping to actually see Stormie play Julian in the mid lane maybe one more time. I mean, it's been a very long time, and recently he did get a couple of changes. Whether or not it makes Julian viable is a different story, but against a team like MV, and especially when he's up against somebody like Fakes, He might get away with a couple of things, he might not get away with a couple of things. It really kind of depends.
You know, the purple buff has kind of changed in a way where, you know, like they don't really contribute and help a little bit more. It's a slight nerf there and here. But again, I can see where you're getting at with Julian as well. Like there are people talking about like, hey, they want to give Julian a very, very good early start when he hits those level 3 timings before the usual level 4. So I want to see it. But let's just hope if we are going to be able to see here, because right now it's a time to introduce the teams.
Monster Vicious.
After experiencing a fresh defeat, the Vicious Monsters are determined to claw back their momentum. Would impeccable chemistry and a brilliance of Coach Haru be enough for them to stop their undefeated foes? Let's make some noise for Monster Vicious!
Selangor Red Giants.
Expanding the red and yellow territory without any mercy, the Selangor representatives' strides are unstoppable right now. Will they achieve the unthinkable by gunning for a flawless regular season? Only time will tell. Let's go, Selangor Red Giants! Introducing the coach and analyst of both teams, the head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. Introducing from MV, Coach Haru and analyst Uni. From SRG, it's Coach Arcadia as well as Azora Venki. As they fist bump for the last time, they'll be heading into the Land of Dawn to predetermine who is going to be the victor of this best of 3. Good luck to both teams.
Well, a battle of friendships here between both Subway as well as Stormie is going to be an exciting one as well, because like I said, inseparable. A lot of people think when they talk about Stormie, he doesn't want to leave Subway, but after 3 seasons, Selangor Red Giants picks him up. And guess where he's at? Top of the board. Subway, on the other hand, on the hot seat. Ooh.
I think, you know, at least for Subway, being part of Monster Vicious, he's been with this squad for a while, right? That's why they have impeccable chemistry. But chemistry can only take you so far. And I think SRG really defines, like, oh, what you can do with great chemistry on top of having a very polished line of play. Clean communications between each one of the members and not just as a team. It feels like they never really fall too far behind.
You know, I think we had a little bit of small chat with Karakuri just now as well as regarding Selangor Red Giants as a team, right? Personally, you know, for all their match history so far, it feels like they're smurfing on everyone. But when it comes to matches like this, whenever and if ever they bring in the Vexana, now's a good time to actually bring it up, because right now we have the first ever Zenith skin, Twisted Fairy Tail, which is now currently available from the 25th of March until the 30th of April, which is, well, going to be ending very, very soon. Be sure to get it right now, right here, because why? There's still a 30% off on your first 10 draw, as well as 50% off your daily first 1 draws. And you may even stand a chance to win Vexana's Battle Emote, I'm the Queen, Elimination Effect, Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. So be sure to join in the draws, as well as get your Vexanas. And again, back to the point here, Stormie, Subway, inseparable. I don't know. Like, I feel like Vexana as a hero has gotten really, really strong before this patch. But after a couple of nerfs and introducing a lot of varieties, especially towards the mage item here, it opens up a little bit more in mage pool right now, personally.
No, I mean, let's have a look at the team stats first before we go further on, right? Because I think for some of the other regions, Vexana is still very much viable. But when we look at Monster Vicious, Fakes in particular, we've seen him play Vexana, we've seen him also play this Valentina. Average KP of 79.2% and average DPM of 3,391. He used to be part of that top leaderboard in terms of average DPM, but that has definitely changed. For me, I'm keeping my eyes on specifically Ruff and as well as Zeno. Zeno has been shut down before, and we see what happens to MV when their EXP is taken out of the picture. I think that Ruff is stable, but not stable enough unless he has a strong 4-man.
Yeah, on top of it all, they did pull off a very, very surprising pickup yesterday. They pulled in the Camilla with the Vexana combo, which unfortunately, quote-unquote, in theory, setting up the Curse Plus for those Wombo combos is great, but again, they did not able to pull off the combo at all, which is really, really unfortunate. Hopefully, they will be a little bit better. However, their opponents here, Selangor Red Giants, we have Stormie, Innocent, Cram, Yums, and Skies.
Yep, I think this team, it's going to be difficult if you want to try to force your opponents into a situation where they clump up close enough to get a combo like that down, because I feel like SRG is just hyper aware, whether it be the patch or amongst each other, and they're consistently updating each other on the game state, right? As we've heard before, Innocent can be extremely dangerous. He knows when he wants to go in and clean up of these fights, but the big focus is going to be on Stormie this time around to see if he's going to have some more interesting picks, or maybe even for Skies to actually whip out an assassin. Previously, having access to Joy, and now with Joy getting the nerf hammer, it's kind of rough, but there's still other assassins available.
Yeah, Skies has been known for his Joy for a number of times. Like, he's very, very flexible this year. He's showcasing that he can play tag roles position. But again, back to this most recent patch, right? A lot of speculation onto the assassin metas being back in action. And so far, the only assassin that has had good success so far is the Nolan. And so far, Skies is one of those teams, the players that actually brought it to the table and still dominated in all the games when he brings the Nolan into the pool. So, I don't know. Are we going to see any other assassins that is not Nolan right now?
Well, probably not this week. I think there's still a lot of experimentation to be done. I would very much hope that Hayabusa or maybe even Ling gets introduced into the meta so far, because the one thing that we've noticed amongst the assassins that are highly played here in MPL MY, that being Fanning as well as Nolan, used to be Joy, but now that she got hit by the ban roar, generally they have movement abilities that are not conditional, right? Joy, she still needs to find the target to actually get that refresh when before she even goes for the electrifying beats or just dashing across the map. Hayabusa and Ling, not necessarily. They're just kept down by energy. Now, as SRG has continued to just dominate, right? I feel like Skies is on track to become Malaysia's top jungler. We've seen him play a variety of jungle heroes, and more importantly, his Guinevere is unparalleled, because not a lot of teams actually wanted to pick up Guinevere early on. I would say that the only exception to that would be Skies and as well as Chibi.
I think when it comes to top junglers in Malaysia, back then we were talking about, hey, solos. Okay, this is King of Mage long time ago. Then after that, in transition to Chibi, he came in strong, one of the best assassins out there. And also Chiku at one point was one of the ones that, hey, this was the best junglers. They can only play specific roles. But Skies is a unique jungler here thus far, where he actually debuted himself as one of these most formidable junglers because of the fact that he has so much hero pool, ranging from assassins, ranging from mages, ranging from tanks as well, and every single role he's played so far has been on tip-top condition, and that's scary. And I wouldn't deny that this statement is going to be put out there eventually, but again, he needs to solidify it by the end of the season.
I think a lot of it comes down to the back management of SRG in developing their players, right? I think that a lot of these players, including Yumski, right? Both Yumski and as well as Skies, were known to have like high mechanics, great game sense, likes to go in, can 1v5 teams, but then when you get to that 1%, it's so difficult to 1v5, especially in a team-based game. And I think that SRG has kind of tempered their blades, made them really, really sharp in the way that they execute with the rest of the team to ensure that they can eventually get to that point of 1v5ing.
I like the fans interaction, man. Like, Todak, 0. Homeboys, 0. King Empire, 0. Monster Vicious, you know what's the score. That was so cute. That was so creative.
I'm telling you,
fans,
the fans are getting smarter. They're really taking advantage of the written pamphlets that they've got to support their teams, but at the same time, just to interact and be on stream sometimes, right? We got a minute left on the clock here. I'm hoping to see some extraordinary picks from both sides. I'm hoping that SRG can just take a step back for a second, right? We've seen every single one of their matches. They take it as seriously as possible. It's not like a fist fight. It's Mortal Kombat every single time SRG hits the Land of Dawn.
Speaking of Mortal Kombat here, choosing your characters here. If you guys don't know who these two guys up on screen are, and if you've seen them over the seasons here at MPL MY, these are, I would say, veteran visitors of MPL MY. We've got Uncle on the left and we've got Bob on the right.
Both of which showing their support for SRG side, and especially for their jungler here, Skies' favorite heroes, the Akai, the Nolan, as well as the Joy. That Joy, his favorite heroes are going to change very, very soon, given enough time, but the Akai is something that he had in his back pocket since his debut. That was one of the go-to junglers he would prefer rather than going for the traditional Martis or even Frederick.
It's interesting to see, like, he was the only jungler that still kind of plays Arkai to kind of deal with certain situations based on the drafts itself, right? Like Arkai was one of those annoying jungler heroes like 2 years back, a couple of seasons back, and even though people kind of strayed away from it, considering how squishy it becomes, Sky somehow makes it work, and it's scary considering the fact that how can you make an off-meta jungler work, even though it's technically not supposed to work now?
I mean, it's got to suit your playstyle. You just got to have the right mindset to be playing these types of heroes, because it's not a traditional way of tanking, right? It's disruption, which is pretty normal for most tanks, but it's also displacing your opponents and communicating that. Now it's time. Let's jump right into the draft and figure out what the weapons that these warriors are going to be battling each other with. SRG on the blue side up against MV, Monster Vicious on the red side.
Well, we did see the Masha appearing up previous game here for Todak. We did see the Force. It is still annoying to do with the Thunderclap, but at the same time, no teams just want to take a gamble with it here. SRG just plays safe, don't want to deal with meta heroes. But what I want to do is that how do they play against the Chips? But at the same time, what is this? Oh my god. What? Veki really, like, come on, man. Like, how many things do you have? And he's just looking at Stormie. Hey, brother, what's up?
They're aware of what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, in a matter of fact. SRG, they banned out the Masha. They also banned out the Angela. MV responding kind by getting rid of the Nolan as well as the Chip. It seems like MV just trying to stay ahead of the game so far, making sure that at the very least, Sakai's is not going to have the fun time on this notable assassin.
You know, what's a good definition of a good coach? To train the players, correct? Like, a coach's job is to train them and make sure that they do their job. And sometimes in life, if you want to get better, you got to be comfortable by being uncomfortable. In this case, with him standing there and looking at Stormie, is making Stormie uncomfortable, is actually training his mental willpower, man.
Well, I mean, I feel like we're talking about an assistant coach specifically rather than a head coach, and I think that's where Azora Veki is like, okay, I got a little bit of leeway here. Can you imagine if Coach Arcadia is the one that's like, Veki, I got the genius meme that we could pull off today against MV. I would think that would be a little wild.
But speaking of genius plays here are some stats so far. SRG has the least amount of unique hero picks, picking only what works, which is 26 heroes thus far. Seems like SRG is a little bit different from the usual top dogs which we see in the previous season, such as Todak, which more than 48, 46 unique heroes. I think at one point it almost hit 50 heroes at this stage.
That's why I'm telling you, SRG does not mess around. They will give the most efficient heroes that fit for the composition for their players. MV, on the other hand, they're a little bit more responsive here. They've done good preparation, and now banning out this Roger means that Harith is going to be the first pick for the side of SRG, since Natan was banned out for the side from SRG's side. MV now with the next 2 picks, looking for an opportunity to punish.
Would you say that, considering that because they have used such a limited amount of unique heroes, would you say that SRG has become slowly predictable on what kind of drafts or heroes they're going to be bringing in?
Not really. Honestly, not really. Because I think that SRG's hero pool is a lot bigger than what they show, but at the same time, they don't necessarily need to show it. Just stick to what works as of right now. It's free points, right? Now, MV, they're going to be locking in the power pick Matilda as it slipped through the draft, and as well as that Fredrin. We've seen this Fredrin struggle many of times, and I think that SRG this time around might want to consider going in for the Akai to start disrupting and displacing their opponents, forcing Matilda to try and chase and save somebody with Guiding Wind.
At the same time as well, instead of drafting Uni in, they actually brought Subway as well. Interesting enough, Stormie does know what Subway's tendencies are as a Fredrin here. He may look to actually kind of abuse it, considering the fact that they were former teammates. But what really surprises me is that MV decides to ban the Chips, right? Because if you think about it, SRG had a match yesterday where the Chips was let through and they did not even prioritize that at all. Like, I don't think Yus wants to play it at all.
I don't know if he wants. To say want is a strong suggestion, but I think at the end of the day, they trust in their coach, right? If this is the right pick, I just got to go along with it and make it work as best I can. SRG now, ooh, wow. I'm surprised they went with the Valentina. I know Stormie plays a good Valentina, but it feels like in the draft they are trying to make a hard prediction of whether or not MV want to actually go for the Farmist, and they want to deter it. Even if they want to go for an artillery mage, deter it, right? They've got the Yuzong as a double insurance to make sure if you want to play team fight composition, sure, we'll get the Netherrealm regardless. If you want to play an artillery mage, we've got somebody to jump into that back line. And MV now having to take the Claude, the Swiss Army knife of the gold lane.
Interesting enough, SRG opens up with this Yuzong. I feel like this Yuzong, based on all the previous drafts from SRG, right? They even brought in Archive. All this displacements that's happening here, disruption, or in this case, chaos is key to victory for Selangor Red Giants. And I feel like it reminds me of the old Chaos Todak, as in Todak Langgar, the real Todak Langgar, but a more organized version of it.
Well, I mean, that's a double... I mean, that's a bit contradictory, right? They're chaotic, but they're orderly. It's a paradox that is not easy to solve, but it needs to be balanced out, right? There's certain conditions that need to be met, and it feels like SRG have kind of figured out what that formula is starting to look like. Keep in mind, Coach Arcadia has an impressive track record, right? He has worked with big teams like Echo as well as RRQ, and he looks to try and turn those teams into something good given the time. And SRG decided, you know what? I will give you that opportunity to try and turn our team into a super team, and so far it's been looking, and honestly, pretty successful.
Yeah, speaking of success right now, Fanny being respected coming in. They are still opening up Sky's hero pool a little bit more. I don't think Monster Vicious is going to draft the Akai, but if they decide to do it here, I don't think this Matilda Circling Eagle is going to do too much against the amount of disruption that SRG is going to be bringing to the table.
I think Guinevere is still available, and I think that MV might want to get rid of it as well. Force SRG to play something a little bit more traditional, get the guys to go straight into Amardis, something along that sort. Rock gets banned out for the side of MV, so it looks like they want to just take away the comfort heroes to see what else they have in the bag for SRG.
Do they want to play Cho for Yums right now from SRG? Because it feels like Yums may be leaning on the Cho, maybe leaning on... I don't think he wants to play Enchanter, right? Like, because if you compare Yums' playstyle in Hero Pool, he has very, very similar Hero Pools to Sword in a way where they kind of lean away from it. Like, of course, you know, he's played the Matilda coming from Yums, but besides that, I don't really see that much coming from Yums as a just pure support, like how Rafflesia plays, prioritize in terms of like Enchanters.
Well, I mean, Yums, he can do it all. He's got the mechanics to do so, and given a little bit of time, he should be able to do a good job. SRG is smart. Ban out the Arla. Get rid of the disruption so that Harith can actually play the game rather than getting pushed away from his own Zaman Force. First pick in the second phase for Monster Vicious this time round. What are they going to go for? Mid lane picks can be a little tricky here against Valentina. But it looks like they're going to go with the Nana. The Molina Blitz is a good option.
Ooh, okay. Molina Blitz into... This is tough. Like, I can see that they want to try and disengage with this Molina to stop maybe, you know, Yuzong going for the setup combo, or maybe even Harith to a certain degree if tries to go for the Chrono Dash. But again, very, very difficult to set up based on the composition that MB has, right? It's banging on the fact that, you know, if Nova sets up the perfect Circling Eagle and then allowing Fredrin to get like a triple Menton to go for a wombo combo with Nana, not the most ideal here, because if you think about it here, Nana's capabilities as a damage output here, it's very like one-dimensional. You throw your spells, that's it. But in terms of kiting abilities here, because of this passive, you can kind of extend the fights. But again, very lacking in terms of wombo combo. But speaking of wombo combo, Selangor Red Giants, they've got the double knockoff combo, and that's going to be the Guinevere and the Minotaur.
Called it. Guinevere getting locked in for the side of SRG to make sure that it's difficult for Fredrin to actually contest for these neutral objectives, especially when he's up in the air, right? I think that the Minotaur makes a lot of sense here, right? You need a support that actually has some kind of CC immunity to engage on these fights so that he doesn't become a liability later on. And he's able to kind of support the team with a little bit of a top-up with his motivational roar. Interesting. MV decide to go for a Thamus to make sure that this early game and these neutral objectives are going to be a little bit more favorable on their side.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really interesting one as well here, as I don't know how this Thamus is going to be fitting into the picture here, but what I do know is that if they are able to out-sustain SRG, they are going to be able to come on top. But again, Skies has shown his Guinevere to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yep. With the composition, it looks like SRG, pretty straightforward. They want to have a team fight comp that's able to fight for these neutral objectives very, very often. MV know that the early game might be a little difficult, so they have an even stronger early game EXP laner. Zeno, it's up to you for this early game on this Thamos.
Well, you called it. It's up to Zeno, and we are going to be able to jump into the game right now because it is the time. It is the sign. This is going to be Selangor Red Giants versus Monster Vicious.
Let's see where they're going to be starting on. It looks like MV going to be starting on their purple buff, mirrored on the opposite side of the map. They will end up on opposite sides. So guys, looks like he wants to make sure that at the very least, at the bare minimum, that his side laners gets a little bit of pressure, especially for this Yudzong.
Yep, speaking of the fights here, it seems like a lot of emphasis on towards the middle lane right now here. Though the best friends is just not connecting right now because Stormie, he's saying hello to Subway, but Subway is like, I don't care. I'm busy farming my jungle, man. But at the same time, do you feel an earthquake right now?
I can definitely hear SRG side. They brought the flags, they brought the drums, they brought the full cheering squad to give their support.
And interesting enough, my entire desk is just vibrating off that. It's so insane. Like, SRG's fans are just absolutely phenomenal here.
They've got reason to be. Looking at the emblems, still pretty traditional, nothing too out of the ordinary so far. Quantum charges, not to mention tenacity even. Coming in from Rough as well. Whew. Zeno getting chunked out here. Yeah, this is what to expect from SRG's side. You want to play that early game and try and dominate this EXP side of the map. We're not going to make it easy, especially when we have control over the mid lane.
Yeah, SRG already prioritizing on the bottom lane, making sure that this XP lane is going to be losing out in terms of XP before this first turtle fight. And this is going to put Scram in a very, very awkward, advantageous position because of the fact that he will get his Black Dragon form first. And if he gets his first, there's nothing Xenomorph can do. But again, if you were to compare the ultimates here, what can Zeno's ultimate contribute in the first turtle fight?
To buy extra time. He's going to start peeling his very relevant damage, right, to some of the squishier members like Stormie. If he's caught without his dash, I don't think he can really escape Zeno. And not to mention that he has the Vengeance even. So even more reason to be able to kind of just tank the damage for free.
Meanwhile, Yubes, he's going to get caught out a little bit here. A little bit of poke damage coming from both Subway as well as Fakes. But again, this is the Minotaur. He's got the heals. But here comes the Black Dragon trying to zone them out. Easy secured coming from Selangor Red Giants, using the Black Dragon to double down and making sure that Monster Vicious doesn't connect here. But top side, Innocent already bullying Ruff out. He is a level short and he might be losing another creep wave up top if he doesn't make it in time though. But no lane, Crab almost getting caught by Monster Vicious. They are going to make an attempt as well. They actually dropped the Malivra for this. They're overcommitting, but here comes the stays from you.
Oh!
Subway right at the edge. Drops the Appraiser's Wrath. The greed coming from Cram gets punished, and they will trade 1 for 0. Oh my god, they should not have gotten that kill.
I think that's a little unlucky for Cram because he didn't see the Appraiser's Wrath, and Subway buffered it just before Yums was about to drop that third hit. Now, NovaX Kobar, he's got to respect Sagai's because he's a full level ahead of Subway as of right now. And if he can take away resources, that would be ideal. No Retribution? Perfect. I'm going to take your Beetle.
Yeah, and as of yet, all this jungle stealing coming from Skies is just a little bit annoying here. It feels like Subway is getting out-rotated because of the fact of how mobile Vidor is. And this is going to be a problem because eventually Fredrin is not going to be able to match Skies. But I'm really surprised. Despite all that, I think because of that one kill down middle, he's able to match Skies now.
He will get some gold, which is good. But I definitely think that, like, Monster Vicious, as soon as Zeno got ganked and was forced to actually go for the recall, he needed to kind of communicate to the rest of the team, hey, we need to start moving up towards rough side of the map and give him some pressure and maybe even pick up a wave down on the mid side because it's going to be difficult for me to actually get in on these fights considering that Stormie and as well as Cram is going to hit level 4 before I even make it there.
Yeah, speaking of fights here, seems like they're damage checking each other. Yums and Stormie showing a lot of presence down mid, escorting Stormie with the IMU as well, steals the Molina Blitz. And again, not much is happening. They are rotating. But again, not much action coming in here from both sides. They're just playing it a little bit more passive. Skies might be caught out. Do they want to try to make a 10 as well? Todd comes in. Here comes the hacks, but the Violent Record comes in. Skies will be able to get out. Stormie's here to retaliate. But again, not enough damage. Fakes. He's got the combo in, but Skies just a little bit quicker.
A little slow on the execution from MV's side, and unfortunately not good enough when Subway is a little slow. But here we go. Let's see.
Oh, Black Dragon being expended here to try and zone them out. Circling Eagle being faked out as well. But Zeno Mao, he's going to try and make attempts, guys. He takes it, but he pops the ultimate here. Here comes the Minaj Rage from Yumes. Connects on 5. Here comes the Wombo combo. Violent record from Skies. They take 2. Monster Vicious could not do anything.
Can't do much about that. Even Nova Escobar getting caught up in it. If he was just outside, just a little bit further outside, he might have been able to get a guiding win to save one of their members. But unfortunately, the Subway as well as Zeno going down there. This is means that the bottom side of the map is going to be dangerous.
Oh, okay. They're going to make it a 10 on Karam, but top side, Innocent gets the tier 1 up top, but Ruff is dropping very low. No, he almost catches Stormie. No, he cancels. He's going to pop the Blazing Duet. Now he steals the Circling Eagle. He just still survives. He gets the additional shield. Cram not connecting the second skill there means he will not be able to drain Ruff's health. But again, this is wasted time for Monster Vision. And now top side Innocent is going to find a solo pickup with Yumes. Oh boy, now Ruff, they haven't gone back. What? Stormie overcommitted. Okay, that's going to be his downfall. But SRG, they will still trade a tier 1 down bottom. Skies, he's looking to interject, but looks like it's not worth it.
A nice, I mean, it's free gold for Ruff. He's happy that he's able to at least get a little bit of gold, but Slanger Red Giants are getting so much more, right? Top side tier 1s for free, bottom side tier 1s for free as well. All of this because Stormie was willing to put his life on the line.
Yeah, speaking of putting themselves in the line, like I'm very surprised Stormie was trying to do that, but again, this feels like a replication of what SRG is doing from yesterday, right? Like they're giving away kills, but they still feel in control. Look, catches here. Skies makes an attempt on Ruff. He does have to force out the Purify 4 now, so that's a big ultimate down on the hands of Skies. So MB still has a little bit of advantage, but again, they need the perfect catch. Stormie stealing the bleeds right now. And do they go for the catch? Skies forces another Purify again. That's going to be 2 Purifies with minimal efforts coming from Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, that's 2 for 2 there. No way they actually want to walk up any closer because Yumes easily could just be no Fury and flicker in on this. Monster Vicious have to trade on the opposite side of the map and take that tier 1 and make sure that they clear this mid while they're at it.
Yeah, they take the turtle top side. Now they are going to be forcing a fight here as soon as they see the cloud, but the gliding wind saves the no Mauer, but no, it's not good enough. Stormie knew exactly where he was going to land. Drops the out. Bye-bye.
Managed to protect the mid tier 1. They clear up that wave. They take the tier 1 on top side for the side of Monster Vicious, but they're still 4.4k behind SRG. The big problem now is that the bottom side of the map is in full control of SRG, and if they want to switch it over to the top side, they absolutely can.
Oh, Black Dragon comes in. They find Stormie. Made a little bit of mistake here. Overextended his stay. He's going to be the first to fall. Ruff now needs to back up, but look at Cram. He's going ham, and Nova almost dying here. He needs the last passive, but it's not good enough. SRG diverts their attention now. Trying to bait a reaction, but they will settle with a purple buff. That is the bigger picture for Selangor Red Giants.
Very disrespectful of Cram there, even committing to the Petrify at the same time. I think he was hoping to find a specific target, but unfortunately, the Furious Dive and as well as when he is charging went in 2 separate directions. Now, this tier 2 should fall down to Innocent, and with 55 seconds left, that top side is building very quickly in favor of SRG.
Yeah, speaking of B tier, what can Monster Vicious do? Because it seems like they haven't been setting up for a fight and they're trying to just counter engage off Zeno Mawad, but how do you sustain against a full combo Guinevere, in this case, that hurts even without magic items? What?
I mean, I think a lot of it just comes down.
Oh my god, guys, what a game sense, man. He forced out the Purify again, minimal effort. Violent Requiem has been expended, but again, the cooldown department, Purify has a much longer one.
Much longer. Man, his game sense is really, really good. Breaking these Purifies off of cooldown every single time, just before the neutral objective as well. I mean, Nova Escobar, he wants to be in front, but at the same time, he can't take the damage, and neither can he run away from Yumes, especially if that Minoan Fury has a flicker to be added on top of that.
It's crazy, right? Considering the fact that Sky's internal clock memory onto his Purify timings is just so spot on. And now he's going to make an attempt here. Fakes going to be bombed up as well. Do they get the first finish here? That's going to be the passive onto his Nana. Are they going to go for more? Innocent misses the first kill. He has to disengage. But again, while this is actually happening here, SRG focusing on the purple buff, and Monster Vicious has no response to that.
Yep. Subway even Again, it's a struggle to walk in his own jungle. He has to take the wave topside. It was accumulating too much. And with Sakai's already being previously 3 levels ahead of him, at least Subway can try and even down the gap back down to 2. But I don't see any momentum shifting from MV's side. They're playing responsive to how SRG is attacking the map.
Yeah, he's deprived of resources here. Is forcing him to take away resources from his teammates, and there's nothing much he can really do because considering how SRG is positioning right now, look at the aggression coming in. Even tier 2, no minions, they're just right in their face. Monster Vicious in a little bit of trouble here. Great poke coming in from Innocent, forcing Ralph to back off. And again, SRG, they're just vibing, hoping that Monster Vicious makes a mistake, and immediately they see it, they're gonna jump.
I mean, Innocent, he's got a huge snowball here, right? Holy Crystal purchase for him as well, super expensive item.
Oh, wait a minute, they do find a catch as Zeno most barely survive, but again, minimal efforts. They force Stormies out, they force the Gridiverse out, but again, can they respond? They need Subway to get the big catch, and so far, Skies has been so nimble.
He is just breaking passives, breaking battle spells, always getting resources out of Monster Vicious. This guy's tax is high, and I think, you know, a lot of this just came down to an early interaction for the very first turtle fight and the gank down on bot side against Xenomount, and losing out on so much EXP has cost them this game.
Yeah, now with the Lord knocking on Inhibitor, I don't think they're going to be break it here, but looks like SRG, they're going to try and force it with the Black Dragon. They're going to zone them out safely here, but Skies finds a 2-man knock. They force double Purifies, instantly cancel out, and SRG is time to back out. They did the damage on the Inhibitor. They can't take it out, but damage is done. Damage has been done. Back off. Do not overcommit. Do not do the Hawk.
I mean, the worst part about this is even if they did the Hawk, they still had Yums on that Minoan Fury ready to let loose at any moment of time, just in case Monster Vicious wanted to go for an all-in. So SRG, they've got insurance plan.
Innocent, you know, almost connecting the dot, but again, Stormie from the side terrifies and interrupts the back lines. Well, he's got the Circling Eagle. They secure the Inhibitor. Stormie has done his job to zone them out, but again, they are going to continue with the Pews, but again, job's done. Objective's gone. Take the turret, back off.
Man, middle Inhibitor turret. Really unfortunate. Ideally, they would have liked to get the top tier. No, not even the top tier 1. The top Inhibitor at this point, just to be on the longer side so that Monster Vicious have no choice but to take a very long route to actually manage the minion waves. Now, looking at the items so far, everybody's just greeding out. Once again, we do see that Sakai is going for that first item, Brute Force Breastplate, before going into the Sky Guardian's help. Same can be said about Cram, right? He's not looking for anti-heal at all, doesn't care about it, just wants to get into the fight because they have a significant lead and they plan on holding it.
Yep, Yum's down, looking for the catch. Nova gonna be forced to use the Circling Eagle here. Can he disengage? Yes, he will, but Skies waited. He knows he's gonna run there. He catches him as soon as he lands. Skies, man. You may be an eagle, but I'm the true king of the skies. And that's what he did. He destroyed and plucked his feathers.
Oh, SRG still 7,000 ahead, now developing it to about 8,000 in a little bit. All the resources now, they've entirely zoned out Subway from his own jungle. It's going to be difficult for him to find EXP, and has to hope that this game drags a little bit longer so that he can at least hit 15.
Oh boy. Speaking of level 15, right? Like, this is a very, very big gap between both Subway as well as Skies. Like, look at how aggressive and proactive Skies is compared to Subway. And I don't even feel bad for Subway, but like, what can he do as a Frederick? Like, I've got one of the shortest dashes in the game, and even if I go in front, can I outmaneuver Guinevere, which has like what, 2, 3, maybe even close to 3 times to actually back off out of this fight?
I mean, Guinevere definitely has the distance, don't get me wrong, but I think that Fredrin, his main goal is to lock somebody down.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the members from the side of SRG, they're just too difficult, right? The key targets are, hold on.
Okay, speaking of key targets here comes the Soulless Circling Eagle to try and say hello to his friend. He's getting kited away, but eventually the Gliding Wind will get him out to safety. The Lord going to be knocking on the middle tower here. He's going to be escorted to the top side. Do they focus on it? No, they don't. The turret will help a little bit more to Crystal to finish him off. But the bottom turret is pretty much done for now. SRG still taking slow and easy, going for the minions rather for committing fights here. Monster Vicious, they're playing very, very defensively here. They don't really know how to start the fight, as SRG is also not bothered. They're just taking objectives, man.
I mean, this passive play coming up for MV is mainly because they know that Yum still has a counter-engaging ult. Same goes for Cram with the Black Dragon form to close that distance. Obviously, even if Innocent decides to use the Xamarin Force early, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, Minon's Rage finally pops as well. Connects on 3. Here comes the Wombo combo with the collapse of the Black Dragon. They're all disrupted, but the damage is not good. Ruff gets a blazing to it off, but finally gets cancelled. Skies finds him mid-air, is down, and now Stormie and Cram looking for more. Crystals exposed. Monster Vicious. They run out of gas. Noah finds Cram, but again, Monster Vicious, they don't even care about ending the crystal. They just want to be in your face. The Giants completely stomp the monsters.
Clean game, such a clean game. SRG, they take every game seriously. They're not here to mess around. They're here for those points, and that's gotta feel really, really bad for MV, right? They lost tempo, was never able to regain control over their side lanes, cannot get tempo over these neutral objectives, and as long as Gooms is holding on to that Minoa and Fury, there's so little that they can actually do.
Oh boy, what a performance coming from SRG. A masterclass here on season 13 here. Undefeated for a reason. The Giants among all Giants. In this case, one step closer to, you know, reaching the finishing mark. In this case, the finishing mark is ideally 9 games without a single loss.
Well, I mean,
live matches.
If they win this next upcoming one, they're putting themselves in position to almost guarantee being in the top 4, right? And then afterwards, the next 2-0 that I'm going to assume is going to happen if I was a fortune teller would probably help them secure top 2, and then maybe there might be a head-to-head. We'll see how the other teams actually do, but so far, I think that MV, they've really got to start thinking about some of their plans, right? Because again, when we do see Fredrin get locked in, they're so... Sakai in particular, he's very comfortable with dealing with it, right? I think that MV really have to go out of pocket to shake things up against SRG.
Yeah, and when it comes to comfort picks, especially for Subway, he has leaned on these 4 heroes. Fredrin, Martis, Akai, and last but not least, I think it was Bauman. And we haven't seen that for a very, very long time. So, and I feel like from Monster Vicious 5, it feels like they need to play around Subway being able to do more than just that. But of course, with that being said here, that's us. Enough of Monster Vicious. Let's talk about the MVP for this match.
They have another one. They've got another meme. Innocent wants to get the MVP of the game. Oh my goodness. That's so funny.
I swear, Selangor Giants is gotta be the most uniquely entertaining team ever. Like, we've seen Homeboys. It's all about the trash talk. It's all about this. But Selangor Giants is all about the memes, man.
I'm telling you, it's glass. Real good stuff coming up from SRG inside and outside of the game, no doubt about it. One of the greedier builds coming out from Innocent. Full damage, no situational items. I'll never be caught. I've got a team of 5 here. 4 other members to protect me so that I can just dish out damage.
Yeah, speaking of dishing out damage, right? Innocent has been one of the strongest gold laner coming into his MPL MY, and I think even the previous interview, we did see a little bit of the videos thinking like, who do you guys think has the best macro gameplay? And Innocent is one of those candidates thus far, and it's no surprises because look at him. He's got 4 and 4. He's not afraid to challenge your opponent to the limits, even though I'm just a single gold laner. Like, it's 6 minutes a game. I'm just a gold laner. I don't have damage. It's okay. I'm willing to push you.
I think so far, based on what SRG, the biggest strengths that they have are just super, like their Stormie as well as Innocent are very lane dominant. They know exactly what they need to actually get themselves over the finish line and really create advantages for themselves. One of the lowest kill count games we've seen thus far, 15 minutes. I would have hoped that this would have ended a little bit sooner, but SRG never really wanted to shove their lead down MV's throats. It's just very tactical. As long as you hold on to the correct abilities, MV have no reason to actually find this engage. And unless they can start burning their resources like the Purifies, like we continuously Sakai's, it's just like a Python. They're slowly choking you out.
Yep, speaking of a Python here, this game feels like a replication of what RSGMY did to Team Hawk, right? In particular, because with the moment it started the game as well, Stormie is just pulling out Fix all the way through from level 1. Like, just before the first engagement, boom, Fix is already down towards half HP. And for RSG, Izanami did exactly that to Lixia 2 games in a row.
Well, I mean, maybe Nova probably should have gone for the Soul Bloom instead of the Guiding Lanes at level 1. That's probably one of the bigger reasons why that lane was particularly difficult at level 1. And more importantly so, I think that also the spacing from Yums is really, really good. Because Fakes is continuing, like on a micro scale, right? Fakes is trying to find the most ideal boomerang, right? He wants to be able to hit the wave, he wants to hit Yums and Stormie at the same time. He knows that Stormie is a little bit harder to hit, but he can guarantee to hit Yums. But Yums is like standing in a particular position where it's a little slightly off tangent where Stormie is, but also at the same time it gives him the option to walk away from the waves if Fakes decides to position to line it up nicely.
Yeah, it's all about clearing those creep waves quickly, right? Hitting those level 2 advantage and how you quickly push to it. And I think SRG has come to a stage where they understand that each level matters, and once you reach level 2 here, if you are slightly stronger here, let's abuse it. You know, let's straight up abuse it. But speaking of abusing here, let's talk about the damage dealt so far. Harif, almost every single series we've seen a Harif thus far in this past 3 days, with of course Harif topping the damage chart thus far. 80,000 up on Innocent compared to Ruff with the Claude.
I mean, Ruff is just farming the entirety of the game. That's why he has the one of the lower kill participations. And to be fair, there weren't a lot of kills for his team overall, but you can just see how difficult it is to get in on SRG's side, especially when the trigger figure, it's just hovering. You don't know when they're going to pull it.
Yeah, and I like how Yums has one of the biggest trigger discipline, and it's crazy because of the fact that usually when your teammates engage in fight, you kind of want to follow up, right? Like Yums is the guy that is just observed. You know, Skies, you do your thing. He starts the fight, I'll just look. Oh, that's not a good fight, I'll just wait. And because of this patience from Yums, it forces Monster Vicious to be put in a stalemate just because Yums hasn't reacted yet.
Do if you don't, and I mean, you still lose if you don't do anything. So regardless, it's just a continuous winning situation for SRG, right? Again, this really comes down to tempo, and I think that Haru has to kind of shift his mindset in this upcoming draft to how do I have tempo breakers? How do I have specific power spikes that are able to kind of keep up with SRG? And yes, there were moments where definitely SRG were abusing their micro mechanics to get free resources out of MV. Would you call it a mistake, or would you call SRG just a better team? I think at this point of time, we could just say that SRG is just the better team.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent as well in terms of micro details and decisions as well. We saw a little bit of aggression coming in from Stormie, but when we talk about, I think you mentioned about them being the better team, right? I feel like SRG is just smurfing again. Like, they're straight up smurfing every single game.
But they're not doing it in a disrespectful manner, right?
True.
They're making sure that they're taking every series as if this is a world championship, right? They are making sure that they're not making too many silly mistakes, or at the very least, even if it does occur, they bounce back super quick. When Stormie died on the bottom side, what happens? 2 turrets ended up getting destroyed. Top side jungle all falls into the hands of Innocent, while you see Sakai's just trying to just fish out for purifies from both Ruff and Nova Escobar.
Yeah, it's been 2 days now. SRG is playing yesterday and today. It feels like they're playing chess while MV is playing checkers, right? And every single deaths that they've made so far may look like, oh, he's feeding, oh, he's trying here. But it feels like it's a sacrificial play with intent, because every single time they make a play like that, like let's say Stormie died, the other side of the map is getting so much space in order to achieve a better objective. And we've seen this multiple times now, and it's crazy because every single time they make a play, it's before the first turtle. And because of that, it pushes enemies, your opponents, to be put in a position where, do I recall? And if I recall, do I have enough time to position myself into the turtle fight, which puts SRG ahead because of the fact that, oh, I die first, I respawn first, oh, I'm going to be the first one to reach the turtle first, while you need to recall, wait for the 6 second, regen your health, and then walk back out.
And I think that MV, unfortunately, right, I think when it comes down to the draft, especially when it comes down to the bans, I think they need to open it up a little bit more. Yes, taking away comfort picks from SRG is good, but you can't get all of them, especially if you're not targeting a specific person rather than the entirety of the team. I can understand why they wanted to get rid of Grok, obviously, because again, Subway would struggle even more during these neutral takes, and Yums, it's just one big ult. If we can get that out of him, then maybe we have an opportunity with our extra bit of mobility in the help of this Matilda. Once again, another loss for Matilda, in a matter of fact.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here. Matilda had a very, very strong win rate in that regards. And again, you know, it feels like Nova was just very uncomfortable. Like, what can he do as Matilda? Like, he goes forward, comes in, sits there. Great. how do we follow up? Okay, Fix drops an ultimate. Guess what? Could not burst down Skies. And there was I think there was this one catch that Monster Vicious had during the 5-minute mark. It wasn't enough to take down Skies just because how far ahead Skies was in terms of level. And maybe Skies was a little bit lower in terms of level. Maybe they could have gotten the kill. But again, MV just couldn't find the setup that they need.
Well, I mean, it's just how some of these abilities work, right? I mean, Subway was already on top of Skies. He already got the initial knockup, use the energy surge at the same time, and then there's a bit of a buffer time before you can actually go for that knockup once again. And Fix, he tried his best, right? I think, unfortunately for him, he didn't land the Molina Smooch in time. And more importantly so, the Molina Blitz, it comes into, it has three circles, it's not really a
the
bounce,
3 paws.
really. The 3 paws, yeah, the 3 paws.
Out, yeah.
Each one comes out in an interval, a fixed interval.
Agreed.
It's not like it gets faster as the levels go by. In that short period of time, Sakai is able to magic thump out of there.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for them. But again, now let's talk about the stats here. The Hall of Fame, Rich Guy is going to be Innocent himself. The most damage dealt is going to be undeniably him as well. But the whole total damage taken, Zeno Mao. And again, this was my question earlier in the draft. Why would you pick Thomas? You said that he's going to be the guy that sandbag. Yep, yeah, here he is. He is the sandbag. But does he actually contribute in terms of team fights? Because as of now, are you just taking damage and also disrupting a team fight, or just taking damage for the sake of taking damage?
Well, specifically for Zeno's role on this Thamos, right? It may seem, most people are going to think, man, Thamos is just very early game oriented. Yes, he's supposed to dominate lane, and he's supposed to be able to get to that turtle first because of the amount of kill pressure that he has. But I think SRG, that one gank really disrupted his tempo, right? He gets level 4 a little bit later. Cram as well as Stormie both hit level 4 at the same time. And now MV are a man down, even though the turtle is spawning on the EXP side of the map. So with that being said, that first turtle immediately gone. We were hoping that maybe the upcoming turtles were going to be a little bit better, but then Sakai's game sense starts kicking in, and then it becomes impossible to walk up to these turtle fights when you don't have your purifies.
Yeah, this was a little bit of blunder coming from Selangor Red Giants just because of the fact that, Cram walked back up. But this was a sick catch from Yumes, right? Like, prior to this year, like, even though it's got Purify, if you talk like, hey, catching Roth and Nova is great, but they were able to catch 3 targets without Purify because of Yume's setup. And Skies already used the initial Magic Thumb. He just walked up. Because they were knocked out, I just popped the Violent Requiem and just chain stun all the way through. It's crazy.
Just really good combinations overall, right? There's so many interactions here between these heroes that enable Sakai to go in with just Violent Requiem. He doesn't necessarily need to enable himself with the Magic Thumb. So once again, well done to SRG. They're still looking at the top of the charts, but there's still one more game to be had here. I'm curious to see whether Haru has done enough preparation to really shake things up against SRG, but I think he needs to open up the draft a lot more here. Let all the power picks through at this point.
Yeah, I think when it comes to power picks, I feel like this kind of reminds me of 2 patches back where there was an idea that came out from the other regions first, where they brought in the Minotaur, they brought in the Guinevere, as well as the Novaria to kind of abuse the knockup effect. But for now, Selangor Red Giants still kind of leans onto that, but they make it work really, really well, because especially now when magic items has gotten a huge buff. And I feel like right now, with this Guinevere pickup here, it's just so difficult to execute. Think about it. Like, in theory, it looks cool, it looks fancy, Novara out, extra hitbox, knockup means better Violent Requiem. But Selangor Red Giants make it look so easy to pull off, but if you try it in your ranked games, that's not easy at all.
It's not. It really isn't. And it's not because of the hitboxes. It's because you also have to contribute the other factors in this matter, right? Who is able to bait out resources? Who is able to give you that call of, oh, he's already dashed. He's got no other abilities. Can you land this Magic Thump? And when you do, it feels good. A lot of it is just the raw communication coming in from SRG's side. I mean, their plan was very, very simple. If we are able to kind of hit Zeno in the gut just for a short period of time, we get tempo on our side. We leave Ruff on an island up against his opponent, up against Innocent as his opponent. Innocent will get the job done. He has a winning matchup, and it takes too long for Ruff to actually scale. In 4v5 situations that we've seen MV be put in a majority of the time, SRG, who comes to the rescue, who has that extra bit of damage to get them the extra couple of picks, it's Innocent.
Yeah, and speaking of Innocent right now, I think Innocent has proven himself to be a very, very dominant gold laner in terms of playing the Harry, in terms of Roger as well. But it looks like we are going to have a player swap this time. They're bringing in Uni to kind of replace Subway? And will we finally see Uni play that assassin that I've been asking for? I want to see it happen, but you can see the fans, they're calling out Yums as being cute.
Cute Yums.
He's got a cute personality.
He's adorable. He's adorable. He's just like a teddy bear, man. He is soft all around. Absolutely disgusting in game, like most teddy bears are. You better check your soft toys at home, man, because if they're playing Mobile Legends, they're gonna outrank you and steal your top globals.
It feels like a horror film rather than actually cute soft toy, man.
Hey, what do you think he doesn't say a lot during the interviews? Coincidence? I think not.
Silence is very, very scary. But at the same time here, let's take a look at the WhatsApp message by Haru here. Gonna be texting here. What did MV learn from playing with Uni? We're giving him his chance to be ready to experience his first game, but I think it backfired on us. For me, I think he still needs more game time training to perform better. And this time, you know, baby steps. Haru says, you know what, it's okay. Monster Vicious, it's our first time coming in here. Our objective here is to learn from the best and then do our best.
Yep. So giving Uni that experience is, I would say, it is definitely a kindness, and I hope that he doesn't end up playing Fredrin, to be perfectly honest. I'm getting real sick of seeing these Fredrins and then losing out to matchups where he gets locked down and he still doesn't get the neutral objective, but he can tank a lot of damage, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can see fans as well. Slango to the finals, Slango until death. In this case, Slango Red Giants, well, haven't died yet. They haven't lost a, they haven't lost a single game. They've died a couple heroes, but they haven't lost a single game. But now drafts coming in here, Chips, Harif, as well as the Yuzhong being banned. Monster Vision respects the amount of disruption that happened in game number 1. A little bit of a different approach from Monster Vicious, but SRG, Angela, Matilda, goodbye.
Yeah, they're getting rid of the Enchanter supports. Rather interesting. This is a little different. It looks like their blue side and red side have two very separate strategies from the side of SRG. I'm trying to keep track of how many notable things happen with SRG's overall draft, because I feel like Coach Arcadia, he always comes in with a plan. What that plan is, sometimes I question it itself, because he somehow always gets his regular picks every single time.
Speaking of regular picks, right? I think it comes down to the fact that because there is so many more heroes now in the pool, it's gotten to the stage where I think we have discussed this for 2 seasons now. Oh, there's only 10 bans. We need more. Boom. Now we've got only 10 bans, but they're getting so much more heroes to come in. But now with the Nolan coming in, first pick,
they're more afraid of Sakai's than they are of Innocent. Innocent's gonna get Roger.
Oh boy.
They're going to get Roger. I think SRG is going to go with Valentina one more time, because they're just that, I mean, Stormie is just that confident as of yet, right? And then they're going to hold off on what their support is going to be. Maybe they lock in the Barats. Potentially, I could see that definitely happening here. Maybe use it as a flex pick for the jungle. So it could, if that's the case, then it would be Barats Roger for the side of SRG, right? Arlet instead. Arlet and then Roger. Okay, so instead of the jungle EXP flex, they're gonna go with the Roam EXP flex. I'm fine with it. It's okay as long as you're able to kind of sweep Nolan. I think it's good enough.
I think this is more like a denial pick coming from Slango Red Giants. Like Roger, great. You know, I feel like the Arlet is more like a denial pick for the fact that both Nova and Xeno plays and prioritizes this hero for Monster Vicious. And based on how they're drafting so far as well, this is something that they kind of lean on when it comes to comfort picks. I feel like, oh, just because you took my Nolan, I'm going to take 2 of your heroes. But in this case, Minotaur also going to be picked off at CC. Okay.
Blind CC here. All right, they're expecting, they're saying if you throw Arla into the EXP, you're not going to, Cram might not necessarily have a good time. We haven't seen Cram actually really flex a lot on the Arlet, to be fair. Yeah. So it's all still up in the air. I'm very curious. I like the way Haru is thinking about this, but I have a sneaking suspicion that this might just be the time that SRG looks over at Sakai's and says, hey, it's a Nolan. You think you could take him on with a Fanny or maybe even a Ling this time round?
I think it isn't too bad, considering that Skies does play a mean Fanny, right? Like, I feel like this Arlet is going to be in the hands of Yums here. But is that a jaw hit? No, it's okay. What? A Fredrin? Really? Really? SRG is going to play the Fredrin?
Man, what? Okay, all right, sure. They're the ones who are going to be picking up picking up the Fredrin. They don't really have to worry about like Akai, they don't have to worry about Barats, they don't have to worry about Guinevere because they've already locked in the Nolan, so it's a pretty big tell, right? Nothing to really worry about here, they just want to sandbag him. We go into the second part of the ban phase. We're still missing a mid laner as well as the confirmation about Roman EXP for the side of SRG. MV, on the other hand, still missing their own mid laner themselves, but they also don't have a gold laner.
To be honest, I feel like SRG might be putting themselves in an awkward spot just because of the fact that if we do see a replication of how Homeboys did Todak, right? Like, if Uni is able to play this Nolan to kind of out-farm Fredrin, Skies is not going to have a good time. And I feel like SRG's test is that how do they deal with this Nimble Nolan? That's one. Or is this a fake out? And what I mean by fake out is that is this Arlott roam Fredrin XP and then just pick another jungler?
Well, I was thinking about that first for a moment, but then considering how SRG has played, usually they give Cram something that can actually maintain his lane, right? And I think that Fredrin it's possible for Fredrin to do so. It's a little rough against the CC until you're about like level 4, and that's when you really start to ramp up, right? But prior to that, that lane should be in the control of Xeno. So I think they need to really focus down on who their mid laner is going to be first.
Yeah, and as of yet, Terizla and the Tan ban coming from SRG. Monster Vicious gonna deny the Loleal and another major. I think Valentina should be taken out here. It's a comfort pick coming from Stormie. And think about it, stolen Minon's Rage isn't too bad. I think the CC's out isn't too bad, just for the fact of just making sure that Nolan can't run away from his teammates, right? So I think banning it away isn't too bad. Unless SRG says like, I'm gonna bring the Farsa, which I think so.
I think what's worse is that if MV ban out the Valentina, that means SRG get to pick up farmers for free. And then after that, Minoan Fury into Netherrealm. That's not the funnest of times. Yep, they get rid of the Grok. I can respect that. At least Grok can kind of walk into to the jungle very early on to scout out for information. It's going to be free Valentina for the side of SRG as expected. And now MV, they have to make a couple of choices because for all we know, this could be a double fake out here, right? That Fredrin could go into the EXP lane and they need to be very wary of it, right? CC doesn't necessarily push too hard, but has a decent matchup in both Fredrin and as well as Arlott. So they're not too worried about that. They're more worried about how exactly are they going to make this team fight composition come together.
I actually hate that Selangor Giants is starting to get a little bit predictable considering the amount of unique heroes they have because of this. Like Stormie, besides Valentina, what else? Like, is this a good matchup for Valentina besides stealing the Minon's Rage? Or is this just picking it, forcing MV to pick heroes that doesn't give good ultimates?
Both. It does both at the same time. That's why he goes for it. And now MV, they're like, all right, we're going to double down on our plan. We're going to get the Barats. We're also going to get the Farmers this time round. Looks like the gold lane, they're saying, you know what? It's fine. We're just going to man fight you.
Is this a gold lane CC? It seems like a gold lane CC.
Against the Roger.
Or is it a Barat's a gold lane? I think it's gold lane CC.
We'll see in a little bit. We'll see. It can go either way. It's totally fine. And now SRG have to make some choices because I don't feel like assassin style junglers are going to be any fun in this game. He's going to have to play Fredrin, right?
Okay, they bring in the Xbox as well. Wait, is this Xbox jungle? Xbox jungle?
No?
Fredrin? Okay, Fredrin jungle. Alright. Seems like that's going to be a triple flex coming in from Selangor Giants, but they pretty much double down with the Fredrin jungle.
I like these plans. I'm so curious whether or not Coach Arcadia was trying to set up a situation so that Sakai can actually play an assassin. But now MV with a death ball comp of their own, very dedicated around not only picking their opponents off, but more importantly, fighting as 5 with so many melee heroes and semi-ranged heroes. SRG, let's see whether or not they can stop this momentum one more time.
No, it's all up to Uni. The pinch server for Monster Vicious. Can they topple the Giants? Because now we're heading to the final series game 2, potentially the last game, potentially for Selangor Red Giants versus Monster Vicious for the final game of week 4.
Here we go. They start rolling in. Let's see what their starts are and what the strategies that are going to be applied very early on. Arlott's hiding in a bush. Cram probably needs to make sure, Barats needs to make sure that his stacks are online. So it's purple buff start. They're going to end up on opposite sides of the map. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but at the same time here, it feels like Skies is going to lose out a little bit, right? We know for a fact that Assassins will just clear a little bit faster here. I was expecting maybe Selangor Red Giants is going to try and intercept and harass Uni here, knowing that Yums does have the tendency to do so, but Roam Arlott, where is he roaming right now? Because middle lane, both level 2, Nova also level 1. Do they want to force a fight? Yes, they do. That's a poke at Nova. What can I do? I just go in, stop, forces the flicker, tries to pull him back.
Nice.
But where's the follow-up? It looks good. Uni, does he interject? No, he doesn't. He gets stopped. He only has 1 charge left.
Not enough energy. Unfortunate indeed, but they managed. Again, it was pretty close. Good ideas coming out from the side of Monster Vicious, but also keep in mind that at the very least, information denied by their opponents. Pause comes through. Looks like it came from MV's side? No, SRG's side, and is with Yums. All right, we'll see what kind of a problem is, whether it's Type 1 or Type 2. It does feel like it's a Type 1 issue, so it shouldn't take too long to solve.
Seems like a little bit of an issue here, and I know for a fact that crowd is extremely excited. This is the moment. This is the moment that we are waiting for to figure out. Of course, we are going to be excited to see the game here because a little bit of mistakes coming in from Monster Vicious, but are we going to see the one and only? But it seems like it is a Type 2 issue. What's happening here, Gideon?
A Type 2 issue. Probably it's this audio then, right? They got to make sure that it's all working nice and fine so they can communicate with each other, right? With SRG, here's the fan club, the entirety of SRG. They brought on over the full cheering club here to make sure that SRG doesn't lose spirit, never runs out of gas.
You know, I have no idea what they're singing, but at the same time, I finally understood what you meant when we're sitting here and they're all the way across the other stadium and we can still feel the vibrations and how loud they are. I can barely hear you.
I mean, I can't wait to ask the BM desk whether or not their ears are okay or whether they could hear each other. The last time we heard, apparently it wasn't that bad, so maybe it's just where we are, right? Where we're seated. It looks like the problems are getting solved pretty quick here. Thank you, Cedric, once again, and his luscious biceps to ensure the integrity. More importantly so, I am a little concerned whether or not MV have a plan for the mid-game.
Yeah, and speaking of a plan right now, I feel like MV, they have to actually settle down and figure out like, hey, guys, we made a little bit small bundle here. Can we clean up our act? Because as of yet, Uni is struggling a little bit more, but right now, SRG on top. Oh, okay. That's
showing their support, man. They're
All
showing
right.
their support any way possible. And just before they do the unpause, doing a quick check amongst everybody else, making sure that there's no more issues before we start getting back into this game. Still a minute left on the clock, so might as well sit back, relax, grab some water if you need so, because this is going to be a hot game.
Yeah, seems like there is also a little bit of issues here coming from Monster Vicious. They need to discuss a little bit more. But at the same time, here are the fans asking for something. They want taunting because the other type, the other opponents, seems to be a little bit, well, I would say Natalia.
Natalia? Nah.
I don't think there's a Natalia in the That's crowd here, but it seems like they're just a little bit more quiet.
I mean, you know, MV, with the way that they lost in game number 1, nothing to get too excited for. They're hoping that MV is able to kind of turn things around. And considering what the early interaction was, trying to punish Stormie, I think they've got some good ideas on hand, and I think they're getting sharper. They're just warming up to this, and I'm hoping that they can actually get an advantage over SRG, because so far it's been tough to see.
Oh, looks like we do see Cedric, and he is saying go time. We're going to be jumping straight into game. Stormie going to be recalling back to actually reset their health to try and set up for this upcoming fight. But again, Innocent already making quick work of the gold plate. What? How?
Apparently, Ruff died at some point, and so did Yums. We did see what happened earlier to Stormie, but we don't know what happened to Yums specifically.
That was unexpected. Like, Innocent, 2 minutes game, gets gold plating, gets a kill as well. That's a pretty good start for Roger, and especially a Roger right now. Because now Turtle contest comes in. He's gonna drop the praises Ralph Skies is gonna steal it away. They drop the insanity. They are gonna try to collapse up Xenomount. The count altar comes in. They are gonna try to disengage. Nether Rim barely keeps Xenomount alive, and they are gonna disengage. But guess what? They want more. Here comes the gobble in. They get the stolen. They told us welcome here. Zeno Mao tries to gobble him up. He won't be able to reset this and go in for the fight. Stormie, what is that?
I mean...
Wait, it's not a stolen Daytona's Welcome. What is that interaction, man?
Look,
crazy.
I mean, Stormie did steal away the Netherrealm to kind of keep his members alive, right? But I think it was a bit of a mistake on Zeno's part to actually go for the Daytona's Welcome. And it's not about the targets, it's the timing of it, right? Because they already expanded their resources earlier and nobody had their ults available. And even for Uni, even if he really wanted to be part of that fight, right? He doesn't have enough energy to do so. So just the lack of awareness. It was a good pick, but if everybody had their cooldowns available, maybe it could have changed the tides.
Yeah, speaking of the tides here, Uni now not having purple buff means that we are going to be not going to see that quick Nolan capture here, and it feels like Selangor Red Giants has figured out on how to slow down this oppressive aggression, right? In terms of jungle matchup, obviously Uni is going to be able to wave clear here, but if you apply so much pressure and steal away the purple buff, well, he is evening the odds for now. But meanwhile, Innocent doing a pretty okay job. He's just casually farming. Ruff, what can you do?
Man, he is freezing right in front of his turret. Like, Ruff, he can't even find a trade. Innocent, he's now going to start pushing this lane out because he knows that the turtle is about to spawn in about 30 seconds or so. If they can proxy the wave, that'd be most ideal. But here we go.
Humes flickers forward, tries to pull Ruff away, forces the sprint out. He manages to walk out. He gets a double catch with the ultimate here. But where's the follow-up? They need to go for it as well. Nova, they're going to dive on Humes. Here comes the mid-on range. A one-man catch, but at the same time, here comes Innocent. They're dropping them down low. Stormie going to buy a little bit more time. Can he get the first kill? Yes, he can. That's a double. Can he get the triple? No, Cram steals it away. Selangor Red Giants calculates it properly.
Wow, they even got Cram in on this fight, man. He left the lane so early on, but with Monster Vicious' response to pick up that kill onto Humes, it felt like they had an opportunity, but they didn't get Stormie, who walked outside of the third into the Minoan Fury, and then eventually turns things around with his own Shadow Strike, applying fear to 3 members.
Skies now going to try and catch onto Nova. Stormie making work as well. There's some serious damage being used, but there's not enough health loss on Skies, but still enough to scare him off. Top side, Humes and Innocent going to be pressuring the top side once again, but this is crazy. Selangor Red Giants is in a situation where they may have slightly lost a little bit more control, but they are able to take a big lead. But for now, they told us welcome. Why? Like, I don't think they can kill him here. Insanity comes in, Cram. He's gonna try and zone them out. Skies looking to interject. Can he get the taunt? He's slow right at the edge. He needs the taunt. No, he misses it. But Stormie from behind says, I've got you. I've got the Netherrealm. He bought time. He survived. He wants Humes to go in for the catch, but the counter Netherrealm has been expended. That's the big ultimate that Monster Vicious cannot afford to lose.
So good, so good. They even proxy this wave to guarantee this tier 1 down on the bottom side of the map and even get Cram his Faraga armor. I said earlier, Cram is definitely not going to die. Sakai's is too nearby and they have mid prio, so they're going to make it just in time here. Look at this, Innocent, absolutely just destroying Ruff in lane.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Tier 1 falls on the bottom side. Monster Vicious, they are going to lose that control in the bottom side. But again, they need more.
Oh my God.
No, what is that damage, Nova? Why are you committing? What? He's going to get picked up. That's a freebie for Cram. And now, Uni getting terrified as well. Humes with the final smash, drags him off, and now Innocent gets a double. He's gonna get the triple. Give it to him. Give him the quad, the maniac. He gets it, and SRG wipes the floor of the monsters, demolishing under the tier 1.
Just high class. It's fine vintage here, right? Nobody can really appreciate how beautiful that dive was. They juggled aggro. I mean, I don't even know what the call was. I bet it literally was Innocent was like, give me a maniac, and everybody was like, okay. And they didn't need to say anything else except juggle that tower aggro perfectly as well.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Selangor Red Giants. A master performance, masterclass indeed, undefeated for a reason. And as of yet, Monster Vicious just did not expect it. Nova, one blunder is all they need. And now with the concealed plays, Humes, what? They just concealed, walked up and say, hey, I'm gonna make a play. And again, Selangor Red Giants, they're looking for this mistakes, and now they finally find it, and that's gonna be rough. Just a pixel off position. They dive onto him. Now purple buff, gonna go for more. Zeno, he needs to catch someone, but Cram, he misses it. He misses it. Oh,
it's fine. It's fine. It really doesn't matter if these abilities hit or not. I don't think people understand. Yes, they are standing there with the conceal menacingly, but they also see 3 members sitting around a tier 1, and they've already broken tier 1 on the top side of the map, so now they completely cut off their rotation angles to protect Ruff. All of this is being set up. All of this is just why they're so high class.
Yeah, it's crazy how confident Selangor Red Giants is. Even the tier 1 down middle is like, what, 80% health? They still dived in, but here he comes. Daytona's welcome on Cram. He's got the Firaga armor. He flickers out of there with Insanity. He's going to be able to get out here. And Monster Vicious is like, what can I do? Why? Of all the targets to catch, why the export?
More importantly so, I don't think he needed to use that flicker there, but he got real nervous, like, dang, I'm underneath the turret. That's some dangerous stuff.
Yeah, they can't afford to give pressure away to Monster Vicious, right, if they want to secure this victory. And in this case, guys, it's going to make a Tamer rough. Like, Nova was just like, oh, it's just a Fredrin. It's okay. It's not worth it. But now, going for the double one as well. Minon's Rage comes in. They get it pull. The double CC out as well. SRG, they made a mistake. That's a lot of damage. And now Zeno, they are going to try and chase on this guy as well. Can he get out? Yes, he can. Selangor Red Giants punished for their confidence. But Innocent has something to say. Sit down, Ruff. Sit down.
So good. So good. Sakai's micro level, so disgusting to play against. Survives through his natural passive regeneration, buying a little bit of time as well.
Oh no, Zeno, he's dropping so low. He's got Terrify. Innocent. 1 tap, 2 tap. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Dinosaur. You're extinct.
He literally kills him mid-animation of the Daytona's welcome. You can see Zeno, he was walking towards him and Innocent just slapped him.
It's so cute. But Stormie now going to be dragging the backlines of Cram. Also going to be stalling in, but guess what? Guess what? Goodbye, Uni. He tried going for the snipe, but they go in for the aggression. Legendary for Innocent. Just got his GDS as well, and the Lord secured. Everything is going absolutely right for the Giants.
8k lead, 9 minutes going to 10 minutes into this game. A Lord crashing down. They're going to get an inhibitor off of this. And if things go wrong for MV, then SRG ends the game. Unless MV, they can deter them. What do they sacrifice?
I think they have to sacrifice Fakes, man. They gotta sacrifice him, you know, pop the Nether Realm, save someone, and then force a fight. Because as of yet, it's not happening. And for now, I think Yum's job is to isolate their targets with that. And now Cram getting dragged back in. But again, it's only an export. Like, do you want to use everything just to kill an export and get counter-engaged on? It's tough.
Wow.
It is tough. But now, with the Lord coming in, they're trying to make a play. Fakes, preemptively using the Shadow Stampede. He's not going to be able to drag anyone in, but here he comes. Isolation. Zeno, he's God. He is God. He's not going to be able to do much here. The Nether Realm a little bit late here coming in from Fakes. They are going to be able to counterplay as well, but the Minon's Rage is trying to stop aggression. But again, Skies, he won't be able to find a pickup. SRG, they're just poking and peeling one by one, bits by bits, slowly finding the right targets, and eventually they found 2. And now the Inmo find an inhibitor. Can they go for more? The health's a little bit low. MV has Fakes back with that low respawn time.
Yep, but now it's 4-17 in terms of kill score with an 11k gold lead. I think this is the GG push right here, right? Well, second empowered wave coming through as well.
Yep, they're gonna try. Fakes tries to go for the Shadow Stampede, but Ruff connects 2. Does a decent amount of damage, but they can't regenerate off that. But SRG says it's not worth it. Let's play a little bit safe here, but at the same time, while they're resetting, get a little bit more greedy, Yums and Stormie setting up an ambush, and they're taunting their best friends. Aww. What's up, friends? Nice to meet you.
If they wanted to, I think that SRG would have, I mean, Yums in particular, if he was still with Torak, he probably would have been like, I'm going to flicker and Final Slash and get like 4 people here. He could have absolutely done so, but I think this is a much safer option, right? Don't need to waste our resources. No reason to do so. We have all our ultimates. We have all our battle spells. We'll let Monster Vicious go for another refresh, but if we kill them in front of the Lord, it's basically GG well played for MV.
I really like how Selangor Red Giants is realizing that... Wait a minute. What is that damage from Innocent, Cram, and Stormie? They're all fighting for number 1 right now. What is that damage? That's crazy.
I think that's the challenge, right? Cram now out-damaging Innocent. He's like, what you gonna do about it, buddy? You better catch up. Keep up with the race.
In this case, Cram. Oh no, Zeno Mao, a small little dinosaur. He needs his stacks. He can't find stacks. This is not good. But even with stacks, Lago Giants has been shredding him. Nah. Oh boy, Yums.
Dude, Innocent is 12, 0 and 2. He's level 15. Sakai's is level 15.
They're all maxed out, man. They're all maxed out. But seems like a bomb lane here. Sky's will secure the Lord Crab. Already delaying here. He pops his Firaga armor. Does not have immortality. But again, Monster Vicious is like, I don't care. I'm just gonna farm my armor back. I've got all your minions, Monster Vicious. I've got all your creeps.
This is looking real unplayable right now. Innocent is too strong. I think he can 2v1 very easily, even if we take one of the stronger members from MV, which is Uni at this point of time, and Xenomao. It just doesn't matter, right? Fix is too far behind. He doesn't have enough magic damage to really threaten Innocent. And even so, Innocent still has enough lifesteal to keep himself alive.
Oh, Fix is trying to drag Cram out of position, and every single time Fix walks forward, SRG realizes that that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're not giving it to you, and it's tough. Fix may need to make a little bit more of an aggressive play, but now Zeno going for the catch here. Final stash! Use! They are going to start for the fight as well. Zeno Mao catches on Cram, but again, it is the Firaga armor that is saving them here as well. NetherRealm completely chunked through. Innocent focus on the turret as well. Skies, they find Zeno Mao. They find another one. SRG taking too much damage, but Monster Vicious, they're holding on. They need to keep Fix alive. He's going to go down. They managed to defend against the creep waves, but SRG, they're so low. Can they hold on? They're going to try to make a play as well. Yums with the conceal. They're going to go for a dive. Grab. They fight rough. But Uni says, freebies for me. I'm going to kill them all. But Sky still survives the Winter Trunket to lose the Crystal aggro right at the last pixel. They know they've lost the war, but we will finish the Crystal and take the game away from the monsters. SRG, the Giants that's playing with their food, they are still #1.
Man. The craziest part is that the only underperformer from the side of SRG, if Coach Arcadia, as well as Azora Vecchi were going to be a little more critical is, Stormie, why didn't you win your ego challenge against Uni? You were going 1v1, you should have won that. The poor guy dies at the very end, but man, this was a really tough one. SRG, clearly in a category of their own.
Oh, a battle of friendship now, celebrating their victory. As the fans from the SRG clapping and showing the support. What a dominating performance. As now the fist bumps over. I'm curious to see what SRG has to say. As you can see, the fans are cheering them on. Their success, chanting for SRG. Let's see how they feel as we pass it over to the host with Rose.
Selangor Red Giants is a team that keeps on giving. Sekali lagi 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh, 6 match win streak. Guys, a round of applause. Wow, okay. First of all, semua sihat?
Alhamdulillah.
Alright, very good. Okay, so, guys, depan sikit. Okay. Ramai orang tengah cakap sekarang that Sekais is one of the best junglers we have dekat MPL Malaysia. You rasa statement ni, you setuju ke tak? Kalau tak, siapa yang sepatutnya #1? Kalau you setuju, siapa yang you rasanya boleh fight awak dalam #1 position ni?
For me, personally, I just focus myself to play. The best thing, or I mean the title, apa semua tu saya just serahkan kepada community or netizen lah yang letakkan.
Wow, kita punya Skies ni budak humble. So, dia cakap bagi community decide. Community setuju ke tak dengan statement ni that Skies is one of the best junglers? The community has spoken. Alright, can we please have Stormie? Stormie going up against Haru and Subway just now. How was it like? And, you know, did you expect to dominate that game because you know how Subway plays, being friends for so long?
Apa? Tak dengar.
Okay, so tadi you lawan Subway dengan Haru kan? So you expect tak Subway main macam tu dan did it make the game easier? Sebab you dah tahu cara playstyle Subway.
We just focus on ourselves. That's it.
Tu je?
Yeah.
Any words to Subway?
Good luck.
Okay, I'm not done with you. Next week, you guys will be going up against King Empire Esports. Your two ex-teammates, Sasa and Smooth. If there is anything you want to tell them, apa tu?
Gorgeous ada.
Ui! Come on, Gorgeous. Gorgeous, the crowd is cheering for Gorgeous. Apa yang you nak cakap in representative of Stormie kepada Sasa dengan Smooth dan the entire KGE?
Ni representatif kan?
Representative.
Oh.
Wakil Stormie.
Okay. Saya tahu apa Stormie nak cakap.
Okay, depan sikit. Dia tahu Stormie nak cakap apa. Chemistry diorang 99% guys, ingat. Go.
Okay lah. I think we do a simple math je lah.
Okay.
Kita orang lawan Homeboys, siapa menang? Kita orang menang.
Betul?
Homeboys lawan KGE, siapa menang? So, tahu sendiri lah.
Okay. Stormie, as wakil, Gorgeous baru je wakil awak. Setuju ke tak dengan statement tu? Setuju! So I guess you all know what's happening lah kan minggu depan. Okay, put that aside. Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini. Alright, in 3, 2, 1. Kita punya MVP ialah... Dah nampak dah dari baju. Innocent. Game after game, match after match, you are showing everybody who is the better gold laner in MPL Malaysia. In your opinion, who do you think comes close or is going to give you a threat in the gold lane?
I think no one.
No one?
Yeah. Even Nets, you see.
Even who?
Even Nets.
Oh, even Nets. Wow, this team don't choose their opponents. Okay, can we please pass it to Becky? Becky, tadi I nampak you tengah pegang folder. Okay, lepas tu ada meme. Lepas tu masa Innocent dapat MVP ada meme lagi. I rasa tu awak punya kerja. Sebenarnya siapa yang fikir pasal meme daripada side SRG? Because I can just say, you guys, your memes, it's so good. So who's the mastermind?
I'm the mastermind of memes.
Who's the mastermind of drafting?
Akadia is the mastermind of drafting.
Okay, ada orang cover all bases. Okay, now we are seeing...
Different job desk.
Different job desk. Now that we are seeing a lot of interesting picks from the side of SRG, will this continue on in the upcoming matches or are you guys actually reserving a lot of strats for the upcoming playoffs?
We are reserving a lot of strategies for playoff, and then we are still preparing Joyce, our secret pick for everybody.
Ooh, okay. Alright, thank you, Yums. Yeah, Yums. Okay, Yums. Sebagai salah satu calon untuk Hotlink X MPL MY Jago All-Star, apa yang you nak cakap dekat fans-fans suruh dorang undi awak sebab 4 captain dalam MPL MY akan buat team sendiri dan memain dalam MPL All-Star punya match ni. Ada prize pool lagi. So, suruhlah fans-fans korang undi. Come on. Yums. I rasa ni Gorgeous kena wakil sekali lagi. Dia jadi spokesperson dorang sekarang. Okay, Gorgeous depan.
So, untuk semua orang yang dekat dalam stadium ni ataupun yang tengah-tengah MPL MY, tolonglah undi Yumski sebab Yumski memang one of the best captain.
Wow! Alright, thank you very much and please. Oh, kejap. Oh,
Innocent.
Oh, Innocent ada kata-kata. Okay, let's go Innocent.
Aku dingin banget, Cuk.
Alright, thank you so much to Selangor Red Giants. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Ish. Budak-budak ni kan tak pernah tak nakal. Betul tak? Kan? They're also naughty, but we all love the vibe that they bring to MPL MY. Dan itu dia permainan penutup untuk minggu diraja kita. Selangor Red Giants masih lagi mengekalkan win streak 2 berbalas kosong mereka. Still staying at the #1 spot this regular season. And with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters for them to dissect what happened in this series. Casters, silakan.
Well, naughty? I don't think so. But as of now, we're witnessing a making of a potential playful king as Selangor Red Giants, an uncrowned king thus far, looking to claim a crown for their own. As of yet, Innocent, undeniably the MVP here. We've got the Maniac again, and this week, the king-making week has all about maniacs and maniacs and maniacs, a fight for who is the best killer. But now, we haven't seen a Savage yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen that Savage just yet. I was hoping that maybe this week might just be the week that we do achieve it, but it gets too close. And still, even so, has been denied away from Innocent a couple of times thanks to Stormie. But regardless, it is very clear that Innocent is one of the most dominant laners. He hasn't lost his lane ever. Ever since his debut here in the MPL MY, really making sure that there is a cold diff in every single game. But let's go into the item build because I have a bit of a theory here. Notice very quickly all the KDAs coming up from the side of SRG, and notice the length of their hair accordingly.
Yeah, well...
Think about it. Think about it. Innocent has the longest hair. He has the highest KDA.
Okay.
Yumes has slightly shorter hair than Innocent. Catches up pretty quick in terms of the assists. Stormie's hair has grown down from this particular portrait. 15 assists. Sakai's having the shortest hair amongst all 5 of them. 11 assists and 2 kills. And guess who has longer hair than Sakai's?
Crap.
You got that right, boy. Hair equals KDA. Hair equals KDA. I repeat, that is my theory. That is my theory.
I think something... well, it's funny, but at the same time, I won't deny it because it's the truth, man. Like, SRG, they are... well, talking about playful, this is the first time I've seen Gideon this playful, man.
Huh? Oh, well, I've been playful all the time, man. It just
yeah.
depends on what kind of match and what I'm looking out for. Because right now, SRG, just the way that they are making decisions, just the way that they are denying their opponents, they are starting to look like an international team. And that's what I've been waiting for a very, very long time. And I cannot wait to see how much this team is going to grow.
Now, speaking of teams here, I feel like Monster Vicious was a little bit lost on the direction they wanted to do, right? Like, you know, they want to allow Uni to kind of excel the fight here, but was putting Ruff on that CC in the gold lane the smartest choice? Because Monster Vicious, they've been trying to bring this Ruby CC gold lane for a longest time, and it's not working out ever since, and I don't know why they're still going for this angle.
Oh, well, I think they haven't met a gold laner like Innocent yet, right? And I think Ruffy understands, like, man, I can't beat him on traditional marksmen. The draft is not designed around me anyways, right? So once again, there are too many things to ban out. Everybody has to make sacrifices, and MV, they do it amongst all 5 of them rather than just one particular person. And I think that's where the problems start to occur, even from the drafting, even when we look at the total damage taken, right? Zeno was taking so much damage. Like, he was getting hurt a lot. And I think a lot of it just comes down to SRG identifying what abilities are down and keeping track of the timers of battle spells. Because once they know what resources you have available, they make some very good decisions.
Yeah, at the same time, I feel like the most of this damage output here was because Cram was just constantly in their face coming in from SRG, right? Just making sure that Monster Vision, whenever you come up, I am just gonna poke damage, keep them in check, try to force reaction. And every single time that happened, Selangor Red Giants was just able to capitalize on this, and they understand that if the moment Monster Vision makes one mistake, they are gonna jump in, and even then, let's talk a little bit more on the farm as well. Again, when it comes to gold lanes here, Innocent obviously going to be the ones poking in the turret, and Ruff, technically, if you give a CC a free reign on a turret, those first kills are going to stack up with the Morax to do a lot of damage, but he was never given those chances because every single time Raf tries to make a play, there's always somebody there to stop it.
Yeah, I think that Raf, there's a lot to learn from Innocent here. The way that he actually manages his waves, the way that, again, it really comes down to like, if we could watch that lane, I'm very curious to see what did Raf do that costed him losing control over that wave, and better yet, how did Innocent eventually set up a perma-freeze right in front of his turret to put Raf in very gankable positions?
It's crazy, right? Like, considering that when we rarely talk about lane freezing for over the previous seasons here, but for this season, SRG has demonstrated that why lane freeze is important to actually set up for potential ganks, right? Like, even though, oh yes, you're not gonna get your level 4s a little bit earlier, but guess what? If you put your enemies in an awkward position and your teammates come in and rotate in time, getting a kill, that's your level 4. That's exactly what you want for a gold lane, and it kind of enables your roamers and mages to do their job. So it's not just people rotating lanes, it's also the responsibilities of whoever is that lane to make sure to set it up in a way where their roamers come in, that you are going to be able to get a fight.
And I mean, you've been doing play-by-play for a while, so it's understandable you wouldn't be talking about like freezes overall, right? And I think for me, I'm just happy to see that SRG are taking everything into account. It doesn't feel like they have a lot of holes in their play. It doesn't feel like they don't have insurance policies. I'm waiting to see when they hit their very first plateau, right? What is stopping this team from actually dominating the rest of the world? And I think even with the way that their scrims have been going, it's been apparently, based on what I've heard from some of their managers, it's like, oh, scrims have been going okay. They've been going pretty well. And they've been taking names, and unfortunately, it's not on an international stage, which is well, I would want to see whether they feel either stage fright or maybe they encounter a different problem.
Again, scrims will always be scrims. It's a practice for a reason, right?
True.
Like, some of the best teams in the world, they may flop in international scrims, but when they go into the main stage, when they mean business, they flip the script. And of course, anything can happen in scrims, but most importantly for now, what we know is SRG taking the dub. And look at this gang coming in as well. And like you talked about this, right? Like, they positioned in a way where Monster Vicious was overextended. Imagine if this fight went in a way where the fights were closer to the own turrets, and Monster Vicious might not have lost that fight at all.
Oh yeah, it also doesn't help that Ruff decided to go for Sprint. Another small thing that was very abusable. Just take the Purify, take a Vengeance, maybe even take a Flicker if you really need to, right? Again, I don't understand why CCs refuse to understand that yes, you are difficult to catch, but as soon as you get locked down, you're in trouble. You're not impossible to kill, and you're not exactly the most sustainable hero in the world. I think that the way that SRG plays, right, they look at the entirety of the picture rather than just moment-to-moment phases, right? And this 1v1, clearly Stormie underperforming and ended up dying. He died to a minion. I thought he died to Lethal Ignition. He ended up dying to a mage minion. That's funny.
Yeah, even this scuffle as well, like, considering how low they are, Monster Vicious, they tried to make an attempt, but they just didn't have the damage, right? Like, Ruff is a poking damage. You've got Baratz is poking damage, but they just didn't have damage. But with that being said, Selangor Red Giants remains undefeated, 6-0, 18 score, pretty much almost. Actually,
it's
is it safe to say they're just guaranteed top 2 regardless?
They're guaranteed.
Wait. Sorry. If
they're
Toda
guaranteed, they're definitely guaranteed playoffs. We'll see in the next 2 games. Oh, actually, if Toda, okay, they're. Let's just put it this way. To simply put, if SRG wins their next 2 games 2-0, they guarantee top spot.
Okay, fair enough. But if SRG and Homeboys lose all their games respectively, and Toda and King Empire
I mean, then it doesn't matter.
Well, they can still kind of go up here. But of course, you know, this is pretty much the standings thus far. SRG still at the top, Monster Vicious still at 7th place. Still 1 point away, maybe 2 points away to try and fight for playoff spots. But of course, it's not over yet for the regular season. We still have Week 5, which is going to be happening next Friday. And we are going to be starting things off with Homeboys going up against Niners, as well as Monster Vicious going up against King Empire.
I mean, the Niners and as well as MV now have to take on the big dogs of the league. I mean, the big dogs, they want to eat well. But Niners and MV are in a completely different situation. They are looking to just try and qualify for these playoffs, or at the very least, keep themselves away from the bottom 2 so they don't have to face relegation.
Yeah, at the same time, Monster Vicious is at the borderline, right? Like you said as well, if Monster Vicious wins that series, which against King Empire means that they might be bumped up into the top 6. But if they lose it, maintain the year, and Niners wins that game, Niners may be able to bump them down and barely making it into a spot where they still qualify for Season 14.
Oh man, it's rough. It's really, really rough to actually be in this type of position, but only the best of the best can actually survive. Similar to why we have the King of Fighters as one of our delicious skins, KOF 97.
And of course, when it comes to the bingo draw event, you can take a shot at winning 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock their exclusive ID tags. And from the 24th of April until the 30th, well, very, very soon, it is going to be over soon, because you on the 24th to the 30th, you can grab the skins and unlock their exclusive gold ID tags right now. And after this period, you still snag the exclusive silver ID tag when acquiring the skins. And during the event, you can enjoy a sweet 50% discount on the first draw, 10 draws, as well as daily first draw with a 50% discount. And of course, you don't need to miss out on this awesome opportunity, because why? You saw what happened yesterday, right? During the draft phase. I know if you guys were watching yesterday's stream, there was this one dude. We call him the luckiest guy in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Shows up on screen. Here's my bingo. I've got 2. I'm looking for the 3rd. Rolls the 10, gets it, and gets the skin. That is so difficult.
It is. He had a 1 in 7 chance of actually hitting it, and he hit it right on the dot. Exactly what he wanted here. So once again, give it a try, give it a lot, and try and make sure you abuse those discounts. If for those of you who managed to hit similarly to how that man did yesterday, please post it on social media and tag MPL MY so that we are kept up to date with how lucky everybody else is.
Yeah, I've got no luck, man. I've got to roll everything.
I whiffed. I have whiffed on mine, and I've been using free draws. I'm done with that.
I've never gotten one with the free draw. Like some people say it's it's impossible. You gotta spend everything. But that man yesterday just proved everybody wrong. It's not rigged. Sometimes it's a little bit of a luck.
It's luck. It's luck. It may be small odds, but it's still very, very good. So far, Week 4 has been looking very good for a lot of these teams. Minggu Di Raja, as they like to say, the Week of Kings and King Makers. Now we have a very solid idea of who is on the totem pole right now, and we're hoping for improvement in these next upcoming 2 weeks.
Yep, and of course, the grind continues here. The top is slowly solidifying who is going to be remaining in the top 4, but at the same time, the fight for the bottom is getting more intense. It's still anyone's game. There's 2 more weeks left. And anything can happen, man. Like, we might see a potential upset, and who knows? Expect the unexpected. That's the beauty of tournaments, man.
I mean, to close things out, hopefully you guys stick around and check out for more MPL MY. This has been one of the more exciting seasons thus far, and I think our playoffs is only going to shoot for the stars.
Yep, and speaking of the stars here, we are going to be closing things out. We hope you guys have enjoyed this entire week thus far. We've seen exciting games. We know you guys want more action, but for now, we are going to be taking a stop for this week, as we are going to be heading on next week here. My name is ICP12. He's Getting EQ. We'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Already dash.
Go, Thomas.
IoT here. Agak. IoT.
Mampus.
I have ulti. Kill first. Oh, mati.
Santai chop, we still win. Nice one. We are too good, bro.
Too good to be true.
Dek.
Sini. Aku dapat belakang dia. Nice deh. No sprint. Nice.
Mana suaranya?
Mana suaranya pokoknya.
Oke, woi.
Berat. Nice. Berat.
Wow, Tara anjing.
Record guys. Record. Wih, gila ni. Sen. Tahu.
I don't have item, guys.
Tahu. Nice.